A very warm welcome to one and all joining us back here for day 2 of DreamLeague Season 27 here in Southeast Asia's closed qualifiers. My name's Permslees. I'm joined by Winter back again to bring you yet another beautiful morning rambulan here. Why is it always right in the morning that the Filipinos just have to have a go at each other? We got Ivory, we got Kukuis. Here in the lower bracket for survival, again, there is only one slot that these 8 teams can try and wrestle for. And right now, one of them is going to have to say goodbye to their chances of moving on.
Yeah, it's a fortunate way to start the day, but it's a lower bracket. You don't really have a choice. It's do or die for either of these teams today. They're going to have to play a lot better than yesterday. I think Ivory had a rough 3-game series against YG. They kind of, I think, fumble in the important moments, whereas for Kukuis, they got outclassed, by exclamation yesterday. So I feel like the momentum might be on Kukui's side. They're kind of going into this match just wanting to prove everyone wrong, after what happened yesterday, because they didn't really do so well. Whereas Ivory, they could have won, So I think in terms of mindset, they might be on the worst end, compared to Kukui's.
Yeah, Ivory, a bit of a sour taste in their mouth losing that series, just to sort of remind you guys what actually happened, because it did happen on the other stream. We didn't get to watch it here if you were joining us, but Ivory, they managed to take game number 1 in a pretty convincing fashion. You take a game like that, you go into game number 2, you feel like, this is going to be an easy series. We're going to wreck them, we're going to move forward. It's chill. YG decides to punch back in 2 close games, and it seems to be the YG style, right? When you start to fight them in the late game, it gets more and more complicated. Suddenly they get their items, suddenly they come together, and that's got to be a serious dampener on the Ivory mindset. Hopefully, though, we get something a bit competitive. I mean, at the very least, these are all players that know each other very, very well, right? More often than not, you're not seeing them in this lobby. They're all sitting in the same Discord call on Gabby's stream or Kuku's stream, laughing, making jokes, making quote-unquote content. So, maybe this is just going to be a content match. Maybe they're all going to try and poke fun at each other, pick each other's favorites, and try and abuse the fact that they're so familiar with one another.
Yesterday, I remember the drafts weren't really good for Kukuis. I think for Ivory, they are probably going to be looking at that, series in particular, and on top of that, because they know them so well, right? They know why they are drafting in that manner, So they could be using certain drafts to try to, at least the bans, for example, to ban out certain limited hero pool that they have. Because it does feel like they are drafting more towards comfort on the Kukui side. And if YG can actually abuse that, it's going to... Sorry, not YG. Ivory, if they can abuse that, that would actually be splendid for them. Because I think they kind of played a lot better than Kukuis yesterday in their series, even though they lost. So they showed a lot more potential.
Yeah, and Ivory is not necessarily a new set of names, right? This iteration of this team, it started out as one of the stacks that stayed together for quite a while, and then more recently, they've had a few swaps. You know, Drake went on a little excursion here and there. This time round, they have Teehee in on the position 5 over Grims. Not exactly sure whether Grims is taking a break or whether he has retired or what the deal is, but they still have their core, right? They got Aizen, Ken, Rupido. I mean, especially Ken and Rupido made their names for themselves on Neon back in the day when that organization was still around, moment of silence. But yeah, I think they had some pretty good tenures there, showed some promise. And I think Ivory, you know, they are a team that very much fit into that category. Similar to YG, similar to some of these other stacks that are coming up, there is potential there.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe that's why they wanted to bring in a seasoned captain this time, right? He, I think he's already been around for quite some time. He's captained a couple of teams. He is a person that I feel like will bring a lot of experience to a newer team. You know, they're not exactly new, but their players are maybe not as experienced as the people on Kukui's side. You know,
Oh, for sure.
they need somebody to lead the way. You know, shine the light through
Actually,
the dark tunnel. You know.
I feel like this is a topic, before we get into the picks and the bans, of course, I want to ask you about this because I feel like the topic of a veteran captain always comes up, right? You're always thinking, okay, you know, you think about your flies joining stacks, I mean, in this case, Teehee. What do you exactly mean by experience? What kind of are you expecting when you bring in someone of that seniority? Do they automatically just kind of take control and lead every step of the process? What kind of benefits do they bring exactly?
Let me ask you a question, Mike. When you're going into uncharted water, do you need an experienced captain that has already been there before?
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, you can say that, but the game probably changes a lot from the time that they've played until now, right? Whenever I think, okay, look, Teehee back then, you know, he was a captain back then and he's a captain now. Dota has changed. A lot of things have changed. Maybe the new kids can teach him something as well.
That's why you need a blend, new and old. That is
Okay.
that is the I think the formula right now.
Okay.
I mean, it has been the formula for quite some time already. Teams have figured out, okay, you need the mid player to be the youngest player. To be
Yeah. He needs to be a literal infant. If he doesn't have math homework he needs to finish by the end of the day, we don't want him.
Yeah. The side laners are usually the ones that I think you see like a higher average age, especially the off lane. Because you need to be the reliable backbone for the team. The carry and the mid are usually the players that are, I would say, the least experienced one. The ones that are really good at mashing buttons, the ones that have very good instincts but no experience. Sometimes the no experience part helps them a lot to learn new things. Because when you are trying to teach like certain players with certain experience, right? You're trying to tell them, okay, you shouldn't be playing like this. You should be doing this, and this. Because their cup is already full or half full. It's very hard to add new water into the cup, you know.
Yeah, there's just not enough room, right? It's already overloaded. You'd have to dispose of some of the prior water, and then that honestly sounds a lot easier than it actually is. Trying to unlearn some of these things and just kind of adapt to new practices. Speaking of unlearning, I think these teams obviously learning something very important from yesterday is that Disruptor seems to be pretty busted right now. This hero can just be the fuel for a very aggressive draft and keep aggression on. Kuku is drafting really quickly though. Maybe this is a sign that they figured something out to try and fix things up. I mean, I'm already liking this draft a lot more. Nature's Prophet, Tusk, Bane, 3 heroes that can skirmish early, a lot of good disables, a lot of good catch. Pretty well rounded so far.
Yeah, I like the Tusk Bane duo a lot as well. They're very, very aggressive in the early game, and combined with the Nature's Prophet global TP, any pickoff becomes very, very easy. Not to mention, the Bane kind of deals with the Pango. You can have the Tusk safe against the Glimpse if he's in range, you know, with the Snowball, so they are fairly useful. And Ivory responds with the dynamic duo of Abaddon and Batrider, you know. Abaddon will deal with the Bane Grip, and you can remove all the other annoying debuffs, you know, the Sleep, the Enveeble. So those are quite annoying spells, you know. And
Yeah,
Bat is going to be able to deal with the Nature's Prophet, one of the MP's more difficult matchups, I would say, in the game.
I mean, you say that, but yesterday I remember someone wasn't really feeling the Batrider, you know. You were talking mad trash about this hero. You still think it's a it's a good pickup this time round. Because
this game, I think the matchups are quite a lot better than yesterday.
you think so? Okay, so as a support, it's actually fine here. You think from position 4?
Yeah, the laning is just the one that I would say that is a little more troublesome nowadays because of the nerfs, right? But the hero in the mid late game, I don't think it has changed too much. I mean, the other thing that they nerf is the AOE of Flame Break, which is mostly, I think, affecting the laning phase. I think mid late game, it doesn't really bother the hero too much.
I'm just thinking as well, you know, we talk about the Bane and his interaction with setting things up around the map. It's going to be annoying because Abaddon can shield off the sleeps and all that. But there's also the chance of a sleep save, right? Even if you get lassoed, if you immediately sleep the Bat Rider if you're in range, or you sleep the target is pulling away, might actually help them get out of that sticky situation. Ivory, they have a lot of catch now, though. They got 2 catching supports and 2 frontline cores that love to run at you and just put on the pressure.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about what other heroes they can counter the Abaddon. Usually, the hero that you go to is Doom, right? Because you just Doom him so he can't heal from his borrowed time. That is, like, I think by far in the game, one of his worst call-to-call matchups.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of the Doom that we saw yesterday from YG as well, there's a lot of flexibility in the item builds. Zorain yesterday played that in the off lane. Didn't really have the best start, but if you give the Doom time, he's always going to be able to amass that net worth. Ends up with auras, all of them in the pocket. He was very difficult to take down. Gyrocopter is the response here. Is this kind of what we are expecting? Because I saw the Nature's Prophet, I thought for sure that was going to be the carry.
MP in mid, I guess. Seems to be a new trend right now.
Yeah, versus like a Pango, and then you... I mean, yesterday we saw something pretty cool from Young PH, right? He went the sort of Tempo, Spirit Vessel, Blade Mail build, and then he ended up going right-click anyway with the Hurricane Pike and the Parasma. It does so much damage to everyone on the opposing team.
I mean, the good thing about being a mid MP is you're going to... If it's a mid MP, I'm not sure yet, you're going to be able to get levels quickly so you can participate a lot faster on the side lanes. I mean, your primary role is to destabilize the side lanes.
10 seconds.
And wait for those. I guess that kind of makes sense why the gyro is picked as well. Maybe it's just the hero that can always just push out the wave versus bat, so you're not really under any threat of being chased down. That's kind of the read that I have right now. Does it do well into maybe like an Abaddon, you know, in the safe lane? That's kind of what I'm assuming right now, that it is going to be an Abaddon position 1.
You mean the call-to-call matchup? Abaddon against Gyro? Call-to-call matchup, I think the longer the game goes, the better it is for Abaddon. Like early game, Gyro is going to be more active. Abaddon needs to farm more. You want to get your Radiance, Manta, Dagger, and then your Bloodthorn. So he takes a longer while to come online. Gyro, on the other hand, anytime you have your ultimate, you have mana, you have HP, you're basically free to join the fights.
Yeah, a lot more active of a carry. That's one of the benefits. Maybe something Kukuis are looking to, you know,
I mean, they have
indulge in.
NP Gyro, so it's going to be a lot of fighting in the early game. Now
they got no cooldowns, right? They just need a TP in. Cooldown's like, what, 1 minute max?
Now they basically need a team fighting offlaner. So Mars, Enigma, those are the heroes that I really deem to be a threat against their heroes.
Yeah, Mars is going to be really annoying if they picked it there, because the arena would just screw over the Abba. You can't... I mean, you are not taking damage and you're, you know, you got a shield, but you can't really run past the arena walls. I feel like Abaddon's one of those heroes that really doesn't want to buy a BKB, especially not into a Bane.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to buy BKB on this hero.
Yeah, no, that feels like a waste. Last ban's coming out, Sven as well as the SF. So taking out the heroes that would be excellent into the Gyro as a call to call, forcing Ivory's hand maybe into another position 1 or some sort of mid or off lane pick if they want to flex the Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
On the other hand, Kukuis are going to need like some kind of frontline initiating hero. Some type of Centaurs are still available. What else? Okay, Darkseer. They go for the Darkseer. Not sure if this is going to dissuade the Baron from being a carry. I think they're probably going to pick a new offlaner. I think Pango with the double jump is going to be okay into this gyro lane.
Yeah, you're still going to come out of it with some degree of farm.
They need more damage at this
5
point. I think they need
seconds
some
remaining.
like co-op Sonic Wave or something that can help them kill heroes. Right now, it doesn't feel like they have a lot of burst, right? So they're gonna glimpse people, they're gonna lasso, but the damage doesn't come instantly. So I'm thinking they're gonna need something that will provide a lot of damage.
What would be good here? You kind of need a way to stand in front. I guess.
No, you don't need a frontline hero anymore. You need a backline hero, like someone just stand, like sniper type of hero. Just stand and just deliver.
Are
Or
you not
evoke.
worried that the task? I mean, the collapse potential from Cuckoo is so strong, right? They can all just go in.
Yeah,
you got
but you
Surge
have,
running in with Vacuum.
You have Pango roll, you have the shield from Abaddon, they can protect you.
I mean, both these lineups look like they just want to brawl in the first like 15, 20 minutes of the game. So I'm kind of trying to figure out what would help
I think
in that regard.
they need sniper,
You
invoker,
reckon?
those type of heroes. You know, just output the damage. Queen of
Invoker
Pain.
is still available as well. Queen of Pain as well.
Yeah, those are the
Either choice could be pretty solid.
Choose your hero.
Okay.
This
Pango mid,
is-
Ursa safe. I
This is a
guess
very
that's
greedy choice.
yeah.
It kind of makes the draft not so balanced because they have a lot of farming requirements on those heroes. If you win your lane, maybe you can get away with it. But if you don't win your lane, then you're going to be stuck with a game where the Pangolin is going to be the one that's going to be carrying a lot of lifting in the early mid game. He has to be
Yeah.
the one to move around with the disruptor and the bat to set up kills. I mean, the Ursa's main job here, I think, is to win his lane against Darkseid. This is a really, really good matchup in the lane. I feel like that is the main reason why he's being picked here. They think that by winning the lane, it will result in
10 seconds remaining.
to their tri-core matchup having enough time to come online, you know, because Abaddon, Ursa, if your
5
Abaddon is farming
seconds
Radiance or
remaining.
Ursa is farming Battle Fury, it's going
Yeah.
to take a long time to come online.
Yeah, Ken's gonna be looking at them like, damn, I'm poor out here. I'm just running around. All I have is a bottle and a boots to my name.
No, you
And-
have the double Romas with you. The Disruptor and Bat are going to be following him.
Sure, yeah, but it's just that, you know, I don't think he'll be hitting creeps much. I think he'll be on the hunt for heroes non-stop, and if he can't find the connection on the aforementioned heroes, it might be a problem. But Ken, you can already see that the facet choice reflects that. He understands that he's going to be the primary initiator. He needs to connect on these roles and make the pickoffs happen. So he's gone for the Thunderbolt facet. Apart from that, all the other facets look pretty straightforward. Heart of Battle, I guess, is the one that is not out of the blue, but makes sense for this lineup because you want to get that additional move speed.
It
when you're-
also is better for the lane against Ursa because you need the most speed to run around. You're
Yeah, for
kind of expecting that the task is going to be roaming a lot. So you're going to be around alone or in the lane a lot. So you need to run around, dodge the Ursa.
I mean, realistically speaking, we talked about the Nature's Prophet and its powers of just TPing up there, right? There could be a chance, and I'm a little bit worried for this Fuzzy Wuzzy bear here on our screen. If they try and make an aggressive move and they're not fully prepared, Lewis could TP in, Cuckoo could come through with a TP of his own or twin gate rotation, and that lane that they desperately need to win with this last pick could fall apart very quickly. Something that Ivory need to keep in mind as we get into this game number one, folks. Lower bracket bonanza here between these two teams. Only one can proceed. I'm surprised that we don't see any jabbing at each other or poking at each other just yet. I guess it's business time. No more
Yeah.
messing around.
That's how you know the game is important. Nobody wants to mess around. Everybody is really dialed in, full focus on the game, trying to plan on, do we pop our smoke late? How are we going to go first blood? Are they stronger at us level 1?
Yeah, I was before we start the game out, I wanted to bring up this point because DreamLeague, you know, it's always been an online tournament and it comes right after TI. So a lot of teams obviously are using this to test out their new lineup. But I was speaking to one or two of the coaches of some of these rosters competing in the closed qualifiers, and they said, like, if you're a team right now and you're trying to solidify things and get a good start into the new season, you can't afford to miss this tournament. Like, this qualification actually means a lot because outside of the money, outside of the setting of it being an online tournament, it's your chance to kind of prove your stack against some of these other teams and kind of get a better idea about where you stand, the taste of internet. Most of the time, if you're competing against other international opponents, it's at a LAN, right? And those are so difficult to secure slots in. So hopefully, I mean, Ivory, they've, again, sort of similar situation with a lot of these other close qualifier Southeast Asia teams. they just haven't really quite gotten there yet. And maybe Teehee is the one that can bring them over the edge.
The problem with the SCA team is you don't get good scrim opponents because we are not as strong as other regions, right? So
Sure.
the inter-regional scrims, the inter-regional opponents, those are not the best opponents for you. If you want to improve, you need to be able to play against the stronger ones.
Yeah, for sure.
Either you risk the ping or you have to move somewhere which costs money, So it's a very tough situation to be in.
I mean, DreamLeague is a very convenient reason to go to Europe and compete with some of the best. The pubs there are, widely, I guess, described to be the best quality. So, I mean, right now, you play from maybe Philippines or at least where I'm from, Singapore to Western Europe. You get a cute little 250 ping, press a Bane sleep, you take a nap, and only then your opponent actually starts being in the nightmare.
I mean, you can use VPN. Maybe it helps.
True. Yeah, I'm not the best at all this networking stuff. All I do is suffer in Southeast Asia server, much like all of our peers here on the lobby. Any particular lane that you think will suffer a lot here, or do you think everything will just be fine? You think there's going to be a lot of aggression? What's the vibe for the first 5 to 10 minutes?
Probably the side lanes. I think the Ursa pick here kind of has to win his lane really hard because he is picked not for the benefit of the draft, but for the benefit of the lane.
Sure.
I'm also thinking whether the Abaddon is going to go Radiance, right? I mean, he's going to start with Hound, and I'm wondering, like, is he going to try to play a not so greedy role, So, I mean, talking about a good start, the Ursa is already getting his first. So Tats was pulling the wave and he already died on the lane.
Yeah, what exactly is the mindset here for JG? Because obviously he wants to get close to the creep wave and sap EXP, but surely, when you see a position fall, pull the wave, all you need to do is not die. Like, what's JG doing all the way up there?
You just go greedy, wanted to get the last hits. Like, Dota is about a game of, like, respecting the power spikes of the heroes or how strong their heroes are at the lane. Sometimes at level 1, level 2, you just need to understand and chill, Sometimes players just, in the heat of the moment, you don't feel good when you can't touch the creep as a core player.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It just doesn't feel right. So
like
JG, he's gonna get some...
Why
am I even a
Mike?
core if I can't farm, right? Like, what the hell is the point?
Why am I in this lane? And then you hit the creeps and then that's it.
Oh, early TP, Lewis, level 3 rotation, 1 Sprout, 1 Blood Grenade. It's not enough to slow Drake down. Pretty fast on the bat there. Yeah, they kind of blocked themselves off. That is awkward. Lewis maybe going to try and look for it with another Sprout, but decides not to waste any more time. Goes back to the lane, and that is a first rotation gone wrong.
Good news is you're MP. You have 2 TPs.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. I don't think he even missed a single creep there.
But not as bad as some other hero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now that the Ursa has sort of had a bit more time down here, or rather the Darkseer has more time, he's at level 3, and this is the power spike that we always talk about, right? Level 2 Ion Shell. It's no longer really viable for you to stand up to him.
And you don't need to play the lane.
Yeah. Farm small camp, farm wave, rinse, repeat. What do you do in this situation now as Teehee? How do you actually stop this from happening, or do you just look elsewhere on the map?
You don't stop.
Uh-oh, Gabby, top lane. Being run down, nice sleep though. Blood Grenade slowing Cuckoo down. He's trying to hide away in the tree line, but Drake keeping the vision. Turns around with a Lotus, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Drake dropping very low, but again surviving on a sliver. And Rupido's gonna start chasing down Cuckoo, forcing the Bane back. Early game start for Ivory, looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, you were saying that what is the shorter than sort of situation when the two enemy heroes are cutting waves and just not really playing the lane, right? Now you can definitely look for a rotation, and because if you move over to challenge the 2 heroes behind you, you're gonna take a lot of damage, or even worse, die. So you have to stay in close to the Ursa, close to the tower, and buy your moment to TP or gank through the gate. Those are the things that you have to be looking out for. Because the Ursa doesn't really need you as much in the lane.
Yeah, he's not gonna be under any threat here unless he really steps out of line, but really, it's JG who needs to be careful. Being run down right now. A glimpse pull back into the hands of Drake. They bounce him back into the Ursa. JG gets a cheeky little courier kill before he ends up going down there. Just a little bit of gold to make up for the fact that he's died for a second time now in this lane.
consolation prize.
Yeah. They felt bad, you know. They were bullying him. They last picked it. They last picked the Ursa. They're like, okay, you know, we'll give you a little something. He is a man of peace, you know.
I mean, this is like the downside of not knowing your name.
Oh damn, Cuckoo. The Glimpse back. Nice flame break. There's so much repositioning, but Rupido's the one dropping low. That shield is gonna pop, but dodged out with a beautiful snowball. DJ on the money with the spell casting, and Cuckoo ends up surviving, sleep saving himself. Come on! The Godfather denies himself to your neutral creep. They're not able to take down Tiki, but that looked so promising for Ivory at the start until every single hero from Cuckoo's was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, this is the power of the MP in the early game. He's going to be able to do all this sort of TPing around. Every move you make, he's going to be there. So you have to expect the MP to TP in.
Haven't really been able to combine with Ken yet in the mid lane to try and make these plays. Once the Rolling Thunder comes out, that will be a bit of a different story maybe.
Yeah, I mean, with the Thunderbolt, he's going to be able to do a lot with the Rolling Thunder. I mean, the only issue with this this facet is this game he's up against the Bane Grip, which could be very, very hard for him to roll around, you know, until he gets a Lotus Orb.
Do you think he's gonna rush a Lotus Orb though?
Not rush, but at some point you probably buy Diffuser first and then get a Lotus second item.
Yeah, might just have to.
And bot lane
Lewis?
Cuckoo is already behind enemy lines. Ursa is not level 6, one creep away. He's gonna get caught.
No Enrage available. For the Rolling Thunder though, sounds like it's happening in the mid lane, but we're watching this Ursa die for now. Looks like it might be trade out. Lewis not able to join this fight because he was busy being caught out. But JG able to vacuum back the kill and get a nice revenge kill onto the Ursa. So trade 1-for-1 across the map.
Who does this favor? I feel like it favors Ivory. The kill on MP is probably bigger than the Ursa kill here.
Yeah.
And they had to use the Rolling Thunder, but I think it's well worth it. So now with the MP dying, he's gonna have to decide that if he TPs now, he won't be able to TP to the Wisdom Shrine. So he's definitely like considering his options now. He's just gonna walk out, saving the TP just in case they need it to TP to the shrine to fight. They are moving towards the enemy top shrine on the Radiant side.
A little bit late though, right? I mean, Drick's just gonna be able to get this Wisdom Shrine.
I mean, the thing is, they knew that there was no role, so that's why they wanted to fight.
Up onto the high ground, the Rupido. He's in timeout. Gonna immediately TP and looks like it's just Cuckoo to die. But 4 enemy heroes coming in here. Ivory, Cuckoo's buying quite a lot of time. Ken does get the kill though, so further propelling him towards that early Diffusal Blade. Already has the Alacrity up.
Yeah, meanwhile, Darkseer gets left alone because of all the shenanigans that his teammate has been doing, like, pressuring the other side of the map. So he gets his helm done. He is actually the richest core on Dyer after dying twice in a lane.
That's crazy. But you did say this yesterday, Winter, that... Oh, Rupido getting caught out here, but... You mentioned, right? The Darkseer probably unrivaled in terms of his farming efficiency once he buys the helm compared to any other helm buyer on the map.
You always send the creep across with the Iron Shell. And your hero is farming another camp. That's all you can do. No other hero in the game can do that right now. I mean, he's probably the best one, or if not the best hero to play from behind. He can farm stacks and split the map with the helm really, really quickly. As reflected in his net worth right now, all of the costs on his team. Even almost closing in on the Ursa, you know, which has already a couple of kills.
Yeah, the Ursa's had a free game so far. Aizen, apart from that one gank down bot, he's been looking pretty nice. Bit of a sleep here. Can buy time for the Enrage to wear off though. He just needs to jump over the cliff, needs to find an angle. He was hoping that maybe he could jump over, but it's an awkward position. Aizen caught out now in the tree line. He's blocked himself off. Where are the TPs? They've come in too late. Aizen will go down. DJ happy to give his life up for it. Can they get anything more though? Looks like Lewis isn't escaping unscathed. Teehee still has that glimpse available, but not even needed. They might try and look for more. Just need the vision onto Cuckoo. He's a bit too quick though. No boots for now, but Drake hot on his heels, and they found the Bane. A glimpse back into the hands of Ken, and even more leverage for this Pango to get off to a better start. Double kill for Ken.
I was surprised they didn't TP sooner. They might have been able to save him. I mean, it wasn't 100% sure to save him, but it took
Were they
so
just
long.
baiting the Ursa? You think they were
I
like,
don't
oh,
know.
we...
I mean, it's your carry. I think
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. They traded the Ursa for even more of a boost
I think
to Ken's game.
regardless whether they bait the Ursa or not, they were doing a full commit to kill him, because it's the Ursa, they want to bring
Sure.
him down. So I'm surprised there wasn't a lot more commitment to save him.
Oh, Drake, this is so aggressive from him.
He got
think
lost.
he might be dead. He's on the wrong side of the map right now.
Lost in the woods, he's fireflied up, he has the move speed, he's running up river, so he has the bonus.
Yeah, brother, where you going? Gabby with the rocket barrage gets a freebie for himself. Drake helping his former buddies out there. Okay. That was...
he like trying to place a wall? I mean, he doesn't even have a wall, right?
maybe he just assumed that the NP was there alone and was trying to be cheeky, trying to be annoying, but then Gyro just turns around the corner.
The thing
Hello!
is, like, he walked in under the vision, right? He went through the mid tower, so they knew he was kind of around the area.
Yeah.
So quite confusing while he was trying to.
Yeah, he
actually do
really
that.
did get lost, huh? Like, I don't really know what he was doing there.
Yeah, I think he probably felt like with the stoke crossing, he could just run in, see how many heroes were there, and run out.
Yeah. Unfortunately not. Burns away a lot of his HP as well, which allows the homing missile and the rocket barrage to finish him off. Level 6 achieved on the Disruptor, though. They want to put this Static Storm and Rolling Thunder to use. A kill onto JG would be huge, given that he's just farming up the Storm down here. But they read the move like a book. We talked about this yesterday. It seems like a bit of a trend for the Southeast Asian teams where they don't really set the map up for the moves that they need. Oh, this is awkward. Okay, well, Cuckoo, he's found someone. He's gonna buy time. I'm not sure whether the rest of the team is coming to help him. There they are, into a Static Storm,
okay.
but Tiki's not gonna survive that. A very confusing chain of events. They probably thought they only had a Bane kill for free, but the rest of Cuckoo is just immediately rotate. Now they're TPing bot to further the chase. Wanting to use that Fiend's Grip, find the Ursa, that would be so big for them.
I mean, the thing is, no hero is ever alone, right? When you're playing into Nature's Puppet, there's always a +1, and they were near the tower, so it could be a +2 instantly, So that was like a risky play.
Oh, Battle Fury found Aizen. They're on the high ground, they're just trying to set up for it, find a good angle for the grip.
Same spot. Oh no.
In they come. Grip and Rage doesn't come out in time. JG gonna get the wall as well. The NP not even needed for it. Just gonna throw the ultimate and get the last hit. Same spot twice in a row now that Ivory have lost their carry and have not been able to properly respond.
I mean, this has a lot to do with the previous move, right? When they gated and they died at top, they were supposed to find something at top and force people to TP top. But because they died there, there was like no pressure on the map, right? So Kukuis took full advantage. They moved towards the enemy jungle and they found the Ursa there. So that is, I think, really good on their part. I mean, you're starting to see the map being pressured a lot because the Darkseer is shopping the waves with the Iron Shell creep. And it's no risk, right? You can't really kill the hero when he's doing this, There's like literally no danger at all the Darkseer is in.
Exactly.
And you're forced to like bring heroes, at least a core hero, to defend the lane. And because of that, the Ursa is in danger of dying. And whenever he does that, he needs to actually count on his team to either make a smoke play to protect him, or they are already smoking across the map to create a play on the other side to force rotations.
Unfortunately, Ivory are doing none of those things right now. Just a final completion of the Helm Dog for Rapido. So he at least has his own creep to maybe start returning the push on the other side of the map. For now, all tier 1 towers on the side lane still standing.
Yeah, this is the time where their lineup is going to feel sluggish, right? Slow. Both the cores are going to want to farm. They get a sleep onto Drake, but it seems like there will be no backup. And they have to somehow find a way to survive this, right? And the best thing to do right now is use the bat to shove out waves, and you cannot be worried about dying on the bat. Two cores are going to look for space to farm.
Yeah. Grip available in just about 12 seconds. Might just be looking for a play here on Cuckoo.
Yeah,
Setting up on the
Cuckoo
map.
is the one that they need to keep tabs on. He's the one that's going to set up everything.
Yeah.
Good shot block.
Rapido might just have to be an ultimate pop if he wants to survive. The TPs are coming in now. He's leveling the ultimate at the very last moment. The sleep gonna be transferred over. It's just the Disruptor being pulled in for now. Can they capitalize? They actually grip the Disruptor. They just want to kill and they don't care who it's on.
No risk, I think that was a understandable play because they couldn't have known that if there were backup coming, from the Pango or the Ursa. so they didn't want to take any risk there. I think it
Yeah.
was a very reasonable play to creep him.
I mean, you also get him before he casts any of his spells, right? The Static Storm goes unused, so this is a free tower.
That is also another consideration, right? If you kill him, but he gets his Static Storm and Field on, let's say, 2 heroes, and the Pango TPs into roll, it could look ugly. So taking no risk there, that's how you know it is a do or die game, you know? Nobody
Yeah,
wants
these
to lose.
guys, like, there hasn't been any joking at all. We were sitting in the lobby for quite a while, you know, these guys are all friends. No funny chatting, no, like, little jabs at each other, no tipping. It's all locked in serious. 3k gold lead now for Cuckoos. This is a very different team from the one we saw yesterday, where there was a bit of messiness. They didn't really seem like they were synergizing well with each other. This time round, the draft makes a lot more sense. They're playing together, they're getting these skirmishes, they're setting up the map. Right now, it's Ivory's turn, though, to return them in kind, looking for a pick-off, perhaps onto Gabby up here in this top lane. But he smells it. He TPs out immediately.
Someone scanned it. You should pay that guy a lot more. I wish we could tell who used the scan. That's something I've been saying for a long time.
It would be really cool. It would be really cool. But how would you indicate that, you think, without disrupting the map? Like, maybe just like a small little hero icon next to the scan itself?
Yeah, just an icon, or maybe the color. Like whoever uses the scan has his hero color.
I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. They already have that for like the colorblind mode, right? Oh, DJ being caught out here. AB rune for Ken means that this should be a pretty free pick-off, I want to say. 3 members surrounding the poor Tusk Boy, and he's going to get absolutely poached. Unlucky, but Ken dominating. All things considered, as much as Ivory aren't really having the best game in this current game state, Ken is still doing a fantastic job.
A poach walrus, yeah? I didn't know
Yeah.
that was one of the delicacies you have in Singapore.
That's not what I said, Winter. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put a poached walrus in my mouth, actually. Cool. That's the setup. Drake losing a lot of HP. Lewis TP's in for the freebie. An immediate glimpse out. I guess they're just gonna have to settle for Cuckoo, but here's JG of the chase. Teehee, you can't get away from this one. Very, very unfortunate. JG will punch him in the back of the buttock. And all 3 calls here. Ken still sticking around. They're trying to set up for the fact that the Ursa's coming in with his blink, and Gabby is in major trouble. Nice surge though, saving the gyrocopter, sorry, for now, as Lewis comes back in with a second TP. Calder not going to connect onto Ken, as he's able to swashbuckle away. This has gone on for quite a while now, and I don't think they can chase any further. They'll try with DJ, but it might be a bit too deep again. He has to weave his way through the tree lines and get on out of there.
Yep, face boots, wind lace, plus the surge.
Yeah.
He's gonna be
Plus
fine.
the surge shard, actually. I didn't realize that the Darkseer just bought that up, but
Yeah,
the move
that
speed
is-
and the kite's so useful.
That is very good against the Ursa. Super good.
I mean, it's also great into the Abaddon, right? Because it's not like a slow that you can purge or anything like that. As long as you're running in the mist trail, it's gonna be slow. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not something you see all the time. It's a very good decision in this game. It's very useful, not just the Abaddon and the Ursa, even the Bat, you know, he's trying to run in to get a last one and getting
True.
slowed. It's very annoying.
It's kind of annoying, yeah. You know how they could make it even more busted? If they made it do like kick
Wow.
damage, then it cancels Blink Dagger. Oh,
Why
that
do
could be-
they even need to make it busted? It's already so useful.
Dota is a
Just
game
for
of
the
making
lulz,
things
right?
more busted. Yeah, just for the fun of it. Darkseer doesn't get enough love, man. Cuckoo being glimpsed away. He's just running. He's running circles. Old man's got legs. But I don't think he can get away from Ken. He's still trying. Dancing around. Has a brain sap. Still trying to dodge away the swashbuckle. It's not going to be enough. And grip. Come on. Insult to injury. Ken just gets danced on.
But how are they supposed to get that kill? That was such a... Like, after he missed the field and he couldn't trap him, I think that was it, right? He had haste. They were chasing a hasted Bane.
Dire are scanning.
I don't know about that. Like, that
Sure,
kind of felt like...
the roll is slightly faster, but I don't know, still... It was just...
I've never seen
Okay,
like
it's just for the
Bane-
lows, okay? Just for us to wake up, you know, in the early time of the morning. People
Yeah,
need to
it's-
watch some funny reel of a Pango chasing a hasted Bane.
Yeah,
not
yeah,
getting
it's
a
for the
kill,
content. It's for the content, actually.
Getting gripped right at the end and dying.
Yeah.
I was surprised nothing actually came out after the Bane gripped him, you know. No tips. Oh no,
Yeah, people
actually
don't
said
round it.
broken ankle.
Wait, did
He actually said something.
Oh wait, I didn't even see. That's funny. Okay, the first bit of all chat here, content match. And just a reminder, don't worry, folks. This is not like beef or anything. These guys are all friends, but of course, You gotta put friendship aside when it's for qualification spot, when it's for your survival here in the close qualifiers.
Yeah, there's no friends when it's coming down to who is going to go home today. The friendship gets tossed out of the window, Mike.
Exactly.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
This
here's
is a
for
job.
blood.
I'll have you know, it's business. Nothing personal. Lewis showing in the mid lane, Drake trying to get a catch. They
that's a good
grab
target.
Cuckoo instead. That's a great target. Taking out the potential for a grip return. It's still on cooldown, but Eisen dropping very low now. It looks like Cuckoos, they want to try and angle for some sort of a fight or a response, but just can't find the vision.
Yeah, I think they kind of need to lead in with their smoke, right? So far we've seen Ivory make 2 smoke plays already. They're the ones leading the charge with Pango. I feel like Gyro has to kind of do something, you know. I know he wants to farm the BKB, but the pacing of the game requires him to, I feel like, be the one to lead the smoke. Because Darkseer and MP, they don't want to be in the smoke, right? They want to be pushing out waves. So the
Yeah,
Gyro is
exactly.
the one that has to bring the 2 bodyguards, the Bane and the Tusk, to make a move.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, the sentiment that you mentioned still remains true, right? The fact that Cuckoo is the main person setting up a lot of these moves. You're going to take advantage of the fact that the roll was down a bit earlier to make a movement up to the top lane, secure the Tormentor for themselves. DJ gets a shard. Big shards.
Bane would argue that he's shy with that.
Yeah.
He only has 3 points in the braid set.
Yeah, I mean, his main job isn't brain set damage, right? But that's going to open up the bot lane Roche for Ivory. I feel like
this
that's
is
always
the
going to be
classic-
easy for them to get as long as the Rolling
the
Thunder is
classic
up. It's
trait.
hard, right?
You get Tormentor, the other team gets the Roshan.
They do it so quickly too. Basher complete now on Eisen. We haven't really talked a lot about this Ursa apart from the early stage of the game, but he's been quietly farming himself up a pretty solid game. Neck and neck with the Gyro, and his item progression's pretty on point.
Yeah, I mean, the other reason why Ursa has been one of the most stable carries in the patches, he's a great helm killer. He sees a creep, he daggers over, he slows with the Earthshock, and he just swipes it to death very, very fast. Because whenever you have all these random creeps moving around, you want heroes that can kill the creep easily without committing too much, you know. So Ursa is perfect for that, and he's a difficult target to kill.
It only gets more and more difficult as the game goes on. Once you get stuff like that shard or the Aghanim somewhere down the line, BKBs, it's...
Yeah, it seems,
He's always going to be
seems like a
enraged
good-
like half the time.
Seems like a good Aghanim game against the Bane.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I thought that's kind of maybe the reason why they picked the Ursa, just to
He's
nullify
going
that.
for BKB. I feel like Aghanim's kind of gives you a lot more. Because you only worry about getting grip, and that's it. You know, you might die from full to 0 from the grip.
Yeah.
So that is your main concern, you know.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, what do you think the BKB is for? Just to shrug off some of this magic damage
And
coming
there's-
out from...
Yeah, there's a lot of magic damage. That's probably why he feels the need to go for it. And then you don't have a pipe, right? Because your balance is okay. That is
Where you
Thunderbolt.
going, Lewis?
That is Thunderbolt. The fastest,
vroom.
the fastest ball in the south.
The South, okay.
I don't know. I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You got there in the end. It's okay. You know what would be cool? I wish like you could like... In Thunderbolt, it like uncaps your move speed, and then you get a surge on top. You're just like flying, blitzing
Bro,
across the
I'm
map.
so glad you're not the guy balancing the
Design... Okay.
bro.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
What
Be a
the
hater
hell?
all you want.
I love-
These are all... Look, these are fun ideas, man. I feel like they could totally make sense in like an Overthrow or like an Aghanim's Labyrinth or something like that. You know? It's fun.
Yeah, not fun for the Ursa, going to bed early.
Yeah. Getting punched up. A BKB would have been real nice here, but he still has the Enrage and the second life. Meanwhile, backline TT dropping low. Gets the Static Storm off, but Eisen able to get shielded out. The vacuum pulls him back in. This is a very awkward position now, but Drake gonna come through with that pull, not allowing the grip to go off, but now Cuckoo, he's free from the shackles and he can throw the grip out onto the Pango, holding him in place. The BKB there from Gabby, but he's still able to finish the roll off, kill up the Bane, and now JG, he's dropping so low. You don't have enough damage on Gabby to punch through the thick health bars of Rupido. And now with the borrowed time finally running out, they will be able to gun him down. It's Ken. Some move speed. I'm not sure whether that was the tail end of a haste rune or something like that, but homing missile closing in. DJ having to buy back to win this fight as they kill off Ken as well, and Drake's the only one to survive.
That is a worthy buyback there from DJ. Oh no, he's gonna get...
Oh no. Anyway,
they got him.
okay.
And he
That's
got the
crazy.
shrine, but that was still well played by Kuku. He's getting the 2 extra kills, you know, towards the end, towards the kill end. Worthy of the plus buyback. Now they are going to be looking for more, you know, if they can actually find the disruptor here. They know he's already spawning. Kuku is already running around to try to look for some extra kills here.
Radiant's top tower
I mean, before we sort of further talk about whatever actions happening, what
Hang
went
on,
wrong in that
hang
fight?
on.
Uh-oh.
Hang
Grip?
on, oh
Kuku?
no.
Yeah,
TP
I'm
for
sure
us,
it's fine here. Just holding on, not wanting to use the grip if possible. And they don't even need it. He can save it. The Godfather knows.
What does he know? He knows the Ursa is alone.
I think he knows what exactly he needs to do. And I mean, also he didn't have grip, so I was just yapping about nothing. He used the grip in that early... Damn, the cooldown on this shit is...
are scattered.
I keep forgetting just how long it is. 120 seconds, that's 2 minutes. Punch up.
It's an imba spell,
found
my
Ken.
friend. You cannot have
Yeah,
a
it
short
is.
cooldown.
Now there's a lot of imba spells this game. Static Storm coming out far too late as Rupido now being gunned down by Lewis. Just TPing brazenly forward. A secondary freebie. Teehee next to fall. I mean, I don't know what exactly happened in that top fight, I'll be frank with you. It felt like the Ursa with the Aegis, that should have been a very easy tower take for them in the one fight. They end up losing everything here, and Ivory, they are starting to bleed big time.
I actually disagree with you. I don't think he should be hitting the tower. It should be the Abaddon.
Yeah, I mean, is that why
It's
they lost the
either-
fight? Because he's the one hitting the tower.
It's either the Abaddon should be hitting the tower or the Ursa has to finish it usually or whatever he wants to buy, you know. I think the plot was lost.
They
on-
lost it a little bit, yeah. Okay.
Because you have the Aegis, you kind of feel like, okay, we're strong, we want to fight, you know. But in actual fact, they need the BKB or the Axe on the Ursa. He needs to finish that item. And then if they ever want to hit the tower, Abaddon is the one that should be hitting the tower. Because Ursa cannot be gone on. He got gone on there. They were forced to go into an awkward position to try to save him. And yeah, I mean, sure, they got like a pretty good roll with the Thunderbolt. They killed 2 or 3 heroes. But you couldn't save the Ursa with the Aegis, right? That is like the biggest problem.
Yeah,
right,
I will say...
right now, even with the BKB, I feel like he still can die, you know, if he gets good. That's why
He just has to be the one coming into the fight later, right? He can't afford to be showing first and
You need to
letting
let
them set up.
the Abaddon go in. Rupido has to go in, like take some distractions or create some distractions for that matter, and kind of force them to go on him, you know, because he's a hero that actually can't die, you know.
I'm getting really impressed by this mid-Nature's Prophet. I feel like it can do so much work if it's given a bit of time. Sure, the early laning stage might not be great, but you kind of propel yourself with some of these early ganks, and then after your Blade Mail, your Spirit Vessel, you are quite a difficult target to take down. You can scale into damage as well. He now has a completed Mjolnir.
I mean, this hero just farms really, really quickly because of the ability to TP around, but hang on.
Oh, Kuku. Are you serious?
He knows.
Are you serious?
He knows.
How did they know the immediate blink out? The sentry was not in range, but Tiki's gonna have to pay with his life for it. The rest of Ivory able to escape because of his sacrifice.
He has buyback. He wants to come back.
Waiting for an opportunity here. Vacuum on only onto Rupido. There's still a borrowed time available. Has to pop it. Ken coming through with the Rolling Thunder now. Thunderbolt. It's really quick. The lasso up, but doesn't get him to the high ground. Gabby's still firing away. The punch is there from DJ. Holding in Ken, and no more swashbuckle, no more shield crash. Only crashing into the ground. 6 feet under is Ken. And Gabby surged up ready for the chase. Popping the BKB. Turn around to Aizen. Gabby has to be careful, but he doesn't fear a thing. He knows the rest of his team is around him to help. They won't overdive though. Drake jumping forward, getting pulled back in. I'm surprised he didn't get punished even more there, but Rupido now, Tumblr's toying in. What the hell is going on?
They wanted to give vision for against. That's why they were playing so aggressive. I mean, that is like still, you see the power of Ursa against the Gyro, right? Gyro can't exactly run up and fight the Ursa once you get a lot of the furry swap stacks, you know, on you. I mean, especially when you get the level 20 soon on the Ursa, when you have the furry swipes applying on Earthshock with the shard, then it's going to get harder and harder for the Gyro, you know. The Gyro has to kind of respect that.
Oh dear, Kuku. He's been found out again. Hold that thought about the Gyro respecting. Using Ghost Scepter, maybe trying to buy time for his team. They're coming over now, but Aizen has an AD rune. This might not be the fight that you want. It's one that the Ursa can wait for his time for, and he's just gonna swipe down that Nature's Prophet. A slight misstep off the fact that they were just trying to save their captain, ends up with 2 pickoffs for free.
Yeah, good stuff from Ivory. He's getting some kills here. Kind of hoping the Roshan will be spawning right now so they can kill it with the AD on Ursa. No luck.
So how do you approach this Ursa now that Ivory are starting to get these items and they're starting to work out the formula? Okay, we put Rupido in first. He's gonna be the first one to show. What do you need to do as Kukuis to still maintain control in these fights?
They need to get the right jump. I think at the end of the day, it's the right jump. The Bane is the one that's going to be setting up everything, so he cannot afford to be the first one getting jumped. Or at least the Tusk needs to be around to save him, or even the Darkseid with the Surge, right? So their team fight is pretty straightforward for the Bane. You need to wait for the Bane to find a target, whereas the rest of them just probably, sit behind the Gyro and watch the Gyro hit the tower. You have this Darkseid vacuum wall into probably call down. Not the most impressive, but that's the only thing they have.
Initiation onto Aizen here. Nice snowball through DJ with setup. So much damage coming out from the Nature's Wrath, and the Rolling Thunder can't save him in time. Aizen popping the BKB, just getting gripped up. Nice save there from Rupido. The sleep couldn't come through, but the bear still goes down. He can't do enough here as Ken able to slide out of trouble at the last moment, but DJ not gonna let him escape there. Everything set up by the Tusk. Perfect play from the position 4 of Kukuis, as now it's Kukuis on the high ground.
That was a perfect way to start the fight. The Bane finds the Ursa again, and they get the grip on. Sure, the Baron kind of dispels it towards the end, but it was just too late. The damage has already been done. Ursa has BKB used, and once the BKB is down, he's just gonna die to all the magic damage.
This is looking like such a different Kukuis coming in from yesterday. Their draft, their lineup just worked so nicely together. All the components firing off. A 17k gold lead at 31 minutes. And they're looking to take at least 2 lanes of Rags here. Even TPing to the top lane to stop this push from coming through. Realistically though, I'm not sure whether they can kill Rupido, but they're starting to run around the corner with Bane and the Tusk. Is he gonna be okay here? Oh, he's on... Oh no. Oh no, this Abaddon. He's on the high ground. I don't know how much this, yeah, he's not gonna get out there. Okay.
The only thing that he's going to be getting out is this game. But Gabby is getting lassered back.
So the Static Storm doesn't have the BKB. He uses the Satanic. He needs help. He's being bumped around. The Fury Stack starting to swipe out, but he still had a huge Lotus in his pocket. And now the supporting cast has arrived. And Rage is running out. Sleeping is the bear, and he's gonna have nightmares about this game. GG is called as Kukuis able to take game number 1 against Ivory.
And he just outclassed them in terms of macro play, moving around the map, setting up kills, taking the waves. I think this has a lot to do with Nature's Prophet plus Darkseid shocking out the waves without really committing to their heroes. You just do it by casting your ulti or Iron Shell on the neutral creeps or the lane creeps, so they were able to find a lot of better smoke moves. Ivory, on the other hand, they did have some moments where they smoked and they got some kills, They killed the Nature's Prophet, they found Kuku a couple of times, but not like a very important one where it could lead them to getting certain objectives in the game. I always felt like Kukuis, they were in charge of the game. They had better map control. They were getting the more important objectives. I think the only objectives that Ivory were able to secure is the first Roshan. And
I think it's the first Roche only.
Maybe one more. Did they get the second one? I don't remember, but those are only the moments they felt like they were trying to accomplish something and they did it, But apart from that, I felt like they didn't really understand that their heroes require a lot more farm. So even when they had the Aegis the first time they were pushing up the tier 2 top, I didn't feel comfortable with their lineup doing that, because they needed more time and more items. Sometimes when you get Aegis, it is a farming Aegis and it is not a fighting Aegis.
Yeah, it might feel that way when you're playing a hero like the Ursa, right? You just think, okay, I got Enraged, I'm unkillable,
it's
I just want to run it down.
It's not just Ursa, it's the overall composition. You have Abaddon, Radiance, on your offlane. So essentially you have 2 carries. So you have to understand that and you have to take it slow. As long as you get towards the late game with scaling items on Abaddon and Ursa, I don't feel like they're going to lose the game. Their lineup is just superior when it comes to past 40-50 minutes. Gyro alone is not going to be able to deal with Abaddon and Ursa, and you have the Darkseid vacuum wall, but that is not as reliable, in the late game team fights. Something could go wrong And those two targets, the Ursa and the Abaddon, they are not heroes that you can just burst in 1 or 2 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, we never got to that late game that you're speaking of, but maybe we will get to a second game, maybe even a third, if Ivory can punch back in this game number 2. We'll find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in is biach shelan.
Game number 2 of Cuckoos versus Ivory here at the DreamLeague Season 27 close qualifiers for the Southeast Asia region. Purp, Sneeze and Winter bring you the action, and that game number 1, had its fair share of a little bit clowny moments, was messy here and there, but Winter, you were saying that the entire time you believe that Cuckoos had it in the bag from the very start.
Did I? Stop putting
Yes.
words in my mouth.
Damn, someone wind the tape back. That's exactly what he said.
There
He
is
said,
no tape.
I never...
There is no tape. There is no evidence. I'm going to use the Clean Slate app to delete
Wow. The clean, jeez, okay. A lot more that I think especially Ivory are hoping to delete here. They would love to erase that game 1 from their record if possible. But now, unfortunately for them, they are 1 game away from being eliminated in this close qualifier and losing their shot at DreamLeague Season 27. It's time to lock in.
It's time to bring out the big guns, Your backs are against the wall. You have to come up with some Meepo. You do it. Meepo is a good hero right now. You show them what you've got.
Wait, where's this Meepo coming from? Are you just making shit up, or is this...
No.
Is this real?
What do you mean making shit up? Meepo is a decent hero right now. What do you mean making...
No, I
You can
I agree, but why...
You can deal with the
do
helm creep,
Okay. Did you have any inside information about Ivory and their tendency to Meepo, or what? Is this just like a...
I'm just talking Dota. It's not Ivory specific.
Okay, alright.
10 seconds remaining.
Meepo could be really nice here as
You think
overall last pick,
even
but
if
they don't have it.
know about some insider information about Ivory, you think I'm gonna reveal it to you and ruin my source,
Oh, true, yeah, okay. You need a... Sure.
I need to keep it close to the chest, Pretend I don't know.
Right. Okay. Yeah, let's leave it that
who's
way. You
gonna
can keep
give you any more information if you keep leaking it?
That's true. You gotta. But then what do you do with that information? You just sit there and know it like a sneaky little rat.
Yeah, just like the teams, they know what their opponents are doing or are going to do, and then they just bait them into doing it, and then pick a hero to counter. Just look at the bans, Sometimes they are intentional. You just have to understand it.
I mean, bans, since we're on that topic, I think one thing we've noticed, at least from today and yesterday, is that these Southeast Asian teams don't really seem to prioritize the Naga. The teams that brought out Naga didn't have the most success with it, despite it being easily the most contested hero at TI recently.
It is the best position 5 hero by far. Only at high level games. But not
So
the
what
game,
level
not,
game is
not the
this
games
right
that
now?
we play, You should stick to your ogre in your games, If you try Naga in your games, it is going to be horrible.
All right, man. You just lit a fire under my butt. Now I'm gonna learn to become the best Naga player ever. You just watch me lose 500 MMR in the process, ignore it, and I'll be there. Just give me like
5 seconds.
a month.
A month?
Is that too short or is that too? I can't even tell from your reaction.
You think like this is like some simple hero, a month?
How
Okay,
many
man.
years do you need? How long do you need to learn the Naga Siren? Like if you're queuing like 3-4 games a day.
Are you going to play every game with the same hero? That's what you're telling me? Do you have the discipline
I'm not.
to lose on Naga 10 games in a day?
Okay, I will say, I know this is very superficial, but a large part of my ability to spam a hero is whether they have a funny voice line.
Dire team ban.
Just like Ogre?
Because if I'm losing on Olga, I can just throw out a funny voice line and everything's fine, it doesn't feel as shit. But if I'm losing as Naga, she goes like, I don't even know what Naga says. What does Naga even say?
No idea.
No Slytherin. No, wait, that's not even Naga. That's literally Slada. Okay, whatever.
Same hero.
It's the same thing. They're both fishers. Okay, let's get back to the draft here. Bat Rider coming out again. Your favorite hero. You mentioned that last game it worked out and it made a lot of sense, at least draft-wise for the matchups, but it didn't end up winning the game. But now Kukuis are just picking it up really early on. What is this about?
They want to find the Earthshaker. They think that Bat Rider is a decent hero to counter the Earthshaker. Because in the team fights, Earthshaker is the boss. He's the king. If you do not find that goddamn Earthshaker, you're going to be goddamn echo slammed and you lose the
10
team fight.
seconds remaining.
Okay. This, so the way to deal with
I
Earthshaker is
also
just
think
to...
it could be a call for them. I know JG plays the hero. And the way they're opening up the draft right now leads me to think that this Bat is going to be a call, not a support. Task Bat, crazy lane.
Yeah, fair. I can see that. I mean, you seem to be a big believer in this Bat Rider core, even though it's not really something that we've seen as of late.
You really don't believe in anything you don't see. You have no faith.
Yeah.
If you don't see something,
the only thing
it
I can
must be
trust is
bad,
my
right?
eyes.
If you don't
Okay.
see people doing it, it must be bad, yeah.
No, that's not right. But I mean, if the stats don't lie, there's a reason why certain heroes are picked more than others, right? Like, for example, the Shadow Demon. This is a hero we saw a lot at TI. A lot of good defensive potential, ways to save, great purge as well to slow down some of these supports.
Radiant
Can stack for the Earthshaker, everything you could want in the Zeus coming out. Okay.
Radiant team pick.
Zeus is an interesting hero right now. He's a very good pop hero, I would say. Very good at babysitting in the lane because of your, I think, live wire facet. So no one
Yeah.
can out-trade you. Shadow Demon is good for obvious reasons. He's good against the bat. So to speak, it's a save, you can disrupt the lasso
10
target.
seconds remaining.
But Zeus is definitely interesting. And one thing about Zeus is,
5
I think in the
seconds
team fight, we've been always emphasizing, okay, you need vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
The team fight is about the start. You need to see where their heroes are. So Zeus is definitely the hero for that.
Yeah, I wonder how it's gonna do. Do you reckon this is gonna be a position 5 for Tihi? Because I remember a period in time where Kuku was actually running this as position 5
I mean,
quite a bit.
the bat is the call right now, I just want you to know. Before you derail the conversation, bat is going to be the call.
Yeah, you're right. I guess so.
Combo.
I mean, with the centaur being picked, it has to be
Stampede-
mid, right?
Stampede the bat, you know, when he lassos. Run away. Drag the guy with you.
Sure, yeah. Cover a lot of distance.
Yeah,
That's
put him,
fine.
put him in the cart, you know, and then you're right clicking and killing him.
Oh shit. Yeah, that could be pretty funny. A lot of high move speed, exciting criminal chases that could happen here in this game number 2. What are you looking for in terms of Ivory to deal with this lineup though? Because you already picked both your supports, right? Does the core need to be some hero with like a second life? Or...
Bloodseeker. Rupture him. He can run away.
The classic Bloodseeker Zeus combo as well. You get everybody low and then your thirst starts going crazy.
I'm afraid it's a thing from the past. It's a relic from another era.
Okay. Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't think we'll see the Bloodseeker?
No.
Okay. Ursa Warrior makes a lot more sense here for the lane matchup into the Centaur.
He belongs to the current era. The
Yes.
current era of carries will not exceed having 5 heroes. It's going to be Ursa, Sven, TA. I think these 3 are the most common ones. And then you have the occasional TB. Maybe
And the gyrocopter
the
here and
occasional
there.
gyro. Okay, there's also the occasional Baron. But that's about it. Like maybe 6-7 heroes. I mean, it's still quite a bit, you know. Like it's not a small pool. And then sometimes you see a Phases Void. And there's also the anti-mage that pops up with the helm. Actually, there's quite a
What
bit.
is the matchup that you want to go for here then? Because Cuckoo is obviously going to last pick their carry, right? So what do you actually want into this Ursa Shadow Demon?
Throw Warlord.
Ooh.
Get kited
yeah,
by
that could be-
SD, but Throw is a good matchup against Ursa. There is one
Isn't
more.
it annoying though?
There's
Because
one
the
more
Earthshaker's just going to chain stun.
I mean, you have Pugna to save you. You have Snowball.
I guess so.
You have Sazian. You have to remember, Mike, it is not a 1 versus 1 game. You
5
have
seconds
teammates. They
remaining.
have teammates. It's all about who uses their team better. You have saves.
Okay.
I think other than
What do
the throw, maybe. I mean, Jug is a risky one. Yeah, Jug is probably bad. Yeah, Jug is bad against Ursa. Probably just throw. Throw.
You choose to ban out the tier instead.
Yeah, throw is like good. I mean, TB is like a slower pace game, you know. I mean, you can definitely kite the Ursa when you get Skadi and you have Thunder, but it's a hero that needs a lot of farm. And Zeus and
5
Earthshaker kind of
seconds
good
remaining.
against the TB.
Radiant
Yeah.
team
I guess the Centaur can build pipe in that case, but they're going to end things out with a Pango. So Ken going back to a pick that he performed pretty nicely on. I want to say this is a mid Pango just with how confident he was, but they can still switch things up obviously between the Shaker and the Pango in mid or off lane.
Nobody wants to lane into the bat, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You may now select
Okay.
your heroes.
A lot more stable than the Troll, I guess. A lot more options. And we already saw this matchup, right? The Sven versus the Ursa. On paper, the Ursa is a good matchup because you can always stack enough damage into the Sven. But we saw the Sven previously just swipe down the Ursa 3-4 hits when Enrage is not available.
Yeah, and then the decrab is not going to be a problem this game because that's, guess what? Shadow Demon, the constant purge, dispel. But,
Okay.
But on the other hand, you do have Centaur, Stampede to run away. You're going to be seeing Pangolier. Okay, the Pango doesn't have the Thunderbolt this time. Double jump. Off,
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Off lane.
Off lane Pango.
So you're not going to be able to
10
run down the
seconds
Stampede.
remaining.
That's fine, right? That's what the blink is for. The initial sort of connection in is going to be more than enough, maybe.
He is quite good at finding the Pugna. Whenever you're playing to Pugna, you need someone to actually go behind and just stop him from just constantly healing his teammates. Yeah, on the other hand, Pugna is kind of like also a double-edged sword for the Pango. The decrab stops all your damage because you're all physical on Pango.
Well, we started the draft talking a lot about this Bat Rider being a core. You were absolutely right, Winter. It's Lewis playing that in the mid lane, and it's up against Ken. We already know that matchup won't be the funnest for the Earthshaker, but how does Lewis contribute to this lineup? Like, what kind of build is he going to go for? Like, what are we expecting from him from the mid lane?
Carry. There's only one way as Bat Rider core. You go Arsonist,
Like, which blade?
you build... no. I think you go Hurricane Pipe first. Dragonlance Hurricane Pipe. Because you need the Falstaff. You need to kite the Ursa. You need to... It's just useful for this hero. Then you lasso, you get the you get a pike off. Then at some point you're gonna have to buy, I think, BKB. For sure, you need BKB. I think
Okay,
you
well,
go
we'll see.
pike Dragonlance BKB. Sometimes you see a Manta if you can go greedy, but I think the general items that you're looking for is pike, BKB, and then dagger later.
Yes, that's going to be pretty nice for the Bat Rider into some of the burst damage, magic damage coming out from Ivory. Game number 2 here, Ivory on their last legs, they choose to put their eggs in the last pick Pango in that off lane for Rupido. One of his pocket picks for sure. And Aizen on that Ursa. The good carry to carry matchup on paper with the backup of the Shadow Demon. Early smoke out though. Here comes Kukuis. Looking for trouble. They'll find Rupido on the high ground, but with the smoke breaking, they don't feel confident to just run up into a potential massacre.
Don't want to be 5v5ing a Zeus at level 1. Arc like me.
No.
GG, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
Zeus is like one of those heroes. Zeus, Warlock, you don't want to fight them 5v5 at level 1.
And also, I mean, Rupido, if he's the one on the front lines, he's just gonna get a big, fat, double jump shield crash, right? And suddenly, it's basically like he has a shield rune.
Yeah, don't want to be running into that. It's gonna be probably still some attempts here to get first blood on the bottom side. I'm not sure if Ivory actually figure things out. They're gonna place like both wards on the river to see where the heroes are. Trying to sneak another rune, maybe get a third rune. Let's see if they can do it. Seems like they might be the ones on the losing end here because they split their resources. Okay, they get the rune, so it's fine. 2 apiece. It was close though. They could have actually lost the rune there. It was risky to split their resources up. Because the Earthshaker even went back to block the creeps, so he felt like they were confident to get the runes, That was risky.
Yeah. It's all good though. Peace and quiet to start us off, and of course, nothing better than a pause to begin the festivities. Okay, last game
you should change
we
your
had...
name to perma-pause, because you like to talk about pausing the game so much. Not
I literally have only mentioned it once.
You mentioned it twice in the last game when we didn't have to mention. Oh, since the game is paused, we are going to go to a commercial break.
And this is just like the Poached Walrus, man. There's so much stuff in my mouth right now that you've put in. It's very uncomfortable.
But the Poached Walrus is something that you said, You said they're poached.
More words in my unbelievable. Winter, you're gonna have to pack it up here. Top lane, trade out. Aizen taking quite a lot of damage. This is what we talked about a little bit with the Ursa. Even though he is good into the melee matchup with a Tusk and a Centaur, it's a deceptively strong lane, right?
And you get stronger over time. The Zeus is going to ensure that you get to at least level 3. I think level 3, once you get the second point of the swipes, that's when the lane becomes really difficult for the melee heroes, right? And Zeus is very, very strong at level 1. He has the jump. He should be fine. Yeah, nobody outtrades the Zeus at this point. I mean, he almost died because he wasn't a fair fight. They tagged him. I think eventually his job is to soak up some of the aggression from the Tusk and the Centaur and ensure that the Ursa gets to his level 3 as soon as possible.
I like the fact that he went for the jump at level 1, because I think most of the time you'd be, I guess, wanting
Lightning
to get
bolt.
that nuke with a lightning bolt just to put in the damage, but he understands that if he gets tagged him once and he doesn't have that, he'll just instantly die.
Yeah,
right?
but the thing with the build of going this jump first is you don't really push them out as much as you can in the lane. You don't use your mana basically. But on the other hand, you can be very aggressive with how you're standing in the lane because you can just jump over the shard if he has shard at level 2.
Yeah. He's just trying to sort of push these 2 bruisers away from his carry, preserve as much of the HP as possible.
Ursa's level 2, having a decent amount of CS, 8 and 0, but the lane has already pushed up so far, because of how much dragging the Centaur has been doing. So JG is going to be able to control this lane really well. And on the flip side of things, how are we doing on the Sven? Sven is 9 and 6. He also has the creeps under his tower, so he is A-OK as well. It should
So many denies already for Gabby, actually. That's quite significant, no?
I think it's only significant for the level 2 spike. Maybe the level 3 spike, but usually I feel like the denies just don't really matter as much nowadays.
Okay.
Are you that much of an old school player? Yeah. During, I want to say what, 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago, that's when the denies matter a lot, you know. So you see a lot of the mid matchups become very, very intense.
Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't there this patch where the denies actually gave you a little bit of the EXP as well? I think that's when it really reached a peak.
I think 10 years ago. That was actually 10 years ago.
Was that actually 10 years ago? Solo kill though.
Yeah, it was.
In the mid lane, Ken gets greedy
2015.
for a water rune, and because of that, pays with his life.
I mean, they were also kind of like fighting each other, you know. Like he was close to killing. I mean, the bat was like very low, like less than 10% health.
Yeah.
I mean, this matchup is difficult for the Shaker, you know. The fact that the Shaker actually came close to killing the bat, I think that was quite surprising as well.
It feels like a classic bat situation though. You always kind of get yourself really, really low while chasing down heroes in their own tower and then escape with a sliver of HP and get the kill anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true as well. Bat Rider likes to play on the edge all the time. I mean, this lane is just... I feel like Earthshaker has no play in the lane anymore. Once Bat, level 5 Bat, you're just gonna die with a couple of stacks on your head. And Drake, on the other hand, gets a kill on the Godfather, so to speak. You like to call him the Godfather.
Yeah, that's why he's known as, right? The godfather of Filipino Dota.
What about Ronald? Rom. I thought he was the I thought he was the true father of Filipino Dota.
I mean, there's him, and then like maybe next generation, like I would put Chemo up there as well as one of the sort of main linchpins. I mean, he founded Execration, right? And he was with Interactive Philippines for so long. I'm not gonna claim to be a historian of Filipino Dota. All I know is that Cuckoo's the current sort of senior, I would say.
The current senior, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, man's a father. You know, he's got a kid.
So the other person left from his generation is probably DJ, right? Everyone else
is like sort of more new gen.
The new gen,
right?
Players.
I mean, at least the people in this game. Would you consider Gabby new gen or old gen?
He's definitely new gen. He's not old gen. He's not old enough. He's old, but not old enough.
It feels like he's been around for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, imagine being Cuckoo.
Shit, don't say that. Cuckoo, I don't need to imagine being him because I'm watching him suffer right now. Fighting on to Drake. He will get that kill, but Ken, nice bit of recovery gold for him. Will find that EXP from the trade-off.
Hashtag worth.
Hashtag worth indeed. That was all a setup from Drake actually to inject more gold into the Earthshaker. Wait, what the hell is this? Where?
Earthshaker has nowhere to go. Can't go to lane. Can't jungle. I mean, he can jungle, but it's so slow. So he needs to stack. Cuckoo understands that, so he's already on the mission to block the camps.
Yeah. Ken's not really having the best of times here, but this is kind of what we expected from the Shadow Demon, right? The main reason why you pick this, apart from how powerful his kit is, he can make stacks like no other. It's so simple for him.
Not if your King jungles on, what, Chen?
Oh, yeah. No, that's a different discussion altogether.
Enigma. Triple cam stack.
Yeah, it's crazy for that. I don't know. Okay.
Gotta have some finesse, you know, for that.
Oh, for sure. Need some acrobatics involved. Cuckoo and Gabby posturing very aggressively up here below the tier 1 tower. I guess Cuckoo just understands that he can trade thanks to the siphoning ward, and Drake forced to relinquish this position. Meanwhile, Tiki in the mid lane manages to get Ken out of that sticky situation, but Lewis, he's not even leveling the lasso, he just runs you down.
Doesn't even need the lasso.
Looking to play for the Wisdom Shrine here. That's going to be very painful to lose, but Lewis is over here. Trying to TP in now on the Zeus. Lewis needs to be careful not to overextend here. Taking a bit of damage already, but still very tanky with that early belt of strength. More than enough stats still. Dropping low, Stampede coming through. Lewis is gonna end up going down, but with Cuckoo and his siphoning ward, they just can't fight into it. Rapido, the last hit, Cuckoo will find it past the tree line. The tower armor isn't enough. Gabby manages to chase away the Shadow Demon, and even though they lose the Bat Rider, they get a big win.
That is a very, very huge exchange. Losing the Bat Rider was worth it. Getting the Shrine, the 2 kills. I mean, Earthshaker is kind of happy that the Bat left. Celebrating, you know. I get a creep wave. There's no Bat Rider on my lane. Bat Rider is on the Ursa's lane now.
Uh-oh, that's not good. No Stampede needed. There is an Enrage. He's holding on to try and maybe bait out the lasso, but little does he know, Lewis doesn't even have it. They'll have to trade out though for the Centaur, a sacrifice well worth it. Meanwhile, kills happening on the other side of the map. Drake going down to Cuckoo again.
Body block. That's a convenient angle stem to clear the camps as well.
Keep tipping each other. It's just such a battle for these creeps in the triangle right now. Gabby's stealing away quite a lot of them. Teehee trying to push them back, but
The all chats are starting.
yeah. They are good friends after all, and maybe ease up some of the tension, right? The last thing you want is to let the pressure get to your head, but I can't imagine that Ken's having a good time. Look at his net worth, just not where you want to be as the Shaker.
Well, I feel like based on the start, this is quite reasonable. This is actually good for him.
He started to get run down here. Lasso
this
finally
is your
skilled.
fault, you know. You say like Ken's. The moment you call him out and then he dies, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he's just helping me prove my point. Good guy Ken, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it, buddy.
It just stinks to lane against Bat Rider. Bat Rider is like a disgusting hero to lane against if you're a melee hero. Unless you're some slug or Baden.
I mean, honestly, even if you're a ranged hero, if he manages to get a nice flame break on you and start gooing
But
you
at
up,
least you
it's-
can CS, you know, you can CS from a distance.
Yeah, I guess so.
What do you do if you're a melee hero?
I guess if you're Earthshaker, you press fissure once every like 20 seconds.
You're
and hope for the
drenched
best.
in oil,
Oh.
in tar.
Oh, don't say that. Okay.
You're drenched, you
That's
know.
little-
You can't even walk up and take one creep. Every time you try and take one creep, you get bounced back with flame break, and maybe you die.
Yeah. Earthshaker just oiled up in the mid lane, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
And then you have to remember smoldering resin. That's what takes you down.
yeah. It's a deceptive amount of damage. It doesn't really look like a lot, but it ends up doing quite a bit. DJ here with punch at the setup, forcing the enrage out. JG starting to take some Fury Swipes hits. And setting up is Drake there with the disruption. The rest of the team has come in. Ivory looking to punish. A nice stampede to bail him out of that situation. DJ, has he really found the distance? Starting the Rolling Thunder now. Rupido on the chase. DJ,
Oh,
a
nice.
beautiful, come on. But it's left Lewis in a high and dry situation. The rest of Ivory are going to turn around for the bigger kill. The Bat
actually
Rider.
just killed the bat.
I think he just killed the bat.
Who is the true carrier of the team? DJ.
Radiant's top
Or
tower
Luis.
is under
That's true.
attack. Our skirmishes
I'll keep it up for everyone to speculate, right? We are not gonna call out anyone.
Yeah. But there's a clear priority system, and I don't know whether the Bat Rider's on that list. Because he's been sort of sacrificed a few times now. Maybe this is the way he proves their loyalty to them, right? He just came out from Execration, and they're like, if you want to be a true member of the Cuckoos, you gotta die for the brothers.
Are you like referencing
that
some
alright?
kind of like John Wick movie? You have to prove your
Is this a-
fealty.
Is that? I mean, that could be like
top tower is under
every movie that has any relation to gangs or mafia. Right?
Yeah, you have to sacrifice.
That's
one
could be
of,
a-
sacrifice
like
one
a-
of your fingers.
Oh, yeah. Where's that even from? I feel like that's such a common trope these days. Oh, cut off a finger to show that. Wait, isn't that more like an Asian
you know,
thing? Like
you know, in Dota terms, that is like sacrificing yourself to allow your support to live. Right? That's a call. That's how
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. That's how you prove your loyalty to the Godfather Cuckoo, man. If you give him a kill and he's like, yes, very
So
good.
what is
You're
DJ?
accepted.
What is DJ? then? If Cuckoo is the Godfather, DJ is.
attack.
You see some other
I
figure?
don't know. I'm gonna need to take a while. The magician of the position 4. I think that's kind of what we.
That's
what
already
I'd go with.
already taken by Efren Reyes. It's another Pinoy. You know Efren Reyes? He's called the
I don't.
magician.
Is he actually?
Yeah, he's the magician on the pool table.
Does he? Oh, okay. Well, that's a bit different.
How's that different? They're playing a game.
Okay, well, yeah, but like, he's not the magician of Dota 2. Like, you make him play a task, he's not gonna make anything happen.
Yeah, but he's good at bouncing off corners, just like what DJ did. You know, he made the tangle break.
That's true. That's true.
Transferable
skills,
watched,
maybe.
Have you watched a pool game?
Yeah, that's true. It's all about the angles, right, and the placements of things. You gotta get the angle right. Okay, well, back to the game here a little bit. 4k gold lead for Cuckoos. They've managed to stabilize some of these rougher lanes, like the Ursa was doing pretty okay, but JG now with the Helm Dom. Map starting to close in a little bit. I think Cuckoos, they've done a really good job at continuously contesting the triangle, forcing reactions from Ivory. Unfortunately, seems like DJ, as much of a magician as he is, he can't seem to finesse his internet connection. He's gonna have to reconnect in a little bit. But is there an angle out here for Ivory? I guess you're kind of waiting for Ken's Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker.
Which is going to be usually coming out soon.
Yeah.
He's actually okay.
100 gold away.
Yes, face boots. You rarely see Earthshaker get face boots, but he's trying to run away from the bat. Normally it's just ground boots dagger. Face is not.
TT turning around, managed to snag away the AD rune.
Oh, he's
Stampede
faster
helping
than the
out.
roll.
He actually is faster, and he dodges away to the side again. DJ, oh, look at that. And just like that, he disappears. And he's going to make the Pango disappear while he's at it. This is why they call him the Magician of Position 4.
Whoa.
Wait, this is so funny. This is like the ultimate BM. Holy.
Kill and
He
pause.
just like jukes him, kills him, and then he's like, sorry, I'm lagging, bro. That's crazy.
Just your bad luck.
Okay, well, that was a nice little move. Maybe a bit of an over chase there. The Pango might have thought he'd be able to get out scot-free. Oh, they're unpausing.
Whoa.
What was that?
Whoa.
Whoa. Tee-hee, guys.
I wonder what is this all about.
Yeah. That's the problem. Unless your name is literally John X Fire, there's no way you could translate any of this.
Why not? You can always use Google.
Yeah, that's true. Let me just...
Why are you so lazy, Mike? Why?
Whoa, big accusations flying out right here on the DreamLeague Season 27 Southeast Asian broadcast. First, DJ is accused of being bad-mannered, now...
They are hardly big when somebody actually did not show up for work in the past, right? You don't need me to remind you.
So you want to talk about being late, Winter?
Yeah, but at least I was there, you know. You were not even
Okay.
there, you know. You just left me
I'm
high
never,
and dry.
I'm never gonna live that one down. Please give me a break. Give me a goddamn break. I'm sure that's what Ivory are thinking as
Yeah,
well.
you took a break on your own account, right? On your own accord, and you left me alone.
It's one of those decisions that I didn't make actively. Let's just put it that way. I wasn't consciously making that decision. But enough about us. No one wants to hear about our life stories. Let's talk a bit about this game.
The
Blink
truth,
Dagger now.
the truth will set me free.
Yeah, whatever the hell that means. Is that part of your Facebook motto, my friend?
No. So back in the game.
Drick's farming up a lot of these stacks. It's is it one of those situations you think as Ivory where if they're able to stabilize this part of the game, they stand a way better chance later on, or are they still kind of under the gun here to make something happen?
Well, they have to fight back to get the ancient stacks, right? Remember I told you there's 4 ancient stacks in the game, 4 ancient camps. You need to be at least in control of 2 if you want to have a 50-50 game. They only have 1 right now on Ivory.
Hold on, Kuku on the front line, blink forward.
Oh, big slam!
Immediate echo slam, Ken, that's what he was waiting for.
Where's the
But he
damage?
just doesn't have the levels, where's the damage, where's the follow-up? You couldn't get the roll in and Rapido fully controlled. Stampede helps them get out and they claim the Shrine of Wisdom. They claim the kill on Rapido. And that was supposed to be a blink reveal. Kuku trying to finish Ken off, survives on a sliver, but
How?
not what you wanted. How did no one die from that huge echo slam?
Maybe they were late. Were they like late with the Ursa? I wasn't sure.
Oh.
They
Okay.
landed like a 4-man Echo, Enchant, and Fissure, but nobody died. That is bad news.
Okay, wait, but I don't know if you just caught this, but Tee-hee literally just pressed ultimate and killed Lewis for free. So that at least evens things out a little bit.
For free? That's not free. Cost them
Yeah, I
an
mean, I guess it cost them an Echo and then the Shrine of Wisdom, and but that's something. At least it evens things out a little bit. The gold lead has maintained at 4K, right? So Ivory, they're not allowing Kukuis to further extend this. They're still farming up pretty nicely on the Ursa, even though he is like kind of 1K gold behind his fan. Not too bad.
Well, like I said, they have to make sure they have control of 2 of the ancient camps. Like the top one and the triangle one. They are moving towards the top one right now, but there's like 2 good wards around there. But Kuku is they're already in the area. Kuku is probably gonna pay the price.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
How dare you lay hands on my grandfather? Oh, oops, godfather.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, they laid hands on the Godfather and nothing happened to them. They just kind of walked away scot-free. Got a bit of change while they were at it. JG couldn't actually do anything to help.
They're desperately trying to control back the Ancients, but guess what? Gabby is here to take the Ancients, so they have control of 3 of the Ancient camps. But on the other hand, no one can actually farm the bottom Ancients, you know. Sven Sven and the Centaur, they're both the more useful heroes at farming Ancient camps. The rest are just way too slow.
Trying to invade the not the triangle, sorry, the inner parts of the Radiant jungle here. They're expecting Lewis to be around. Don't spot out anyone though as he pulls the creep wave back. Stampede, preemptive Lewis spots them, but it's Rupido in the top lane being aggressed upon. Meanwhile, they've got the jump in. Ursa joining the fray as Aizen jumps into the mix. A disruption to try and buy him some space as they just want a clean escape. They don't want to give any more. They know Gabby has the God's Ring. Turn around and Rage pops right in time. Walrus punch up. Aizen still should be fine to get out here. Blink comes off cooldown and he's down to the low ground.
And that is not a play that will work for them. They need their daggers on the 2 supports. I mean, not the 2 supports, but the Husk and the Centaur, for that matter. I mean, Bat is the only one that has one right now.
Gonna get spotted out here on the Pugna. Found out trying to push out the top lane. Thought the Glimmer would keep him safe, but the Zeus says no.
I can
Another
see
pickup for Ken.
Nothing
Absolutely.
escapes my eye. And things have definitely taken a turn for the better for Ivory the last couple of minutes. They are getting good pickoffs on the map. They're getting farm. I mean, sure, they don't have control of 2 ancient camps, but at least they're farming everything else.
Yeah, you're still kind of waiting for that Tusk Blink. That's kind of what feels like is important right now.
And not just that, though. I mentioned like I was expecting the bat to get
the
like
Centaur?
the bat to get like the freaking pipe when he's going for a complete, when he's not so mobile around. If he gets caught either by the Pango or the Shaker or even the Ursa, he's just going to die, you know. And also the fact that maybe he's also gonna have to farm like certain more protected areas, right? Because in the current place that he's farming, the what do you call it, the Radiant jungle?
Yeah, sure, we can use that.
He dies to like a small very easily. He gets caught. Maybe being on the side lanes is safer for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was also kind of a crazy move, right? Because the tier 1 towers on all lanes for Radiant is still up. So just a nice smoke move overall from Ivory to cut through all of that and find him exactly where he was farming. The Kukuis, they're going to try and draw attention away from him by joining up in the top lane. Oh,
they're going to spot the bat on the ward. Oh no.
No, not like this.
No.
Lewis getting stunned up. He needs some help and he needs it now. Stampede away, the disruption to stop, but DJ's in the vicinity and Gabby's here as well. Lewis has to get popped by the Echo Slam, but already the backlines dropping low. They will be able to snowball forward, finish out Teehee. Ken looking for a return, dodging out from Gabby. Meanwhile, they found Cuckoo on the top lane as well. TPing out, DJ, can you find him? The punch is there. Ken is not going to live. Ken is going to die. Trying to blink away now. Oh, the shots again? Ends up blocking him off, blinks up to the high ground. JG can't chase. Okay. Second time where the shots didn't really end up working out and the tips come through. Gabby couldn't find his mark.
This is a pretty big miss there. That kill would have, I think, made the whole situation way better for Kukuis there. But now they're gonna be wondering what went wrong. And they're probably gonna understand that Bat actually got seen on the ward. That's why he actually got jumped at that area. But he kind of felt like he wanted to finish his BKB, you know, but then his team is like asking him, no, you need to come over to push the tower, right? Because they wanted to siege with the partner.
Yeah. It's the classic pressure, right? You feel like
because
maybe as a core player you know better.
Because Bat is a carry hero in a way, you know, he needs to farm a lot of items as a core, right? So your placing of the unit is a lot slower. Sure, you win your lane, usually as Bat, but then you take a long time to farm because you need, I would say you need like Blink, BKB and Pike here, and sometimes even Manta. So it takes a long time to get to those items.
This kind of reminds me of what we were discussing yesterday about the Shadow Fiend, right? A very similar concept of a hero that can very much dominate the lane and maybe the first 10 minutes, but then has this big drop-off period where he's so susceptible to just being killed.
Is at least, I think, better in the team fights by a huge margin, right? Bat is not exactly strong
I guess so.
in the team fights. He's good at finding singular pickoffs. There is a time where the Bat will be very strong in the team fights when you get like a level 25, you know.
Yeah, that's a long way to go.
yeah,
though,
you have
Winter.
insane of damage from far with your napalm, but before that happens, that doesn't equal what you can do as SF. You would also argue that SF with Refresher and Agams, he's going to be
That's a free team fight, right?
he's
That's
going to be better in the team fight anyways.
Smoke move out. Ivory keeping the pressure going. Right at the 21 minutes, that's when Kukuis have decided again that they
This is
want to
going to be the
contest the
key
Wisdom
fight.
Shrine.
Oh, that was
It
close.
is.
They found him.
Who did they find so far? They found JG. A nice stun onto two. Swiping away onto the Centaur. No Stampede. No DJ. He's snowballing for now. They lasso up the Shadow Demon. And they get the kill. They're trying to eliminate the supports first, but they don't see Tihi because of a nice Glimmer Cape. Gabby trying to stick on the target, but getting juked around the tree line. Ken with a beautiful block off. They've held him off. Gabby can't continue the chase with his BKB expiring. And things are messy now. Lewis getting swiped down. Great teamfight execution there for Ivory and a very smart smoke. You gotta wonder whether it was the right move for Kuku to show on the wave there.
Yeah, that was a very, very risky move there by Kuku for sure. The Centaur, he got jumped because they didn't expect the smoke, and he just basically died from full to zero. Like with the Ursa jumping on him, he is not tanky at all with this build, which is very concerning. But usually Centaur, you stand in the front line, you kind of take some time to die if the focus is going to be able to save you or at least counter initiate to a certain degree, but they couldn't get the snowball next to him. I think maybe he was not close enough on the toss.
Yeah, DJ and Jay, they were split up, right?
Yeah, because they are
DJ
definitely
was
supposed to save him, at least with the snowball. Anything, like just snowball or get a stun on the Sven, and then he gets his stampede off. I think that could have been a completely different fight for JG there. But unfortunately for them, he was just killed from full to zero, and they cannot afford to let that happen again.
I mean, you think about the lineup on paper. Apart from the snowball, the Tusk wasn't in position, but neither was the Pugna because he was busy trying to stand at the Wisdom Shrine.
Lasso, they could just lasso someone, just start the fight because he was waiting for SD. I don't know if he needed to lasso the SD there because the SD kind of used his spells on the Centaur already. I'm not sure if he was still a good target. Maybe he felt like the Purge was still available and you don't want your Sven to get Purge, which is understandable. But letting your Centaur die there, I feel like the fight is already going to be very difficult at the get-go, right? Because one of your cores is going to be dead from the start.
Yeah, you lose the aura of the pipe as well, which is so important in
the
this all
person
this
getting
damage.
jumped by Centaur is a support, then I might be inclined to agree that him waiting for the SD might be fine. But because it's a Centaur and they didn't try to save him, I kind of feel like it just made the fight very difficult from the get-go.
Yeah. I mean, it's all come down to the initiation so far, and the Zeus has been really paying off, right? The fact that you're getting this vision straight off the bat and you can clearly see where everyone is, it's helped out Ivory a lot with making their jumps.
Yeah, for sure. And also the fact that you're disabling the Bat's Dagger, which is also very, very useful in the team fights. The Sven Dagger, the Bat Dagger, and obviously the Tusk is going to buy one as well at some point. I didn't realize he got a helm. He bought a helm this game to kind of...
Yeah.
I don't know.
He had the blink queued up for a while, and then I guess at some point he just changed his mind.
Why?
Maybe thinking that this game... I mean, we see why right now. Maybe he thinks that the game is gonna sort of enter a bit of a passive state where it's more about the ghost push and the farming the lanes, and he already has the shard, so just kind of wanting that additional... The stats aren't bad, right, for the Tusk, but I just feel like maybe it takes away from some of his effectiveness in the fights. You don't really get that blink
but
snowball
he's
save.
trying to attend work 50 kilometers away without a car, That's what he's doing right now. He doesn't have the necessary tools to do his job.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
It's not a remote job. You got to be right there in person.
The dagger is...
It's not a social distancing
The
thing.
dagger is not something that is even discussable. You just need to buy it.
He's under attack.
Yeah.
Can't even think about not buying a dagger this game. I mean, the Zeus is...
Well, I'm sure he'll get there eventually. He still has it queued up. It's just going to take him a while longer. Maybe this is a sign, at least, for us as viewers that a bit of a glimpse into the mindset of Kukuis right now. Maybe they, after those few fights, feel like, okay, we can't really just run up and full-on engage into the Ivory team anymore. They're a bit too strong. We're going to try and dodge out this Aegis. I'm getting a Helm Dom so we can push out the waves, By the time the Aegis expires, I'll be able to farm up the Blink Dagger, and that's when we'll start trying to take these fights.
Are scanning.
That's probably why they decided. Not saying I agree, but that's probably why they walked down this route. I mean, he's going to need Blink and he also wants to get used, right? Because you're against Ursa. So he definitely wants a lot of items on the task this game.
And Matt starting to turn the other way though, even though the gold lead is still in Kukui's favor.
Yeah.
Feels like Ivory just can go wherever they want
They have
and they're not too
reclaimed
scared.
possession of 2 of the ancient camps. So that's great
Wonderful
news.
Yes.
Oh.
God Strength. Okay, that's a kill on the support. The Ursa does have Aghanims though. This could be concerning. They're showing in the bot lane. This looks like a huge setup. Aizen's calling the rest of his team to come through and try and help. They don't have the Thunder God's Wrath or the Zeus, but they feel confident with their superior vision that they can win this
They
fight.
don't have a smoke though, Mike. This is going to be dangerous to do without smoke.
Smoke on the high ground.
Oh no,
they found Ken.
Oh, they saw him.
Bump him down to the low ground. He still gets the blink off though because of the shield. Still had a lingering shield rune. In comes Aizen, swiping down the Pugna. Gone is Kuku, and Gabby just has to run. Stampede there to bail them out. They don't lose anyone but the Pugna. That feels like it could have gone a lot worse.
That was close. If they actually got the shaker there. That was very, very close, but Bad Rider somehow manages to get out with thanks to the BKB. So now he is back to farming. I mean, this is the downside of having a bad lead. He is going to need to farm so much with this hero.
Yeah.
He is one of those heroes that win lane, go farm.
For like, how long though? Because the way you're telling me about it, he needs like 3-4 items. This almost feels like you're playing with an anti-mage.
Let's
like,
just say
you
your attendance sheet from the Bad Rider coming to fights is going to be empty.
That's tough. He went... This feels bad, right? Because I kind of agree with you. I think maybe if he went for some stat items or auto attack items, it might make a bit more sense for his farming. He got that early blink, and I know that's the core part of the hero's kit, but he hasn't really been able to find much action in terms of pickoffs.
The thing with the blink is you get a blink early and you don't have force stuff, then you're just okay, wait a minute, Gabby. Lord Gabby
Snowball save.
in trouble.
There you go.
Lord Gabby doesn't want to be the snowball.
Nice shots there to stop Rupido, and the blink out is going to be confirmed, but Rupido still going to try and find targets. Pop the dust and pop the Pugna, my goodness. JG has the card to bring DJ out to safety, but you can see just how much terror Ivory are spreading on the map. They have so many ways to catch these heroes. 25 more seconds until the Aegis expires, but still, it's Kuku is cowering in fear.
Rupido definitely has some driving skills and have to avoid a lot of boulders or blockades, you know, shard blockade, media blockade. It takes some serious driving skills to dodge those blockades, you know, in team fights.
Yeah. It's not like KL traffic, you know? KL traffic, nothing moves. You don't need to worry about anything. You press on your accelerate like maybe once every 5 minutes.
Have you been to?
He's gotta keep
have you
going.
been to Thailand, bro? Or Manila?
Oh, wait, is Thailand worse?
You seen Manila traffic?
Oh, I know Manila's so bad. Manila's so bad. Maybe that's where Rupido trained, on the streets of Manila. That's why he's so good at driving.
Certified driving license, yeah.
Is it actually better to, like, what do you even learn from sitting in traffic for 8 hours a day?
I learned.
Surely that doesn't make you a better driver. That just makes you better at entertaining yourself while bored as shit in a car.
Yeah, I learned that TikTok is a necessity.
Don't admit that on street. You shouldn't be distracted while you're driving. Practice safe driving first. Don't put your lives at risk. I mean, Ivory, they are putting everything on the line here, and so far it's worked out for them. Again, the contest on the Wisdom Shrine. Kuku's just running up here. They got the punch out onto Aizen, but he manages to get the enrage and starts running into Gabby. The card saving him. Aizen, his enrage is gonna run out, but a nice 4-star back to safety. Lewis finding the Shadow Demon, preventing the save. The E-Blade is not going to get him out of anything. DJ finding yet another pickoff, bouncing through the cliff and getting the kill onto the Zeus.
But to be honest, Mike,
Very, very nice play.
I don't know about cutting your carry when he BKB'd. It looks fancy, but I don't know if it was the right choice.
I guess he was just concerned because the Fury swipes were starting to build up, right? It's not that bad.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you already
yeah, but I
eliminated the
can't
Earthshaker.
imagine him being happy when he pops his BKB and you're cutting him, you know.
I guess so. You know, sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's hard to coordinate these type of things. You're just thinking, I'm gonna save him. It's better you press the spell and win the fight than not, and then suddenly your Sven dies, Lord Gabby is unhappy, and then, you know, everything starts crumbling down from there.
Yeah, but Lord Gabby probably is already sending warning. Hey,
Sending warnings.
please do not card me when I'm
An angry email to JG's a business.
email. There's no such thing as email for the Lord Gabby. It's all
that's true.
straightforward sending message. I want to say it to
Yeah,
your
he
face.
sends his squire to spit it in your face, maybe. A pick off onto Cuckoo is gonna open up the mid lane for them here though, Ivory. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's, they're the ones who are spread out across the map, but that's gonna give Aizen enough space to take the tier 2 tower. It's a bit of a weird map state right now where it feels like Cuckoo's won that fight, but they couldn't really get anything out of it.
Dire are scared.
They're just farming. I'm telling you, you have to just keep tabs on how many ancient caps you control. I think that is like the important thing in Dota right now. That's why you have this overwhelming vision. I'm not sure if you noticed that you're just placing vision around the gates, the ancients area, making sure that they can farm it or at least kill the opponent when they're farming it. You know, I think that is what defines the side lane Dota right now. The side lane plays, you know, you have to control those areas. The mid section
they
is
got good vision.
The mid section is no longer as important. The mid section is important in the early stages where the rune control will matter a lot. I would say around minute 6 till
Like
15 maybe, probably, yeah, around there. Because then after that you have to get Roshan and there's not many. The playbook moves towards more the side lane.
Ooh, Lewis. Gonna get a lasso off, but the Enrage came out. He already used the main Enrage to try and take the Tormentor, and he is gonna go down. It comes down again to the vision, like you mentioned. The catch onto the Ursa, and now they're gonna be able to barrel up to the high ground because of that pick-off.
Yeah, that was good warding there. Very, very good presence of mind to know that the Tormentor's spawning. That's why you have to write down those things and place a ward.
Dude, okay, but like, surely at this stage in the game, if you're an Ursa trying to sneak the Tormentor, you get your Zeus to come over there, bolt it just to check for it. Okay, because
the Zeus is too slow, my friend.
okay. It just kind of feels so risky to do that without the knowledge that you're not being seen, right? Because if you're on that ward, they are going to catch you every single day of the week.
I understand. That is a very concern.
Yeah. And now the concern is going to be greater because Gabby has popped God Strength on your high ground, beating away into your tower. In comes JG with the card. They cancel the TP of someone who's coming in. Gabby doesn't manage to connect the harpoon on the back line. Drake able to get out of there, but they still lose Teehee. Take down the tower, and you got a buyback on the Zeus, but your Ursa is still out for 15 seconds.
I mean, they're gonna start with a Purge. Oh, the card. This is a good card. Very good card.
Echo Slam into just Cuckoo. I don't know about that, Ken. Gabby's gonna be able to escape with a nicely timed blink. They tried to fissure him off, but it didn't work. Aizen still on the chase. The Shah trying to block him off with the Swift Blink, giving him a lot of move speed. And they might just have to sacrifice JG's Stampede to run. He doesn't have the blink available because of that Spirit Vessel. Trying to find a fissure, blocks him off perfectly. Ken right there to deny him. And even with the Stampede, JG will not be able to run away. But most importantly, they save Gabby.
A valiant death. Lord Gabby has been saved, you know, from certain...
Yeah, saved by his steed. It's like when the Lord just gets... he's riding in on horseback and then his horse gets shot. Very sad. Many such cases in medieval times. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, they give their horses more armor.
This is what happens after you kill JG. You're like, yippee! Oh, he's got... This guy could join Cirque du Soleil. Look at that. Wait, is he throwing up a peace sign? Holy... Wait. This is kind of a slay pose. Wait, why are we looking... Yo, show me Rupido, brother. There we go. Come on. His waist is kind of snatched too.
He's still holding on to the flower. The rose.
Yeah. It has not left his mouth. This man has a tight grip. He's biting onto that for dear life.
What can I say, you know? He's the ladies' man, you know?
That's true. Rolling up to them, drive by, you know, how you doing, beautiful? And the beautiful person in question is the 4th or 5th pick-off on Cuckoo in a row.
I thought he went to a bar. Isn't that like
What?
the video that they
The club.
introduced the show? He was in a bar picking up clothes. I thought that was the introduction video for Pango. Yeah.
No, literally, what the hell are you talking about? They did like a joint intro between Pango and Dark Willow.
Okay, fine. Back to the
Back
game.
here. Yeah, Roshan dropping low. Gabby coming in for the steal. He manages to get the Roche kill, but the Age is still snatched by Aizen. It's a 1v1 duel. The Yules to buy the time in the Enrage. Gabby's BKB. He needs to be careful, but that's what the card is for. Disruption. Drake manages to bail out his carry, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The first life lost. Gabby's starting to be controlled, though. They need a secondary save. And the snowball there to help him out. Ball on ball action and the blink away. Gabby manages to escape again, but that means Aizen can control this fight. The stuns are there from Ken, and even though Bat Rider is able to take down the Shadow Demon, it's not enough. Great snatch there from Aizen to grab that Aegis even under pressure, and they're able to come out on top in this fight.
We have a game back on our hands, boys.
Oh, we do. We absolutely do. But JG had to buy back in that fight as well. That's a dieback for the Centaur War Runner.
Yeah, you're starting to see the effects of the bat. You know, the bat is getting stronger and stronger. I'm sure maybe the Sven is kind of starting to power down a little bit with the BKB charges going as low as 6 seconds right now. But the bat is kind of starting to hurt in the team fights with his right click.
Yeah.
He's about to hit level 20. Level 20 is a huge spike. You get the extra 4 seconds of the smoldering regime.
Yeah, kind of, you know, when you're usually playing bad and maybe you're playing support or something, it's like such an inconsequential talent. You're not even really thinking about it. But on a core bat, I mean, for those of you who don't know, it's the Bat Rider innate, and he deals a debuff that does 20% of his attack damage every second. So it's like a damage over time type thing. It can really start to stack up. See just how much work you can do into the Ursa though, who I want to say is reaching his critical mass, finishing up that BKB very soon. So even though his Aegis did get expended in that fight, he's gonna have a very strong
thing with the Ursa is like in the team fights, if he doesn't find the bad unit, he's gonna get okay, never mind, they're gonna jump onto Ursa. Is he gonna just get blown up?
Beautiful disruption. Again, Drake always there with the save. Aizen, he does get blown up though. This time round, Kukuis were able to set up and pull in Rupido for his death. 3 members fall without any response, and it might be a 4th. We were talking about a game on our hands. Gabby's in the cart. Gabby has a triple kill, and they've just wiped out 4.
Yep, never mind what I said about we are back in the game. We are not back.
What the hell even happened there? Like,
They were not supposed
Ivory
to
were,
hit the tower, I think. Because
this keeps...
the Ursa has no BKB. Like, he can't hit the tower. Like, even with BKB, you get lassoed, you're gonna die from full to 0. I mean, maybe he can get out of the lasso with the Aghanim, but it's still... Like, he literally just got blown up from almost full to 0. Like, when he got the disruption off, the Ursa was like, I don't know, like 20% health remaining, and he couldn't really fight.
Yeah, he didn't really have a lot.
I mean,
that's crazy.
It's tough, you know. Like you have to be so careful with all these Yules around. You know, your enrage doesn't actually save you.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel that way anymore.
Yeah, not to mention they actually had the off hit there. You know, that's why he couldn't pop his enrage. He definitely needs the BKB. DG actually has off hit.
Damn. Okay. I mean, that's a really clutch pickup then. That changes everything, right? He probably was quite confused why he couldn't get that off. Punch up, few swipes, Teehee is done.
Right.
Buyback available though.
There was a dwarf over there a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, I don't know where he went though. Rolling Thunder coming in, trying to buy time. Zeus gonna buy back. Stampede, trying to get them out of here, but a beautiful Rolling Thunder, and there's the Echo Slam onto 2, cleaning up the back lines. The supports are out, and Gabby's in trouble. Maybe we still have a game on our hands. Gabby trying to escape, trying to pop the God Strength, but for what?
We back.
We are back. We're back. Ivory believers rise up. No doubt ever that they were gonna be able to come back in this game number 2. What an amazing performance.
How much copium do you have?
What the hell is happening this game, Winter? Like, why are they just... What is it? Is it now that the Sven shouldn't have been hitting high ground? Why did they end up in that situation?
They jumped and they killed the Zeus and they needed to just reset because he didn't have BKB after.
I mean, props to Rupido, right? That was an amazing Rolling Thunder to lock up the 4 heroes even within the Stampede. They were getting bashed up by the shield crash. They were being bounced around, like, just great plays overall. And that has now opened up the mid lane for Aizen to now actually be allowed to hit this tier 3 tower.
It's just a lot of like back and forth because you don't understand how far you can go. I think it's really difficult to identify sometimes when you kill a hero but you still have to back off because you don't have your weapons ready. You know, you need to reset, wait for your spells,
reload,
and just go. You can't just, oh, because you have, oh, we have 5 against 4, why are we running, you know? Like, I think that's a very common misconception that numbers equal goal, you know?
Yeah. And the numbers don't really mean anything
It's
if your
tough
items
to
and spells aren't
identify
ready.
that, you know? That's why you see, like, it's easy to call it out when you're watching. You can't in the heat of the moment, you just kill somebody. And you're not thinking of that.
Lasso, silence, holding him in place. Cuckoo just
didn't
draining
get
away,
it
but
on
there's an
time.
enrage. Still locking him up though. He should have an Earth Shock to get out of here. Rolling Thunder coming in. Stampede as a response. Drake blinking over to the other side. JG now in trouble, but still has that max move speed. Lewis looking for a target. They've already used most of their initial bits of catch. Drake just hiding in the tree line. He's not gonna get spotted. Are you serious? Drake, he still has an Aeon Disc to work with, but probably a sacrifice to be made. Ivory able to disengage from that situation.
Yeah, it was a close one. It was close to being a disaster there, but they only lose the SD. They're happy.
I mean, that was like just about everything, right? From the side of Kukuis, they used the lasso, they used jump forward punch, they used the
Yeah,
jump
but they
forward
were,
stampede.
they were actually off with the Orchid timing there. That's why he could.
Yeah.
He actually didn't have BKB in the initial jump, you know, so he couldn't break out of the lasso plus Orchid.
We talked about both these teams locking in because this very much is Ivory's last chance at surviving here at DreamLeague, but it's been a bit of a messier game number 2 affair. Cuckoo frontlining and hitting the tower. Needs to get in the cart and get the hell out of here.
This is so hilarious.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, Winter. I don't know who even has this game. I feel like this could be anyone's game because they've just taken turns to take such weird and strange fights.
I think whoever has the more discipline is going to win the important fights right now. Like, you just have to identify, you have to back off after a kill. Because Sven and Ursa, I think they're quite similar in nature where once you get one kill, your overpower is on cooldown or your enrage is on cooldown. You have to just sit back, hang back a little bit, wait for it to come off cooldown. I mean, you have Aghanims on the Ursa, you know, so the cooldown is not that long, it's 18 seconds. Wait, and once you have it again, then you jump back. You know. I think these are things that usually only the really good teams are capable of doing. And right now, they have to figure it out, you know, Ivory and both Kukuis, they kind of have to realize that, alright, we blow our spells on one target, we have to go back, we have to reset, we have to wait until our spells are back up again. We can't just keep chasing. Oh no, the Godfather!
The game, Echo Slam only onto Godfather, but they don't even get him! The stun is there from DJ, Rolling Thunder coming through, they want to eliminate the partner, but he goes, and he gets into the car, save the Godfather, they got him out! Lewis still on the sidelines looking for an angle disruption to save for now, but the SD, he's in big trouble. Aizen popping that Aeon Disc, but Shadow Demon's already gone. He doesn't have a buyback, the trade out is JG, I'm not sure whether that's worth it. Meanwhile, on the mid lane somehow, it got all the way there because Rupido was escaping, but they found the Pangolier. 2-for-1 exchange for now, but now Cuckoo's left high and dry. Gonna get stunned up by the Nimble.
Bot lane support, but on the other hand, the Helm Creep was pushing the bot lane all the way, so they're gonna lose. It'll be close, you know. Maybe not the range. Oh, that's nice.
Damn. Okay.
Roshan is gonna
Like
be
one last hit, I think.
They're gonna see it. There's a creep there. Right, Gabby has butterfly advantage, the evasion advantage right now. Ursa has to. He is not getting an engage.
Oh dear, they baited him in with the creep! Oh, he thought he was just getting a nice bit of extra gold. Finds both cores running right at him. Not the play you wanted to make there. The Echo Slam onto Lewis, though the card is not in time. JG couldn't save his ally, even with the buyback. What a messy game here, just when it looked like Ivory had lost it all. Here comes Gabby, looking to swipe down, but he can't get the connection. Ken, getting the refresher, getting the BKB, a second slam out onto DJ. The Tusk in some trouble, but able to get the snowball out, but they killed off Gabby. Rupido in with the roll again, finishes the job, and now DJ has to try and TP away. No bash, he's fine.
Oh boy.
Tusk surviving. What the hell is even... I mean, you got a buyback on both your carries. But that looked like the game ender. They got a free pick-off on the Ursa, but they just lose hero after hero. Gabby tries to commit in for the supports. He can't find any of them. And because of that, the Sven is out of commission. They just loop around him and take down his supporting cast members.
Yeah, I mean, they revert back to the same issues that caused them the last couple of fights, right? They kill one hero and they don't really back off and regroup. and sit together and wait for their cooldown to ignite. The moment they start splitting up, because the Sven was like so far away from his team, right? He went forward to engage, and his team was getting, I think, blocked off by the Pangolins roll, and they couldn't move forward with him, and the formation kind of broke, right? And the team fights is all about maintaining formation. If you can't keep your formation, you are going to get picked off left, right, and center.
It's been a bit difficult with all the chaos happening on the map. I mean, in that previous fight, we saw the Pango surrounded by 3 heroes in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Cuckoo duking it up all the way in the top. It's been split, it's been messy. Now it's a Roche for Ivory. Able to secure this and maybe just give Aegis over to the Ursa.
Who's going to get it?
They actually give the Aegis to Rupido because he bought back.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess their thought is that Ursa has buyback, so we're not too worried about him. But if we lose Rupido for good, then we're in big trouble without the Rolling Thunder. I mean, I can kind of understand that.
Are really going to be so hard right now with the Earthshaker being level 25 and then the Rolling Thunder, like you said. And then there's a Zeus on top of it with the Aghanims, like cancelling daggers, the Wrath of God, giving vision. I think once the Zeus gets the refresher, I think that's it. You know, the team fights are just going to be way too difficult for Kukuis.
Still a bit longer until he gets there, and I think our observer Eric was trying to point out that the Earthshaker actually went for the left talent, so the Enchant Totem cooldown over the Echo Slam cooldown. Maybe just thinking, I have a refresher in the fight, I'm always going to have it up anyway, so it's not a big deal. I want to keep the chain stuns going throughout these longer fights.
Yeah, you saw it come to play, right? Because he had the shorter cooldown, he was able to lock down. Like, he started his combo with Enchant, Fissure, Echo, and then he had Enchant back up again because of the talent.
Octarine Core playing a part in that as well. Commenter goes over to Gabby.
You're going to be perma-stunned on the Sven.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to navigate. You might have the evasion bonus and advantage, but it doesn't really matter if you can't swing your sword. Smoke out from Ivory, trying to find someone in the triangle, but the entire lineup of Kukuis is plastered around Cuckoo himself in the bot lane. Thunder God's Wrath gonna spot out all of them. The immediate smoke away. They know they need to hide, and they can't afford to be seen here.
You can't run from heaven.
Yeah, that is in fact the voice line that he says.
Well, this is going to be a crucial one. They're going to be smoking, they're going to be looking for a pick-off here. It's under a ward. So it's under a ward.
Uh-oh, they see him. This could be trouble. How do they start the fight though? Rupido jumping forward, the instant elimination! He has a buyback. Rupido caught in a bad spot right now. They have to buy back. Echo Slam onto Gabby. Someone bail him out. The second Echo Slam, Gabby goes down as well. He doesn't have a buyback. JG with the Stampede came out too late. There was no cart, there was no decrep, there was no snowball. And with the nullifier, Cuckoo to fall as well. It was supposed to go so much better for Cuckoos. They had the vision advantage, but still, with the buyback of the Ursa, they pay big time.
Yeah, they just backed out too late. You know, they killed him, but they didn't run away immediately. They were still trying to look at whether they can kill another hero. I think that's like, again, their downfall, you know, the last couple of team fights and the last team fight. They still didn't realize that they have to just run away after getting the singular kill.
I mean, Winter, at this point, you've just been talking about that non-stop, but when are these teams, when is Kukuis going to learn that they need to dip in and out? It's been so hard for them so far. I feel like we've seen this game swing back and forth, and now Ivory, they're on the brink of pushing this to a game number 3.
This could be a point of no return for Team Kukuis. I mean, if they realize the Sven doesn't have buyback, they could just straight up go Throne. 40 seconds.
Shark trying to buy the time. The banner is placed quite far away, so the creep wave being dragged in here.
Okay, maybe not the Throne. Let me get at least a jump. DJ.
Nimbus, double Nimbus. DJ doesn't stand a chance, couldn't even pop the BKB, but on the bright side, he does have buyback.
This is just so annoying right now in the team fights with the refresher.
Yeah, the scaling on both the supports on Ivory is just starting to pay off, right? The Shadow Demon later and later into the game. All these items play such a big part, and T-He with the refresher. The double Nimbus, basically, if he chains it up properly, you're just going to be stunned there for such a long setup time. It allows Ken to come in and finish the job. Oh, they spot out Lewis. This is trouble. Bad Rider gonna get found. Thunder Gods into the immediate Echo Slam. Doesn't matter that there's no one around him. It's more than enough burst. Lewis goes down. He does have buyback. But all these things, they're starting to put a major dent and amount to a lead that Ivory have of 9k.
Yeah, I think this is in fact the point of no return anymore, I'm afraid. This is getting way too difficult in the team fights. And with the Earthshaker, with the Zeus giving vision, and then we have the roll, the Ursa's just gonna shred. Like basically one Wrath, the Ursa's gonna insta hit one hero, the Earthshaker's gonna insta hit one hero, then the Tangle's like rolling in the middle, rolling.
Tango is dying right now though. First life on the Aegis gone. They're trying to escape on Gabby. Looks like they're able to get that one for free. He needs to TP out post haste. Cuckoo able to escape.
Have they figured it
Everyone
out,
escapes.
Mike? They need to dip and run away after one kill and reset.
Ooh. The scan actually connects onto the Sven. They thought he was in the tree line, but he's already made his way through the twin gates. So close to catching out the Sven. He doesn't have buyback. He still doesn't have buyback. He's just kind of full committed into purchasing his items here.
There is still time for him to farm it. Yeah, but it seems like they have figured it out. One kill and run. Reset.
Yeah, one kill and run. I mean, the evasion advantage didn't really seem to help the Sven very much. It's not the Ursa hits that he's dying to. He's just being chain stunned,
Yeah,
right?
he's not dying to the Ursa hits. He's just dying to the spells. You know, once his BKB runs out, the Zeus is killing him. The SD stacking poisons on him. You know, everything else is just ripping him apart. Yeah. The Ursa seems to be the least of his concerns.
So we talk a little like we're already saying that with the way that Ivory currently are in terms of power level, it's feeling impossible for Kukuis to try and come back here. It's feeling like it's gonna be a game number 3 for sure. But what do they need to do? Like, who is the target they need to eliminate on Ivory to stand a chance in these fights?
Shadow Demon and Zeus, the two Bat Riders. The Bat Rider has to find them. They have Stampede. Just run in, kill those two annoying buggers behind.
Oh, the Bat Rider. I mean, you talk about Lewis. I haven't even seen him or really felt the impact of this Bat Rider in a hot minute here. It's been such a hard game for him.
Still hiding in his cave.
Really. Smoke move up. It's gonna break onto Ken. 3 heroes right around the corner. Thunder God's Wrath gonna give them the vision. The instant Echo Slam onto Cuckoo. Aeon Disc playing its part though. DJ on the front lines with his own BKB, but they're kiting out the Svens on the side. Rupido just has him control.
They found the Shaker.
The fight is split out awkwardly. They found the Shaker, but the disruption is there. You're not going on the backliners. Drake is just able to cast disruption after disruption and bail his team out of this tough spot. Fight's not over yet. They found Rupido on the sideline. Gabby with the damage, finally popping the BKB. JG as well, but Ken able to eliminate Lewis on the back line. Buyback there immediately. Pango wants to come back in. They smell the game in front of them. They think they can end it. The shots to keep Aizen away. Drake trying to hunt for somebody. Ken able to jump away. Oh, this is tense. You got a buyback on Lewis. You might just have to pop it here. This could be the end of the game if you're not too careful. God's Strength has just expired, and you need a little bit more gas in the tank. It has to be the Bat Rider who steps up. But how can he possibly do enough damage?
I think you were right on the money there. He needed to lasso the SD there, not the Earthshaker.
I mean, he didn't even kill the Earthshaker. Jumping forward now, DJ in the car. DJ is safe. Echo Slam whiffs. But does it even really matter? You still only have 3 heroes. You don't have the damage to kill them. Ivory just allowing Aizen to finally hit these buildings. God's Strength up in 30 seconds. Is that enough time? You still have a lane of Rags in the bot, so it won't be mega creeps. It doesn't seem like Ivory are comfortable fully committing for the throne either. Kukuis live to see perhaps one final fight here. Feels like borrowed time right now. DJ, the punch in, the instant BKB jumping forward. Aizen just dies?
Holy, that was damage.
What the hell killed him? They're jumping forward now. They're looking at Drake. He's just TPing in front of their face. Okay.
How did
that's
he
certainly a way to get out.
just
How did he die? Show me the death recap right now. Like, how did he actually... Did he not pop Enrage or anything? I mean, I see an Orchid that came out. That must have denied him, but... He just melted.
Well, it was just 700 damage from Sven. It's mainly... The Tusk did more damage than him.
What the hell? A DJ popping off, I guess. Go off, King.
The Centaur did 1.6k damage.
Yeah, that's crazy. He just disappeared.
Just
I mean, really goes to show when you're not popping your BKB in time and you get silenced. The Orchid really proving its worth. Bit of a weird item pickup for the Tusk, but in this game it absolutely makes sense.
Oh, is the...
And back and forth we go. We thought it was the point of no return. And look, guess who's returning? It's Cuckoo on your high ground again with the partner.
return of the Godfather. He's back.
The return of... He's back. Godfather 2. In comes Gabby. Starting to swipe away, TT able to escape again. Echo slam onto Gabby. Gabby saved by the snowball. That's huge. You need the car to get him out. Get him in the car, Gabby. He's able to lifesteal out because of the satanic. And you pull him in even with your BKB. You buy back on Ken now. Refresh onto TT. Looks like DJ has to pay the price. Made a great play to save his ally. But it's not done just yet. A disruption on the backline, Gabby being slowed down by the Enchant Totem. The Fissure as well, buyback on the task. They want to try and end this game. Lewis there with a lasso onto Ken, but they can't finish the job. He's able to jump away and they kill off Gabby. Cuckoo still on the front lines, bossing up as the partner standing in front and dealing the damage. It's JG low now. He needs to find a card out of here, but there's no one to save him. He's fine though. He jumps back in. He's looking at Ken and Ken goes down to DJ. With the blink forward, the buyback is there. Are you serious, Ivory? They're on the brink of losing it right now. They are about to lose their last shot in this back and forth game, and Cuckoo is the one to do it to him. Not even the Aeon Disc pop on the backline controlling out Drake. Is this really how they get bailed out? Aizen trying to jump forward, trying to finish off Cuckoo, but the Aeon Disc procs off. And this is trouble. It's a 2v5. You got the outward snap. You're hoping to go to another planet, another world where you didn't throw quite as much, another world where you're still in the qualifiers. But with Aizen popping the BKB and it running out, Gary's gonna come in for the swings. The Ursa will survive, but good game is called. And Ivory will get eliminated at the hands of Cuckoos. What a stupid ass game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SCA Dota. Right there, this game. The whole game, you have no idea who's gonna win. You have no idea who's gonna throw more. It's about just clicking your buttons better, who can mash the buttons at the right time, save a teammate, get a big spell off. And it was a fun game to watch, but not so much for the players, I would guess.
Yeah, no. If I'm playing that game and I'm on Ivory, I'm absolutely heartbroken. The instant disconnects from them, completely understandable. At the end of that 55-minute game, after TI, I was worried. I was thinking, all these teams, they're going to play so slow. It's going to be 50 minutes. We're going to have 10 kills. 40-40 as the dust settles. Cuckoos, they need to have some sort of a talk, because when they started out in that game number 1, everything was clean, everything was nice, but oh, this is a different team now. They're coming into day 2 with a lot of new resolve, and then it all just fell apart in game 2.
Yeah, what can you do, man? I think they had it, They were supposed to have it in the bag, Like Aizen, I think on the Ursa, just not respecting the fact of the Orchid. Maybe he had to alter his build in the end, He needed some sort of dispel.
Like a Manta maybe for himself.
Yeah, Manta, something to dispel it, Like no one had a Lotus, right? So nobody can help him. He needs to buy his own dispel. If he can't rely on the BKB every single moment. So maybe that would be the thing that he should have actually considered, instead of going for... I mean, he did want to go for Satanic, right? So Satanic has a dispel. So maybe he just needed to, chill and farm it. Because I felt like both teams, they were so impatient, in so many different instances. They just needed to figure out, we needed a certain item, same for Cuckoos, they needed to sit back and wait a little bit for Bat Rider. You could see, after Bat Rider got his items and his level 25 talents, the hero just became really, really strong in the team fights, and props to JG. I think he was definitely the man of the moment in the team fights. He saved the Sven a couple of really, really key moments, allow him to lifesteal on the card, and DJ as well with the clutch Orchid, the clutch snowballs. Not to mention, we can't forget about the Godfather, the Cuckoo Man, the Cuckoo Mancer. He's not the Cuckoo Mancer, he's the Cuckoo Pokna this game.
Yeah. The Kagna, some might say.
He was the one killing the buildings, So when everyone else...
he was just walking up and standing there. He's like, go on me, guys. I know you want to. You know you want to.
They were busy killing heroes. He was there, Objective Dota. I need to kill the Rex.
Absolutely.
I need to kill the towers. And he made it happen.
He knows what it takes to win, that's for sure, and that's going to propel them forward in the lower bracket run of what might be a lifetime for them, Cuckoos. They've always been part of these close qualifiers, and now they're bringing the heat. They'll be facing off against Reconics at 4 p.m. Singapore time. That is in about maybe 1 hour and 40 minutes. But for now, we're going to go on a bit of a longer break. We'll be back for that second series after this. Don't go anywhere.
blind, but now I see was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. and surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown.
Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown.
Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. and he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding, made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding, made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding, sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon man mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna, donna, donna mia, la ride qua, verso un bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery and day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery and day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery and day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery and day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery and day. August fire Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
Insieme
alive with passions from his breath that flow. He'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with songs and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
a fond kiss, and then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nests in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen If you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, to see the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, to see the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella danzare tiene buon mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella danzare tiene buon mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
Another day of Dota for the Southeast Asian teams here in the Dream League Season 27 Close Qualifiers. Perm, Sneeze and Winter here bringing you the action. And compared to yesterday, Kukui's absolutely locked in. Well, at least they did for the first part of the series. Earlier on, when they played up against their opponents, it didn't really look as convincing. Game number 1 was solid. We were like, wow, this is an entirely new team. And then by the end of game number 2, we were scratching our heads. We were wondering, did Ivory somehow break them? I'm not too sure, but they're going to need a lot of focus to defeat this upcoming opponent that they have, Reconics, the all-Indonesian stack. They've proven in this close qualifier so far that they are no easy opponents.
I think this is not going to be their first meeting this week. They played in the first open qualifiers, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, actually no. Maybe it's not the DreamLeague qualifiers. It's
like it could be the Fissure play. I mean, there's a bajillion qualifiers happening right now, right?
It was the Fissure or the Blast qualifiers. So they lost. Kukuis lost to Reconics already.
Oh, okay. That's not really a good sign. I mean, honestly, on paper, just from what we've seen so far as well from both these teams, I want to say Reconics has impressed me a bit more, right? It feels like Kukuis are only now starting to come together a bit more in the draft. There's still some aspects of the gameplay that are a bit missing. But I will say that if DJ is going to put on a hero performance like he did in that earlier series, not really sure whether you're going to have a problem. It was such a stellar task game like from him.
Yeah, they have to figure out what heroes to put him on.
Mm-hmm.
They tried the range heroes on the first series that kind of didn't really work out so well.
Yeah.
I think he likes to roam a lot more. Maybe one day he should go to the position 5. I think the position 5 probably suits him a little bit more, like the hero pool and playstyle.
Oh. For now, he's still in the position 4. For now, we are still in this close qualifiers. Long way to go for either of these teams. And you brought up a really good point, right, Winter? Even if Kukuis defeat their opponents in Reconics here, they still have one more best of 3 to play in 4 hours from now. It is going to be a long day of Dota 2 for them. So hopefully during the break, they were able to shake off some of the icky, weird feelings that you got from winning such a close second game against Ivory. And you're able to bring your best foot forward here into Reconics.
Yeah, they have to reset. At least they're already warmed up. You know, you don't need to play any more warm-up games. They're already ready. So. They're in the zone. They had a nerve-wracking second game, the ending. And now they are going to have to reset and remember what they did correctly today to win them the series and replicate that again against a arguably better opponent in Reconics.
So for those of you who didn't join us, maybe Winter, you can enlighten us with your wisdom. What exactly do you think Kukuis has changed today that makes them a better team today?
Probably the draft, I think. The biggest part is the hero pairings, hero sequence. I think the first day they kind of fumbled it a lot when they are rounding up their draft. Remember I think it was the Faceless Void, which didn't make sense with the Faceless Void Beast and Pango, like Tricore. I remember that game. And yeah, I think, what was the other game? The other game, it was...
Yeah, I can pull it up right now.
The Troll, Dawn, and Storm, right? So Storm kind of... I think that game, the draft was kind of okay. It wasn't like that bad. But
yeah,
Storm got
it was just
destroyed in the lane. The Storm got destroyed by Bob. So Storm was the hero that needed to move for them, and they couldn't move, and they just lost the game because of that.
I mean, you were kind of talking about that series being a bit like mid-gap, right? The fact that Bob just outclassed Lewis. And that's not really something I'm too concerned about. It's quite interesting the way this mid matchup happens, because we might just be seeing the 2 mid heroes first picked already. But between Lewis, of course, he's hungry to prove himself, right? He just kind of got booted off Execration. He still is a relatively up-and-coming talent, I want to say, in the grand scheme of Southeast Asia as a whole. And he has a lot to prove against some of the more tried and tested big dogs. In your Dream, similar situation, you know, he had that entire drop-off period where he wasn't even playing, and people were saying, oh, you know, in your Dream's washed now, he's not sort of this great mid player that he used to be. But I think yesterday he showed us a lot of maturity, a lot of discipline. So it's, at least for me, it's going to be a real battle about the mid lane.
And the runes, control the runes with the supports. You need to have strong supports to fight for the runes.
There's the Disruptor. They banned out the Pugna as well as the Tusk. So Reconics clearly were watching that previous game. They don't want to give DJ another superstar level performance. Of course, these two are also heroes that are excellent at contesting the aforementioned runes, which are going to be of extreme importance to Queen of Pain.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to play some range hero. Not sure which one. I mean, there's still the Snap.
Yeah, that's the obvious
But
one. The Bat Rider gets banned out.
It doesn't feel like his type of hero, but his type of hero is more like roaming melee heroes, right? There's no Tuss. Tuss is the best one right now.
Yeah.
So the next couple of heroes that are
You know what's crazy?
Clock.
Marcy's still in the pool. Marcy's been banned out first phase for what feels like most of this tournament so far, at least in the games we're watching.
I mean, even
Both teams have just skipped it
Lycan
over.
is not really prioritized because the teams here don't really know how to use the hero, or there's no Lycan specialist to play the hero.
Yeah,
So
I think
it
the
seems-
only Lycan specialist that is in this tournament is probably like Tino, or like I want to say Jabs can pull off a pretty convincing Lycan as well.
Tino is the best Lycan player here.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Tino is the top, and then a close second, just because Jabs can play like any hero.
A jack of all trades, but a master of none.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story for Jabs the entire time, but we'll get to see Jabs later on. Luckily for us, we're covering the very exciting upper bracket finals, Execration versus Boom Esports. Those are two teams with a second lease on life, though. Even if they lose the upper bracket final, they still have a second chance. But these ones in front of us, Reconics and Kukuis, again, fighting for their lives, backs against the wall, and they're going to bring it all out here. Sven into the Mars, this Monkey King looking to be the position 4 for DJ. How do you feel about this? Because we were discussing yesterday that this is a very 9-class-esque hero where you're looking to be cheeky, being disruptive, sniping these couriers, getting vision on the back line. Do you think that fits with how DJ wants to play?
As long as it's a melee hero. I like him on melee heroes more than range heroes.
Word up, word
Like,
up.
he
Let's
needs
see
to
whether he
be-
makes you proud.
He needs to be moving around.
Okay.
Whether it's like 9 class or not like 9 class, I think this is the type of hero he wants to play. Give vision, set up, initiate. You have some sort of wave clear, which I do think that is not as important on how DJ plays. He's a little bit more selfless, I think 9 class can be a bit more greedy at times. He takes a lot more space on the map.
Well, Monkey King is a hero that can build that Helm Dom, right? Which alleviates the Mars from needing to do so. Mars can just focus on his regular item build-up, maybe something like a Yules, Blink, BKB, all that typical good stuff. Speaking of the team fight, Kukuis, they have many circles of death right now. The Wukong's command, Mars Arena, lock you into the Static Storm. It looks like a very difficult affair for Reconics to fight pre-BKBs.
They have Silencer, my friend.
Yeah, okay.
Shush.
Alright, my bad.
Don't cast your spells.
Yeah, but that comes off on cooldown like every 2 minutes or some shit.
I mean, they
like
also
level
have
one.
Sand King. Sand King is the best tower defender right now. Like, he's an insane hero. He's a bit like Shaker, where he doesn't really lose his lane in the early game.
Yeah.
And he kind of farm stacks really quickly, and then he defends his tower. And when you get to late game, this hero does too much damage. And a mix of physical and magical.
So why do you think they picked Queen of Pain as an immediate response to Sand King? Because I agree with you. I think Sand King is basically no interaction in the mid lane. Reminds me a bit of Kotl, right? Where you just blast and you don't interact.
You're trying to interact in terms of the sentry wall, I think. Usually what happens is you try to deward the sentry from the Sand King. If the Sand King doesn't get the deward, then he can't sit against Queen of Pain, against the Shadow Strike, then you lose the lane.
Sure.
So I think a lot of that is going to come down to the sentry walls. And sometimes you see the supports give the Sand King an extra sentry ward in the beginning. It's all about the first couple of minutes, If you can get past that, you don't get bullied by Queen of Pain, you should be okay. But if you get pressured too much, you lose too much health, then it's going to be very dicey, because the Monkey King will be looking to take advantage of the situation. When you're low, he's going to be hopping around, surprise, and kill you.
Yeah, 2 to 3 levels of the Sandstorm should be enough to give you enough AoE and hide back a safe distance. But that level 1, it's barely a sandstorm, more like a sand puddle, I want to say. It barely touches the entire creep wave. They really nerfed that AoE, which makes a lot of sense. I remember Sand King, when it was first starting to pop off, you could just farm double camps non-stop, even with level 1, level 2 Sandstorm. Pretty disgusting. You talked about no Lycan player. FBZ wants to give it a whirl here. Even more Ghost Push, a great way of taking down the Disruptor. And honestly, it's a little bit scary into the Mars, because you're going to need the BKB to run out of Disruptor Static, run out of Arena, but it's a pretty nice Lycan game, I want to say. Like, you get vision with the Wolves, you can scout and set up for Sand King and Sven. Not too bad.
Yeah, mainly I think it gives you a bit of everything. The vision, the wave push, and then you got the wolf bite for the Sven, which I think eventually is going to come into play. That's very scary.
Yeah. I see so many Lycans take over the game as well, just because of, like what kind of hero do you pick now? They ban out the Ursa, they ban out the Gyro, two heroes.
TB could be good here. I think the reflection works well with Lycan.
Okay.
You can get his auras. Your high armor against Lycan Sven, which is all physical damage.
Aren't you a bit worried about that Sand King burst damage though, right? Like you don't really have a save, so if you get 100 to 0 with the global silence, it's... I mean, how do you even take the fight?
The other option is maybe something like anti-mage, which I don't know. Anti-mage against Lycan. I don't think you can kick the Lycan out of the lane, but the Lycan also can't really pressure you. I mean,
what do you think about Medusa?
Not bad actually. There's a Medusa. Yeah, you're right. Medusa is probably a little bit better than all the shit I just spilled.
Don't say that.
Stone Gaze against Sven. Gaze against Lycan.
You don't really have good mana burn as well, and the supports don't really affect you. I guess it is a bit annoying to always get bushwhacked off cooldown, but feels like you can just stand in the middle and they can't really threaten you.
It's stable. Very stable.
I mean, the one thing against Lycan is you always want to try and keep formation, right? And it feels like now you have the Mars as your front line, you have it back. What the helly?
Okay, GG.
So it's a monkey... Wait, what?
Monkey
King 1.
Okay, Monkey King carry is good into Lycan. I give them that.
Do you think they planned for the Monkey King to be?
No, probably not. I think it's a last minute decision.
Okay, and what does this Spirit Breaker give them other than the fact that DJ wants to flex his new set?
Spirit Breaker is great into all their heroes. I think charging into like the Hoodwink, which is hiding in the trees, charging into the Silencer. Silencer hates playing into heroes that can find him, right? Usually you see Task, Clockwork, Spirit Breaker, anything that can force him to use his ultimate in a very defensive manner. And it's also good against the Lycan. You can hunt him down, if you see him on the map. So I think overall, there's a lot of merits in picking the SB here. And SB plus Disruptor, I think this is a fantastic combination as well. You give vision, then you get the glimpse back. There's a lot of catch, right? So you are not going to run away from Disruptor plus SB.
Yeah, it's also awkward because I feel like most of the time when you see something like a Spirit Breaker on the map, you want to eventually tech into a Linkins, but none of these heroes on Reconyx really like that item or find it very natural to build up. It doesn't help their builds at all. They all have specific timings they need to hit. I really like this last pick here, and I mean, it fulfills your criteria, right? You wanted to see DJ on a roaming position 4 that is melee and can sort of make space on the map. This fits all those little checkboxes. I actually... With this last pick, I think I'm feeling the Kukui's draft a bit more. I think they've done a great job in terms of nullifying what the supports can bring. It's going to be kind of hard for Reconyx to get much done on the map.
Well, it's also going to come down to the lanes, right? They're picking this Monkey King to win the lane to kind of fight early, which they are hoping that it will translate into them chasing the enemy around, Reconyx around, and then you have the glimpse and everything to play around.
Yeah.
But Reconyx, I think on their side, their team fight is pretty scary with Global plus the Sand King Epicenter. And eventually, like I said, you have the Wolf Bite on the Sven, which is, I think, he's the strongest hero in this game, for sure. He's going to outskill everybody. It's all about just getting to that point, right? And whereas for Kukuis, I think their hardest scaling hero is probably the Queen of Pain. Like Ultra late game, Queen of Pain is also a very, very scary hero. But they do have some answers, some decent answers against him. The Sand King, I think, is pretty good at bursting the Queen of Pain down. You have the Global, and you have the Sand King plus Hoodwink combination. This is like the highest win rate duo at TI. So this itself garners a lot of confidence for Reconyx in this game.
What exactly about the Sand King Hoodwink duo makes it such a great pairing?
It's the shot from Hoodwink, so it gives extra magic damage, so it will actually completely destroy a hero that's caught in the epicenter.
Right. Like the Sand King himself can already put out so much damage. I think no matter how tanky you are, 25% additional spell damage. Nothing
survives that. If you get caught bushwhack and barrel strike with the epi on top of you, nothing survives. Unless you're Wraith King, where it doesn't
Where
really
you
count.
come back a second time.
Yeah, it
or,
doesn't
you
really
know.
count as surviving. It's more like you have a second chance.
Yeah, or Abaddon, maybe, actually.
Yeah,
but none of those things are relevant in this discussion
Hey bro,
as we get off to
Abaddon,
game number 1.
Abaddon could die, you know, because there's a break from Hoodwing.
Oh, yeah, you're right. If he doesn't pop the
He
ultimate.
could still die.
It's still the Wraith King that's the main survivor. That's my goat right there. Unpicked at TI, if I'm not mistaken. Very sad. I miss that hero. I miss the days when
thank you. No, thank you.
Wait, what the hell's wrong with you? What's wrong with Wraith King? No respecters?
Wraith King is too annoying. You have to kill him twice. Twice the effort.
Yeah, well, every
But
Dota
not
hero is
twice-
annoying in their
but
own
not
way.
Twice the bounty, so it's not fair.
But then, can you imagine if Wraith King gave gold on his first death? That would literally destroy the hero. What's going on
if
here?
You gain. Okay, never mind.
You gotta say EXP? Don't know. I think Wraith King's fine the way he is. And please, the man's not even being picked right now. He could use a little bit of help.
He has a very high win rate in pubs, but never mind. In this game, he is not here.
Yes,
We are going to
screw
see
him.
Spirit Breaker running around pulling creep waves. Nothing
Classic.
Nothing Silencer can do.
This is a little bit scary for the Lycan here because I think once you hit like level 2 or level 3, you could just run down the Lycan. JG, speaking of being run down, nice blood grenade. Varish finds the connection. Early level in the glaives, just harassing down the
Why is
Mars.
he-
How did that even happen?
Why is he dying again? Remember the last game?
Yeah, the
maybe
Darkseer,
not the last
right?
game, the Darkseer game, yeah. DJ was pulling as well, then he actually went up to take the creeps. And then this happens again, you know, like he's just really greedy. And you have to be contented in foregoing some creeps to ensure that the wave, or maybe they have to try to switch things around. You pull as the SG and give the lane to the Mars, and the SG takes the lane. Takes the creep wave in front, you know, you just get the XP since the Mars can't sit still, you know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about. JG, you know, they've sort of preyed on his more greedy tendencies twice now. I mean, it's different teams, but it's clear that they're familiar playing against him and they know how to punish him. We'll see whether that ends up actually mattering, because of course, in the early levels, you know, the Silencer, Sven, they can put out a lot of harass, but all JG really needs in this lane is levels, right? You get a bit of gold, that's fine, but you will have a bit more time once your allies start making moves on the map to try and recovery farm up.
Yep, now the SB is level 2, so he is free to begin his game.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, this is what we are talking about, the sentry boss. So far, Queen of Pain has a sentry in the lane. Sand King has to buy more. And this sentry is going to determine everything in this lane. If the Sand King doesn't get the deward, he is not going to be able to farm creeps in this lane.
Yeah, and might as well start stacking already for himself because it's not really looking too hot. Queen of Pain even has a very nice ward placed on his side of the lane. Gonna come in for a stun in your dream. Looking to make the space as his sentry comes on the courier. It's just pushed the wave in as well. It's pretty good timing. Gonna get that instant D-ward. Pop it on the high ground. Get that out of the way.
Yeah, on the top lane, this is kind of expected that the Monkey is dominating this lane against the Lycan. The Lycan is still getting his fair share of XP. I don't think he cares so much about winning his lane. As long as he is getting a decent amount of XP and gold, he's going to be able to have impact in the later portions of the game, especially get a decent timing on the helm. And the game really
that's
starts...
really just the plan, right? Like you don't really function as a hero until you get that item, and then that's when you start making plays.
And it kind of frees up a lot of things that you can do as the position for Hoodwing. You don't really need to play around the Lycan as much. I mean, he's getting glimpse back, but Lycan is, I think he's one of the better heroes at playing alone in the lane. He's pretty tanky, he has a lot of regen, it's pretty hard to kill.
Yeah, not to mention, if you try and go on him and he has a howl level, he just cuts your attack damage down by such a significant margin, right? He doesn't have it leveled yet, but for these future attempts, it should be pretty easy for him to just shrug them off. Helm of Iron Will already complete, so his sustain in the lane is going to be completely Gucci. Regenerating, like, what, 12 HP when he's near the tower every second? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the rune control. We mentioned a little bit about how important it is for both sides to secure the runes for the Queen and for the Sand King. I'd argue it's probably a little bit more important for the Queen because she wants to be able to move around, whereas the Sand King just wants to care about his stacks. You know, he wants to clear stacks. He doesn't really want to move as much. And the Monkey King is going to play a part in that. You know, he needs to, I think, contest the stacks in some way or help the Crown of Pain secure runes so they can steal the stacks. I think he has to be active here on the Monkey King this game.
A little bit of fumble there from Delol. Still doesn't have the boots, so hard for him to get the move speed to properly pull that camp.
Yeah, the nerf, it's the nerf. The box is bigger nowadays, so you need to reach the Ancients a lot earlier to pull double stack.
Looks like there's a bit of a setup happening in the top lane. TP in from the Spirit Breaker, looking for an angle. They pull back the lull, and the charge is there. Looks like the Hoodwink is absolutely toast. Gonna try and turn around maybe for one last bushwhack. At least give the kill over to Cuckoo instead. Cuckoo has to take the last hit. So, I mean, it's still a win, obviously, for the side of Cuckoo's, but at least the Monkey King didn't get it.
I mean, it's gonna be the rune time. I mean, you're still dying at not a very convenient time. He needs to TP and help the runes, but that's what the Disruptor and the Spirit Breaker are already here setting up. The Lycan did send his wolves to help, so they have half a hero here.
Ends up being the bot rune anyway, so nothing the supports really could have done to
bot right
influence
away.
that. Looking to punish. They are very aggressively positioned on Jikroy and Barish. Jump forward, scream back. The setup is clean. And with the Spirit Breaker coming in, Jikroy does not stand a chance here. What a beautiful setup there. JG baiting them in, and the response is fast, and I mean, that just turns around the entire side of the lane.
Yeah, those kills were really, really significant. It's gonna help the Mars kind of reach his level 6 a lot faster. He was kind of getting bullied in the lane because he was alone. But now he has a little room to breathe. 5.5 levels after this wave. I think they probably should give him the Shrine as well. I think in this sort of situation, you could give the offlaner the Shrine because he's playing alone.
Yeah, but you kind of really want those ultimates on the supports as well, right? Like the Static Storm is going to be so relevant, and DJ, he spent a lot of time roaming around, so he's only at that level 3. This is kind of where the Spirit Breaker innate comes into play though. Your herd mentality, just kind of spreading EXP a lot nicer around all the lower level heroes.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. There used to be a combo with this and Warlock. Remember, there was a time people would pick Warlock.
Oh, yeah, and then you just artificially inflate the EXP in one fell swoop, right?
Yeah, you make sure
That's
you
pretty
use
cool.
the Black Grimoire when you're the lowest level, and you get the buff from the herd mentality.
That's pretty cool. I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest.
Here comes the Monkey King. You better know this. He's here.
Gabby. They didn't even realize, thought that was a tree, if I'm being honest. Jikroy, not enough damage to finish him off. This is troublesome. He needs to get Jingu lifesteal off. Gabby can't find the stacks and ends up trading 1-for-1. Cuckoo is now trying to escape, but Dalol off the mark with the spear. JG. That's gonna cost him. It could have been a kill. Missed the bushwhack though. Here come the wolves trying to slow him down. He's out of mana for now, and the Glimpse will hold back Dalol, but not before the Acorn shot comes out with slow. Barish will find a -1 while DJ cleans up on the back line. Trading evenly, but for sure, that is not what Cuckoo's wanted.
DJ is fair though. I believe that has to be some sort of good news for them. He's the main playmaker. 3-0, level 5 on SB. I mean, you mentioned the importance of levels on the two supports of Cuckoo's, Disruptor and SB. They're both level 5 right now. I think this is absolutely great news for them.
It's gonna be a little bit painful though. It comes at the cost of Gabby's farming time and of course the Mars as well.
Yeah, but that's okay. Because as a Monkey King, you're probably not going to be able to carry the game. So you kind of need to enable your teammates a lot more than yourself.
Okay. Well, as long as Gabby knows that. You know what I mean? I mean, we know that.
He definitely knows that. That's why he made the move. He went broad. He kind of sacrificed himself, put himself in a dangerous spot. But he's a great kills. They got levels on the supports.
Cuckoo trying to come in here and contest the stacks, but he's far too late. Already being cleared out by In Your Dream, and spot out the sentry as well, so not gonna prevent any of the stacking going on here. Meanwhile, DJ just being annoying, chasing down Jikroy. It's not really a threat of the kill unless the Queen of Pain joins up. Sonic Wave available, they just need to find the right angle, throw it out, yell in agony. Even the Croaker tosses him up just to really make his day a bit harder.
Even the Croaker doesn't like him, yeah. 3 heroes there, but he decides to toss the Sven up.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's like the whole world is against you.
Indeed, indeed. At least for now, the Sven not really having the best of times. Lowest net worth core, Jikroy. We've seen him recover from these tougher games before, but it's going to be a long way to go before he catches up. I mean, the Monkey King doesn't even have a natural farming mechanic, and he's still sort of outdoing the Sven very nicely right now.
Yeah, at the same time, they don't really need the Sven to be fed. I think the important heroes are the Sand King and the Lycan. They're both doing fairly well. Especially the Lycan. I think the Lycan is going to lead a lot of the plays for his team. And meanwhile, the low, he's going to die here. I guess from the point. No, about 2 more ticks.
Could try and get a deny. Doesn't manage to find the timing. Cuckoo does pay the price though. Meanwhile, Gabby was able to set up on FBZ in the top lane. Looks like JG came forward with an arena through the Twin Gate. Great rotation there.
Yeah, that is actually a huge kill. He's the one that's on top of the net worth chart for his team. And he's the one that's going to be leading a lot of the momentum. Like they want to play around the Lycan with his helm.
I like the Twin Gate so much for this very reason. I think in the sort of previous iteration of Dota before this map was expanded and Twin Gates weren't available, you have to hold that thought up in your dream. Gonna wind up the Epi. Static Storm is there though. Global Silence couldn't come through in time and he's gonna get punished. But yeah, back to the point I was making. I think the Sven recognizes that he can't stand in the bot lane, right? And in the past, you'd have to move your mask all the way to the top and then you have to walk all the way back to bot to make any sort of play. But now connecting to your allies is so much easier and you kind of get like rewarded for being smart about your timings as well.
They're both like literally the same lane in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
Connected through a highway. And you have to really use it, you know. I remember how broken it was before when it didn't cost mana.
It's crazy. People will just pop in and out just for the vibes. Varish does get picked off in the mid lane. That is starting to feel a bit like a death zone. You can't really afford to stay there. Blink reveal in your dream, in with the epicenter. That's going to be Cuckoo going down. FBZ not even needing to use the shapeshift. They have their eyes on the tower and that's what they'll settle for.
And here comes DJ. He doesn't want to let them get away.
Oh,
Good
FBZ
arena.
now he throws the shapeshift, but the arena walls catch the dot, the sonic wave. It's a bit too girthy for him to run past and he's gonna get tagged by it. FBZ ends up going down, even though he's taken the tower.
Yeah, it's probably time for Reconnects to sit back and just chill a little bit. They have to play around the Lycan plus the epicenter. They need both spells to be up. 2 heroes playing on the same area. I mean, they're getting pressured by the Disruptor plus the SB a lot right now. So I think they feel like they need to make some moves, but instead maybe they have to try to be a little bit more defensive. Like, you just have to wait for them to come to you and just make sure the Sand King is ready to counter-initiate with the epicenter plus the global silence. You don't want to really go and attack their towers and then you fall into the trap that you get killed into them. And sometimes
oh, deep ward spots Jikroy. That was such a clean setup there from DJ. No chance for the Sven to survive, and you're talking about them needing Reconnects and the rest of the team to be ready for that jump. They just couldn't see that one coming.
Yeah, they have to be a lot more proactive with this. Also the vision, right? They where are their wards? They actually they have 1 and 2 wards below on the bottom side. They're gonna have to play around all the vision a lot more. And they're gonna find a kill here on Monkey. Actually,
are you serious?
That
global silence in the mid lane though. Speed of pain dropping low. A lot of damage. Lewis still able to survive. Jikroy comes in now looking for the cleanup. DJ with the Sister Shroud. Trying to come in with the epicenter, but you just don't have the damage. DJ's a bit too tanky, even with that Lotus. And they don't get anything. Reconnects brought 5 members to the mid lane just to find a bunch of missed opportunities.
Global is down. I mean, they still have Epi, so maybe they can still try to go for a pick off. But you see, like the lacking in damage right now. They don't really have a lot of damage to kill through this all these tanky heroes. I think when Sven is ready, I think that they will solve the problem. But right now, they have to like maybe split them up and try to take small little fights here and there.
Yeah, it's also not great that there's like 4 Sister Shrouds on the side of Kukuis right now. So we talk about survivability, they got that maxed out. What a busted neutral item, man.
Well, you got nerfed a fair bit.
And not enough, clearly. The low getting caught out. Trying to
It's
clear
the
out
same
the
ward.
vision established here. I think it's a slightly different one because the previous ward they had was near that Croaker camp. And then the Lo had cleared that one out, but Cuckoo's gonna re-establish some vision in that area. It's so hard, right, for Reconics to reclaim their own jungle.
They have to use smoke plus global and epi. They need to wait for the next global. I think this area is an area that if they do not secure, it's going to be very limited for its cost to farm. They're getting caught again. This disruptor SC
Storm.
finding another kill. Nowhere is
dash.
safe. All the wards as
Insult
well.
to injury, I mean, that looked like a very slow kill, but it doesn't even matter because they get it at the end of the day. This is what you want. All that net worth being pumped into the spots. Look at how rich they are. The Spirit Breaker, 4.5k net worth almost, and the Disruptor heads and shoulders above the other two supports.
Yeah, Reconics needs to regroup and they have to kind of bring all their heroes together. At least 4 of them have to go together. Even though it's not as efficient. They need
But
to
where
try
are
to
they going? Where do you want them to go?
either reclaim their jungle or try to go and take a tower. Probably reclaiming their jungle on the bottom area. They have to like make sure that there's enough space for the Sven to farm, you know. Because right now he is not getting a ton of space to farm. They're gonna secure the rune for 60 minutes. It's gonna be top, so unlucky for them. And now they have to really figure out which side on the map to play, right? Do we actually go top and open up the top side? Because the Sven, and you look at where he is farming, right? He is really scared, you know. He doesn't even want to venture out to take the wave, right? He thinks that there is an ambush coming for him. So if he wants to go there, he needs to wait for his team to smoke over. They have global to kind of cover him, but again, you know, not the best way to use global if you always have to use it to save a teammate.
Yeah. You save the Sven just for him to be able to farm 1 or 2 extra creep waves. That's not the value you need. You, like you're saying, feels like Reconics need to try and make some sort of intervention happen in this game. It's already getting to that point where it's a little bit rough. Still could recover here, but 5k gold lead at this early stage. It's not the best situation to be in. Jikroy now will show on the wave.
I mean, they just need like one good fight. They need to read where the SV and Disruptor is starting a fight, starting a move, and they have to just be there. You know, I don't think they lack the heroes to deal with it. They have Global and Epicenter. I think these two big spells should be, in theory, more than enough to at least blow some of these heroes up, you know, and turn the fight around.
Yeah.
They just have to be in position, right? Because if you're not in position, then it's all down the drain, you know. There's nothing you can do with your heroes. And they have like another extra ward down here, so they have 3 observer wards covering the bottom side jungle, so they are really protecting this area. Yeah, they deem this area more important than the top side.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Sven isn't, or at least hasn't really been looked at. He's just been farming the safest place on the map right now. Doesn't particularly seem like Cuckoos are in a rush to try and make anything more happen or force any issues. I feel like usually in this type of situation, you know, you 5 to 15, you feel very healthily ahead. I like the discipline that they're playing with, though. Maybe in a sort of less focused game, you might have run some supports into dangerous areas, fed a couple of kills, but they understand they don't need to push the issue per se. There's a lot of fear that Reconics are operating with, and I mean, right now they're gonna venture into the mid lane, find Cuckoo. They're gonna epicenter this. Okay. Static Storm still comes out. He gets his spell off, but I don't think there's any way you can capitalize on that in your dream kill.
Yeah, no one actually TP'd to help him. Maybe if someone came faster, they're gonna come in with the arena, catching out the low.
Yeah. That is a dead hoodwink. FBZ popping the ultimate. They want to punish JG here, but a beautiful charge through before the global could come out. Jikroy there with the damage though. The Sven from out of nowhere punishing Lewis. That is a huge kill streak to lose. DJ dropping as well. Oh, Reconics, they're starting to get some nice bits of gold, but the Sven chained to his death by the spear. Great setup there from JG, and now without the global, Gabby can go to town. This Monkey King is ready to punish. He's slowed down by the last word. Does he have the move speed to keep on chasing? Counter-Strike is available and the damage is there. Double kill for Gabby as the Lul still trying to set up. Nice Power Strike onto 2, but can you really threaten here? More Jingu damage, more kills going the way of the Monkey King, and Lord Gabby is very pleased with that offering.
Yeah, Reconics definitely underestimating the power of the Monkey King. Not respecting him, you know, they're still trying to go in when the fight was clearly over. Because you don't have Sven, you don't have Shapeshift, you are not killing the Monkey King, you know. That's it, you know. Like without even the Sand King went in without epicenter, he was trying to just use his sandstorm damage. You know, that is a bit
That's
too
very ambitious.
too optimistic. You know, for my liking.
Yeah. I completely understand what you mean. And it looked so good for Reconics for a moment there too, right? The Sven able to capitalize on Global Silence, kill the Queen of Pain that has eluded them for so long this game. But even after that entire fight, the gold lead remains exactly the same. They weren't able to walk away with any sort of a lead just because they ended up biffing the rest of the fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now Manta complete for the Monkey. He's very happy looking at finishing up that Black King bar. I mean, I know you mentioned that the Monkey can't carry late game, but hang on. A lot of magic damage coming out thanks to the Hunter's Boomerang, and Cuckoo will go down. He's not gonna bother throwing out that Static Storm because he realizes there's no need to. But here comes the Epicenter, trying to punish Gabby. A big Lotus in his pocket allows him to heal all the way back up, and then changing the guard, dodging the damage. FBZ still running really quickly around the map here though. The nice Yules to interrupt. JG looking for his angle though. Here comes the Barrel Strike, stopping DJ from finding anyone else. Jinkroy coming through the tree line. How has he found that? Oh, Lewis caught out again. I don't know what exactly gave him the vision of that Queen of Pain, but what a play there. Now they're going to try and convert this to a Tormentor. Gabby ready to try and set up though. The Boundless a little bit awkwardly timed. Not enough to steal anything away or stop the side of Reconics.
Now that is a big turnaround. Now the goalie goes back to 1,000 or less than 1,000. So Reconics definitely successfully pulled the game back with that move.
Wait a minute. With the spear, Jinkroy probably going to go down here though. Static Storm now to hold the lull in place. And the back and forth continues. So much for pulling the game back. Pull this Delul Hoodwink back for Gabby to munch on. Just needs to jump up into the tree. Still got the vision. JG will finish off the kill. DJ a bit late to the party, but now they might even be able to contest this 21. I don't know. Varij beats them to it. But still, I mean, both teams really just slugging back and forth at each other with no mercy.
Yeah, again, the lacking of discipline, right? After they claimed the Tormentor, they didn't really back up and reset. Because they already used all their spells, right? There's no point trying to clear out the remaining. Like, he got greedy with the remaining camps. Like, this is like a very typical thing with carry players. They take control of an area, they win a fight, they try to finish everything in that area, farm every single opportunity, right? But at the same time, you also have to respect, like, the enemy, like, respawn time is already coming to an end. You need to back off when they are arriving, you know? You can't really just try to finish all your camps. And he stayed a little bit too long, got caught, and that was it, you know? There's a Monkey King, like, on the trees watching him.
Yeah, Gabby. Grandmaster tier on this hero. Extremely comfortable with it.
Not the most conventional carry hero right now.
Yeah, I'd say so. I feel like a lot of the times we see these top teams utilize it more in the mid lane to try and control the tempo, roam around the map and cause chaos. Just feels like it's very matchup dependent, right, on the position one. There are some carry matchups that are so Monkey King favored, and then there are some where you just kind of get blown up by the rest of the team when your BKB is down and it's really awkward to get things done.
I think against the Sven it might be okay. Because you can fight in the arena, you get armor, then you can kind of like run around, dodge the sun.
I mean, you got changing the guard as well, right? So if you manage to get that off, you're buying a lot of time for you to just kind of juke the Sven around.
Basically, you're trying to run down his BKB timer. The Sven with no BKB is going to get kited really hard. You know, look at their heroes. There's so many ways of kiting, either with the Shadow Strike, SB charging limbs, the spear.
I mean, even the kinetic field, right? If you don't have the BKB, you're just going to be caged like a sad little dog.
He's going to be pushed around like a sad little dog, you know, in the team fights.
Yeah, sad little dog. Hopefully not the case if you're a Reconics fan. They are slightly behind in this game, but they've shown they can take a good fight, just not really showing the discipline that's needed to sort of keep resetting and finding new opportunities. Let it slip out of their fingers a little bit here, but now a smoke move up. Cuckoos, they're on the prowl. Smoke gonna break immediately onto In Your Dream. Global Silence comes out a bit too late, but the Yule's buying him some time. He's gonna come back down, Barrel Strike away. Stun on the sidelines though. Jinkroy able to finish off the kill, and Lewis the same. Sonic Wave on the back line. FBZ already shapeshifting up. They want to put more use into this God Strength, but Gabby looking to set up on the tree line. Doesn't feel confident enough to do it onto FBZ alone. Trying to bait out Lewis. They know Gabby has to be around somewhere, but they don't know exactly where this Monkey King has bounded off to.
Still trying to go in for...
Okay, well, I mean, Charge onto FBZ, I don't think anything's gonna happen there. Varish able to survive thanks to the Solar Crest. A swing and a complete miss there from Gabby's Monkey King. They don't find anything else.
That's not the worst. He didn't die after going in against like 3 to 4 heroes. He's alive. He's gonna be farming his next item. I think the
I will say that was
the butterfly. Yeah. I mean, the butterfly is going to be like a huge power up this game. This like enhancement. If he's able to get it before the next fight, which is
for sure.
probably going to result in Washan going either of one of these teams.
Okay. So that's what we can look forward to for now. I was just gonna say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just thought Jikroy, I mean, he's been playing these engagements really well, right? Apart from the one moment where he got a bit greedy and didn't back off, it feels like he's always on a relevant target. In the previous engagements, he was always jumping on the Queen of Pain with the Global Silence, and then this time round, he completely singles out the Mars before he can cast any single spell. There was no arena, no spear, nothing in that fight.
Yeah, the jumps are going to be very, very crucial if you get the right hero. Whereas I think for Kukuis, they are definitely looking to try to burst a hero like Silencer before he pops his global, or even the Sand King. I think these two heroes are going to be very, very important for them to focus down. You know, all they need is the right vision. Then you have the glimpse and the charge to play around. I think Monkey King is probably going to be the main person that's providing vision for them, you know, jumping around the trees to scout out heroes, which would work better at in the daytime, you know, not at night. Nighttime is probably better for the Reconic side with the Lycan.
Yeah, also just hiding around the tree line with their Blink Initiators, right? A lot less vision for you to react. Popping the God Strength going into this Roche. I mean, they're not going to wait for the butterfly timing. They want it to happen now, and DJ walks into vision. DJ goes down. Nice catch there, Lewis, with a Sonic Wave, but the Yule's dodging out most of the damage. That's not where you want to be as the Queen of Pain. Global Silence forcing the 4-staff. Gabby, a huge arena onto 3, but the BKB comes out and they're starting to chop through the Mars. The shield isn't going to help him here. Gabby going to come through, Boundless Strike onto 2, but he just doesn't have the time to set up the Wukong's command. Gonna try and chase for more. Buyback on DJ. That's the setup on the high ground. They are gonna put the Wukong's command down, but the ring is slightly in an awkward position. Jikroy just gonna turn around, cut down Lewis, and Gabby, he might be fighting in the Wukong's command, but he has no more allies around him. Jikroy, with the tail end of that God Strength, punishes the lineup of Kukuis, and DJ has to turn tail and flee, the only survivor, risking his own dieback. The Roche is gonna go into the hands of Reconics.
There was a lot of confusion in the beginning of the fight. I think they wanted to get like arena, like the Monkey King was standing along the trees very close to the team fight, and he was waiting for the arena to come up so he can put his Wukong's command in the arena, right? And that kind of like didn't really happen because they were hesitating too much. So in the end, what ended up not working out is the Mars went in and the Monkey King went backwards, right? So they didn't go at the same time. When he turned around and he was already too late, the Mars arena was kind of wasted. And the Wukong was also wasted, right? So I think they just weren't on the same page, you know, in that fight, and that resulted in the team fight going so poorly for Team Kukuis.
Yeah, one of the things about having many circles in the ground is you generally want to place them together at the same time. A bit of a setup here onto In Your Dream. Nice barrel strike away, couldn't get the latch on the spear, and the Sand King will escape. This kind of game just feels so frustrating because you feel the control starting to slip out of your hands. You were playing from ahead with your Shadow, Spirit Breaker, Disruptor lineup. You're chasing down these heroes all around the map, and suddenly you're the one being picked off. Lewis, who started with such a great game, has just fallen off in terms of his net worth, always getting easily swiped down by this Sven. It's not a good look.
He also is halfway into both items, right? He has the plate meal, but he didn't finish the Shivas, and now he thinks that he needs a BKB. Because the global is kind of also very problematic for him. All their heroes need a lot of items right now on the Kukui side. The Monkey King needs to finish his Butterfly, which is going to be huge. The Queen needs to finish BKB.
Okay.
So much to farm, so little time.
Yeah, just getting picked off all across the map now. The God Strength means that Gabby cannot contest here. Still trying to work his way towards that Butterfly for the evasion timing that you talked about, but 8k gold lead now in the hands of Reconics. Starting to feel like a steeper and steeper climb for Kukuis to find their way back into this game as the items start coming online for Reconics.
Yeah, it just seems like they are not going to be able to sit and farm. They have to try to use the mask, you know. I think one of the cores needs to just run around with the supports to set up kills. Either you protect one of the cores trying to push out waves, or you have to try to bring the aggression to the opponents to create a distraction so you can farm on your other cores. You know. If they're not doing anything, they're just trying to push out lanes just like this. It's probably not going to work out for you.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about the Monkey King potentially being positioned for and filling out the Helm Dom. Well, one side has a Helm Dom creep always, Helm of the Overlord creep always pushing out the waves, and the other doesn't. So you can see how small the map has become for the side of Kukuis. They are just being choked in from the bot lane and the mid lane. They have no space to go.
They need to decide which item they're going to wait for and just go and take a fight. I don't think they can wait for every single item. The butterfly and the BKB, choose one. Probably the BKB, it's closer. He needs to farm another 2 or 3 waves of creeps for Luis.
Uh-oh, Kuku.
I mean, this is the problem, right? If they're farming, they are just going to get dwarf here because Lycan is controlling the map.
What is this blink forward here, and what is that shapeshift? I guess just maybe expecting a bit more of a follow-up was FBZ, but now that ends up being a shapeshift committed basically just for a support kill.
Well, it's not that big. You're right. The cooldown is not really that long. So 1 minute, less than a minute actually. And the main cooldowns would be the Sand King, Epicenter, and the Global. Those are your 2 big spells. And the God Strength, of course. Can't forget the God Strength.
All 3 of those things are up right now, and they are ready to rumble. Looking to push in the mid lane, but do they dare to go high ground, you think? They have Aegis. Is there still anything else that they need to push the issue?
Actually, I would like to see them get the Wolf Bite though. I think the Wolf Bite is going to give them more team fight.
Sure, okay. It's not really something on FBZ's mind right now though. They get the catch on DJ on the side lane again. You know, if I just saw the game and I understood how many kills were happening in the past 5 minutes, I would have thought that the Disruptor was on the Radiant side. They just seem to consistently be catching people out on these side lanes. Set up onto FBZ, immediate BKB, so quick with the reactions, and he's going to be able to sprint on out of there, not giving them any quarter.
And because they move all the way bottom, Tormentor is going to die. Things are definitely looking really, really good for Reconics. The last 5 minutes have been like some kind of surge in income for everyone. If they won team fights, they get the Tormentor. They got Roshan a lot earlier. So
they find the side lane pickoffs, you know.
It's all about the wave. They were able to push the waves with the Lycan, with the Helm, and the Wolves, you know. I think that is what's causing a lot of problems right now. Because Kukuis, they don't really have a good hero to shove out the waves. Everyone has to show on the lane, right? You need to show your hero to clear the creep waves. And the fastest clearing hero is probably either the Monkey or the Mars. You know, you can clear it with 2 spells, but sometimes you need the Mars to be in the smoke, right? So then someone else has to do his job, which is not the easiest thing to do right now. When you have a Hoodwink hiding in the trees, you don't see Sand King, you know, the Hoodwink and Sand King can just literally blow up any single hero on your side.
Yeah, and also if you're not fast enough, the BKB is going to come out. They get the setup here, FBZ. They know he doesn't have a BKB, but he can just do the thing where he walks away with his legs. They just can't chase him down. You've already lost the Disruptor. You need to TP out. And Jikroy, he is angry. He's going to punish both supports for it. Reconics, they were so ready for that. And even without his BKB, they can't kill the dog.
They missed the spear, that's why. He didn't land the spear. He was trying to spear him towards his team, but he didn't land it. You know, that would have actually resulted in a very, very easy kill on the Lycan. And things are definitely looking very, very bad right now for them. Queen of Pain, Luis is going to be okay, but JG needs to do something for his team. He's been like missing a couple of really important spears on the enemy heroes, and now he can't. I think there's no more room for any more misses. If he misses one more, the game is just literally over.
Oh, Gabby. Not sure whether they spotted him here. He's gonna get that high ground vision. Boundless strike on the tree line. Barrel strike connects. Finds with the Yules. Look at the epicenter. It's gonna go. Gabby doesn't have a BKB. Gabby doesn't have help. There goes your Monkey King. Oh, Kukuis. they have lost it. I mean, I don't know about whether they lose the game like right now, but it just feels like they're in pieces.
Yeah, they're not sure what to do. They're running around like headless chicken. There's no clear, leader that is telling them, okay, this is what we need to go to, where we have to go to.
DJ in the mid lane. All these pickoffs, they get so much easier. No way of stopping that TP, I say that, but the bushwhack comes off cooldown. Another easy one. There's the spear onto the Lycan, but what was this supposed to set up? The global silence prevents the queen from following up. And now Jikroy popping that God Strength. Buyback onto 2. They want to try and punish this overstay, but pause. As Disruptor.
Silence deepens.
Okay.
Not the best time to
Yeah.
disconnect. So you're giving the Radiant side time to think about what to do to respond here. So Sand King is in the mid lane. He's running over.
Have that BKB on the Sven still.
Yeah, he is going to be fine. There's no way to kill him here.
I don't even know whether he needs to pop it. He's going to try to survive. Turn around with the damage onto Queen. Lewis just can't stand up into the damage coming out from the Sven. Mars dropping very low. The last Acorn will finish the job. The Lul able to sneak it through the tree line. And Gabby, where do you think you're going? This is a buyback for him, and if he dies, the game might just well be over. I don't know whether it ends regardless with how strong Reconics are looking right now.
And there's only one place Gabby is going right now to the next game. There's nothing more he could offer. BKB is down. I mean, even with the butterfly, he can't stand in the face of that enormous magic damage, from Sand King and Holding. Without BKB, he can't go in.
Seems to be the case right now. Remaining members on the side of Kukuis can do nothing but watch their Rex go down. All they can hope for is the fact maybe Reconics give us a little bit of a break. Maybe Reconics back up and try and take a Roche that hasn't spawned yet and give us maybe one last fight, but it just goes back to what you were saying. The JG initiations, they just haven't really been landing the way that Kukuis needs him to. The Lul being charged out, pulled back in. This is a nice pretty pick off here. The Lul dropping low, but the God Strength comes back out. Jikroy looking for a target, held back by the kinetic fence. Almost all his HP disappearing on Cuckoo. Still has a buyback available, but the Monkey King able to slide away out of trouble. Saw a ping come out. They must have seen him in the tree line or something, but was able to jump away. In your dream, did you spot him? Doesn't seem like it. Meanwhile, silence. The last touch, Lewis able to escape this time round.
The defender's gate saving his life.
Gabby's still getting vision, but he cuts down the tree of the walls of the arena. That's not what you want. You've griefed your own Monkey King, and he can't get the arena. Oh.
Alright, Gabby has had enough. That's it. This is it. Even his teammates are against him, doesn't want to do this anymore. Caps out, calls GG, time to reset and focus on the next game, figure out what do we put JG on, They definitely can't put him on.
Not the Mars, not the Mars. He has lost his Mars privileges after this game. Not like this.
No, it's the type of hero. They need to focus on the type of hero to put him on. I think he really excels at the Helm of Dom type of heroes. Daxia, Centaur, the type of heroes that can actually shove waves. And Mars is a totally different hero where it's a team fight specialist. You need to be really clutch with your spells, right? You can't afford to be missing so many of those. And he also needs to fix the fact that he keeps dying first blood in the lane when DJ is pulling the wave, right? Those are the things that if they could somehow put a band-aid on, I'm not expecting them to 100% fix the issues because I think it is enrooted in how JG is as a player, but they could still try to put a band-aid on it, try to figure out what are the best heroes to put him on. I would say like Daxia, Centaur, the heroes that are buying Helm, those are probably the best heroes for him at the moment, not a team fight initiator. So they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do for the next game, and they're going to have a little bit of time here to sort things out.
It might just be their last chance. The crazy thing, Winter, is that you're saying this Mars isn't really a JG type of hero. This is perhaps one of the worst Mars performances I've seen from him. Mars is one of his signatures. If you talk about JG, this is a hero that he's shown up on in the past, but something about today, it's just not really lining up for him. Hopefully, Kukuis can try and get back on track. If not, they're going to be out of DreamLeague Season 27. Stick around to find out what happens after this short break.
Sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride qua, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations with me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and krushki in his birch shelan.
Well, ready or not, here we go. We are into game number 2 here between Cuckoos as well as Reconics. It's Permasneeze and Winter bringing you the action. And Cuckoos, it was a decent break. I want to say like 10 minutes for them to figure out their shit, because I think that game number 1 didn't really sing the most confidence. It almost feels like a sharp decline, right? Start of the day, we saw Cuckoos. We were wondering whether they were going to bring a new energy into today. Felt that way in game number 1 of their first series up against Ivory, and then the second game got a bit messy, and then we were saying, okay, you know, surely there's a pretty long break between these 2 series. They're going to come back feeling a bit refreshed. First game against Reconics, they kind of had a lot of fumbles there across the game, so not really sure what exactly is running through their mind right now, not exactly sure what Cuckoo said to them during the break. But this is legitimately their last chance.
Cuckoo is saying, if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a Cuckoomancer.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. That would be a very Cuckoo move.
Not sure if it's gonna work, but I think the game, it's not about the draft. I think they just couldn't really play the heroes well enough. Maybe you could, criticize the Market King, right? Because eventually he fell off. He couldn't really, he was snowballing so hard, and then he lost his life 1 or 2 times, and then the game just felt like, okay, this is over.
Yeah. I don't really know whether you can blame him, right? It's like...
No, if I'm gonna blame, I blame the Mast. He's the only one that could, I guess, blame.
Actually, I wanted to ask, what do you think happened to Lewis there? Because he was also having himself a pretty good game, right? Going... advantages against the Sand King.
Yeah, it all started with the Tormentor fight. They were ahead, and then they took the Tormentor fight. The Corp, I think he just got stunned by the Sven and he just died on the side. Yeah, they were definitely not a lot. They were definitely not on the same page in a lot of the fights. I think they need to sort that out, you know. A team fight is a lot about making split-second decision and everyone just hopping about whether you like the decision or not. I think this is something that it can be very difficult to do if you have a lot of egos in a team, a lot of players that think that, oh, why are you making the decision? I am the carry, you know? And then the offlaner is saying, I am the team fight hero, you know, I'm making the decision. Then the carry saying, no, you don't have damage. And then the mid laner comes, shut the fuck up, just come over. I'm going to throw my nuke, you know, I'm going to fight here. And then nobody agrees on anything, so you never ever get to fight properly, you know? So there's a lot of like indecision because of this.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of small things as well, right? Because there are so many of these engagements where DJ buys back, and then after he buys back, you kind of feel like, oh, you know, but then we should go, right? Because he's already expended.
He knows that they cannot drag the game. They are stronger in the early
early portions of the game. I think up until, say, minute 20, 25, pre 30 minutes. I think that I would say that that's their expiration date for their lineup. So he has the urgency to push for the team fights, Whereas his teammates kind of felt a little bit too casual, They're like just wanting to farm and then sit back.
5 seconds.
And then they're not really connecting. I just think it's mostly because of the team fight. They're not really on the same page.
I think the one thing that I will say about Cuckoos is that as much as this always has been a meme slash stream slash content slash, as you put it, holiday camp team where, when you're not on an official team, you kind of just play here and take part in these qualifiers.
That wasn't me. That was you.
Sure, whatever you want to say. Putting
what
words
do you mean,
in my
whatever
mouth
I
again.
want to say? I never said that. I never said
You literally, I'm going to roll the tape back on your ass. But the point I'm trying to make is I think DJ is showing, at least in the games that we've seen, that he still has the skills to pay the bills. Now, I think there's been some struggles in syncing that with the rest of the team so far. But I kind of hope that even if it's not with Cuckoos, he does find some success because clearly, he's still got it, right? I wonder which one of these teams is going to be the next one to pick him up. Well, let's talk a bit less about the players now. I mean, all the drama's up in the air about whether Cuckoos were able to mentally reset, but we have ourselves a draft. Sand King back in the hands of Reconyx. That's likely going to be the In Your Dream hero, and they're going to pair that up with Elder Titan Grimstroke facing off against Mars, Snapfire, and Monkey King. Again, a lot of teamfight circles for Cuckoos.
They're running it back, Mars and Monkey King. The Grimstroke is definitely a very interesting one. It's very good with the Sand King and the ET. You do a bunch of magic damage. The ET aura amplifies that, something like a Hoodwink. I think you can count him as the replacement of Hoodwink. But from the position 5. You want something to amp up the Sand King damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Are there no other support options? How come Reconyx just ended up picking Elder Titan and Grimstroke? These are heroes that, they have their value, but it feels a bit funny to see them coming out of nowhere.
They're enabling the Sand King. These two supports are very good with Sand King. Number 1, you buff with the ET Spirit, magic damage. Number 2, Grimstroke gives the Sand King a combo with the double stun and the Ink Swell on the Sand King.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Why you doubt the players?
No, as in I'm wondering because they had.
Explain yourself.
I'm about to just let me
go into
brother.
game.
Oh my.
You think they're casually gonna get? Hey, I suddenly have the urge, to play ET, and I want you to play Grimstroke.
All I wanna ask is they had priority. Why didn't they sort of ban out? Did they not want the Snapfire for themselves? You think, or the Hoodwink?
Yeah, it's banned in second phase. So they first pick the Sand King, enemy bans out Hoodwink in the second phase to not allow Sand King plus Hoodwink, and then they snatch the Snapfire to
Are there no other heroes that work with Sand King?
There's ET. ET is the second best buffer, magic buffer. The third one is Ancient Apparition, which is not that great of a hero right now.
Sure. Okay. Well, explanation accepted. In comes the Water Boy, Jikroy's signature hero.
Finally, we got over it. It's already the last pick.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly makes this a good morphing game. Is it just the fact that there's a limited amount of damage output?
5 seconds remaining.
I think mostly against Mars, you want a hero that can wave or blink out of the arena. Morphling is that hero. And you can kind of turn into who is the interesting hero you want to turn in. I think Monkey King is nice, You're very mobile in the team fights. And then I think the lane with Elder Titan works. He also kind of utilizes the ET Spirit somewhat, I guess not as much as before, but I think overall it's a pretty nice hero to have here, especially against, I think it's mainly the Mars arena. You want someone that can run away from the arena. And now they need someone to tank for your dear little Morphling, some frontline hero.
Yeah. Seems to be the case as we get to the later stages of the draft that we're always missing some sort of information getter, someone to tank all the hits, buy the auras.
What is FBZ going to want to play? Pangolier? Does he play Pangolier? But he definitely plays Night Stalker.
Oh, I like this a lot. I mean, this Night Stalker pick is going to give them so much authority in the fights to get the jump that they want.
Vision. I see everybody. The silence is going to be Onage here. And it's Bane, Snapfire, Monkey King. Ooh.
Yeah.
feeling like it's a good Night Stalker game.
Yeah, I really like the draft that Reconics have come up with, even though it's some heroes that might not be at the sort of top shelf of what you want to pick out in the meta compared to what Kukuis have. The Banes, the Mars, the Snapfires, all really relevant heroes and very strong. I mean, these two supports are going to have such a difficult time, right? You don't really have a good way of getting away from the Night Stalker just because he can fly over the tree line and stop you from casting your spells.
Hide in the arena. Hide in the Wukong command.
True, yeah. They have to stick together then. And then you stick together for ET, Stomp, Ulti, Inkswell, Combo, and Epicenter. So you either split up or get picked off, or you join together and die together.
How
I guess
about
solidarity is better.
you stick together and you initiate first on the enemy and you throw your Mortimer's Kiss into the arena to kill them.
This is all very cute and all, Winter. That sounds logical. But this is Kukuis we're talking about. They seem to have trouble with that particular aspect of sticking together and initiating together. That is exactly what lost them game number 1, actually.
Okay, so you're saying they have the wrong lineup for the team.
To be honest with you, I don't know what the right lineup of the team is. It feels like they've been on a steady decline since game number 1. It's not really looked the hottest. The game number 1 was pretty cool in their first series because they were just playing fast. They had tempo, you know. I thought that was pretty solid for them. That was also a game that Kuku won on the bait.
Shadow Fiend.
Oh
So
my
they
God,
group up and fight.
Not the Shadow Fiend again.
Shadow Fiend and Arena. You bump them into the arena with your Requiem.
Yeah, but until you get BKB, it's so easy to cancel. Grimstroke can throw out a silence, you got Night Stalker silence, you got Power Stray, you got a bajillion things. You go for the Abaddon instead. Okay, so it's gonna be a Monkey King mid. Abaddon in the off lane. Oh, Abaddon in the safe lane. Okay. I don't know why I got confused there. That's what I meant to say, but doesn't this give the Morphling another great target to morph into? Now you have the Aphotic Shield at your disposal.
Yeah, don't forget the innate of Abaddon. Counters Morphling. If you're low.
Yeah, I guess so.
What's it called? The
Withering Mist. Yeah. Okay.
So you
But
don't.
how are we feeling about this draft then? Do you think this is the right draft for their lineup? Because after that game 1 ended, we were saying JG is banned from playing Mars. Here he is again on the Mars.
He's not banned in their captain's book.
Okay.
Only in our book. The caster's
In our book that we just made up, yeah. So what do you think? Do you like the draft from Kukuis? Do you think they stand a good chance here in this game number 2?
I think they have a pretty decent draft overall.
Okay.
They have team fight. They have a frontline hero to give vision. Like Gabby's going to run in with some unkillable hero. And then Reconics, on the other hand, they have, I think, overall slower paced heroes, right? With the Morphling, Sand King, Night Stalker. All these heroes take some time to get online. So I feel like Kukuis can play their normal style, be fast, run around the monkey. He's going to be ganking with the 2 supports. And they are going to be able to have a lot of opportunities to shut the enemy down, right? Especially in the early game when the Morphling and Night Stalker, they're not as strong. I think they could use that period to take over the map.
Let's see whether that ends up being the case. It's for their tournament live here, Kukuis. Could be the last chance for them to have a good showing here. In your dream, back on the Sand King. Had a stellar game the previous time round and looking to repeat that performance. Have fun, Varish. Respect from one position 5 captain to another. Love to see it.
Any interesting facets?
I mean, Simeon Stride makes sense, right? For the Monkey King from the mid lane, and then other than that, everything looks pretty
I mean, most of the
straightforward.
players just stick to the changing the guard, I think. But
Yeah.
I mean, Siemens Strike is like position for Monkey King stuff.
Maybe he's just expecting to move around a lot.
Yeah, mid monkeys just doesn't feel the same anymore nowadays. He is laning into a Sand King, which I think again is gonna come down to sentry walls, but I don't feel like it's gonna be that one-sided lane. You know? I think this Monkey King is not gonna be able to push the Sand King out of the lane. I think last game it was tougher for Sand King against the Corp.
Let's see whether that ends up being the case, because we do have to remember
do you
that
know
Lewis...
why? Do you know why you can't push him out? Because there's a miss chance when you're trying to hit him. 50% miss chance.
the sand blast, right? I think it's
And
just that...
20% on that one.
I mean, I'm just kind of respecting the opinions of the players, right? Because this Monkey King was picked after... Oh, Gabby. Ooh, Gabby. The Ink Trail, keeping vision of him. FBZ and the Lul almost get it done. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is... Even if we don't think it's a counter, clearly this is something that Lewis is saying, okay, give me the Monkey King mid against the Sand King, I can make it happen. So, already stacking up the Jingu charges, has that early sentry out.
Yeah, but look at the health. Who is actually taking a better trade is the Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but the Sand King only has 1 CS out of the first 4 in the wave, so I guess
The CS
some sacrifices to be made.
I think the CS doesn't matter as much. You want the levels. I think this hero is playing more for the levels so you can clear the stacks, right? And you look at the wards, they've already placed the ward to block both of the Sand King's camps here. Very, very ready for this.
A very smart play and very smart warding coming out from the side of Kukuis.
Yeah.
See whether they're able to change
I mean, it's
their
also
fate
a
here
very
against Sand King.
interesting dynamic, right? Sand King decides to use his sentry to deward the lane sentry, but then he's going to find out later both his camps are blocked, so is he going to wait for support to deward it, or he's going to move to the other side to play, right? So there are a lot of decisions that the Sand King has to...
Top lane, Varish dropping very low here. DJ will be the one to fall for first blood. Nice little fairy fire at the end there. Jackroy. He would have loved to get the last hit. JG now gets solo EXP for a little bit. Kills off the annoying opposing support. Not too bad for the Mars as well.
I mean, not too bad for the Night Stalker too, you know, he's getting pretty much like a free lane. I mean, they can't really pressure him with the Night Rain facet where the game starts at night time.
And things probably get a little bit more difficult for him once daytime rolls around. It looks like he's going the Helm Dom build as well. Not really the most obvious Helm Dom building hero, just because the creep itself doesn't really get your bonuses. Not like something like a Lycan, right? Cuckoo. In a little bit of trouble. That Inkswell's gonna do a considerable amount of damage. Get the chase going. Brain set to give him a little bit more HP, but I don't think he's surviving here. Nice little aphotic shield, but it's only temporary. FBZ gets himself a nice little kill.
Yeah, just not respecting the level 2 there. He was one creep away from getting level 2 on the Bane. And that would have probably been okay for him, you know. He could have just slapped one target and run away.
Still remains to be seen whether this Night Stalker can have a lot of impact in this game. It all comes down to that after 5 minutes, right? The first bit of this game, we're starting out with the Night Rain, you know, he's gonna have a swell time, but I'm expecting Cuckoos to try and punish him later on. Cuckoo though, he's the one eating the punishment right now. Just needs to consistently be shielded by Gabby to even get the trade-off. They will at least be able to secure the Lotus. I say that, Gabby gonna block the way off. FBZ able to sneak in, try and find an angle, they can't get it. And now the Lul's being slowed down. Blood Grenade comes out, the Lul will be the one to fall, but they get a trade out for it. So FBZ kills Cuckoo in the end, but Gabby, I don't think he has a problem with that at all. Oh. Speaking of farm though, for now, top of the CS board, all the players on Cuckoo is doing very well for themselves here. JG able to get most of these last hits and not really denied by the Morphling too much. I guess only with the higher levels in Attribute Shift, that's when you feel a lot more comfortable squaring up to the Mars. Yeah, what changed? What are the key differences, you think? Did he just get clapped by like the combination of spells? It must have been, right? Unlucky.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, DJ, did he do that from the tree line as well? Just catching the Morphling completely off guard. Very nicely done. Yeah, now he just needs to make sure to convert it into team fight impact, right? Because he had a pretty okay time the previous game, but when he was throwing up these arena walls, he was missing some of these spears. It wasn't really a good look. Varish being pulled back into the clutches here. DJ is the one dropping low though, and again the deconstruction causes DJ to be the one to go down first. Varish has way too much move speed for them to chase, and JG just has to give it up. Nice little dodge away there, Lewis. Fancy footwork to get himself out of range of that Inkswell, dodge the stun, and secure the kill. 50-50 goes in the favor of the Monkey King. A bit painful for the Sand King there, but what can you do? That's just the nature of Dota. FBZ taking a lot of pressure in this bot lane, chased down by Lewis. Monkey King already making his presence known here in this game number 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, FBZ tucking himself away.
Dire's turret has been
Fight here in the top lane, you think?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, honestly, it's not like Jikroy can provide much. Uh-oh. Huge boundless. Yeah. And he gets the kill too, so much better trade for the side of Kukuis than Reconyx there. FBZ continuing to suffer. He had a good early start, but that's to be expected with the facet like we said. And now Kukuis, they're doing a great job at punishing him now that it's daytime. Dude, Lewis is doing everything that he can right now on this Monkey King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Time to move.
Now a haste rune. Yeah, but the supports in question are dying to the aforementioned Monkey King. Varish comes out the tree line, looks for a stomp, but can't even complete it before Lewis slaps him down. You just get your boots. This guy's moving at max move speed. A setup now. Yikes. Here comes the kisses onto FBZ. When your support out-levels the opposing offlaner, that has got to sting. They want to give the last hit to Lewis, and he just gets it delivered to him on a platter. He already has the Blade of Alacrity, almost at that Robo of the Magi. And in just about 1,000 gold, he's going to get that defusal. This will be an insane timing for Lewis.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Cuckoo. Kind of messing with them with fancy footwork again. We'll have to tank the full epicenter. Still surviving because of the drain though, but it's not gonna be enough. Ends up being a trade 1-for-1, support for support, but you use your ultimate. Wukong's command did get expended as well. I guess that's one consolation. But I don't think the monkey actually needs the Wukong to find more kills. He can just continue exerting his pressure on the map. I mean, not to mention the fact that he had to go for the phase boots just to survive the lane against the Monkey King somewhat, further slowing his Blink Dagger. We've seen some Sand Kings skip that boots upgrade entirely, just to go directly for the Blink and start making plays. Now, the consolation for FBZ is that it is nighttime now, but he still doesn't have his Helm Dom at the 10-minute mark. It's tough, man. It's tough, but now they're going to try and threaten Gabby, forcing the borrowed time, so that's at least something. Now he's finally level 6.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
At least the Morphling's getting a decent bit of net worth. He's still behind all the Radiant cores, but Vlad's complete, building his way up, slowly but surely accumulating, as Morphlings like to do. He's gotten past the point of the game where he might be susceptible to just burst from 2 or 3 spells. Should be able to survive most of the ganks unless the Monkey King finds him. For kill, Cuckoo ends up going down here. Didn't need to use the Dark Ascension for that one. Pretty happy probably for the side of Reckonings.
Yeah, as I said, they have to try to use the Dark Ascension or play around the Night Stalker to create some sort of diversion on the map so the other cores can farm across the board. I mean, eventually their heroes are going to come online, but they just have to figure out how to get there, you know. Sanking is going to get caught in the arena. Actually not Sanking, Elder Titan. I don't know why I said Sanking. Sanking is halfway to his dagger now. He's happy he wasn't the one in the arena. You see a bunch of sentries everywhere devouring the camps.
Yeah. I mean, props to Kukuis, right? They know exactly what In Your Dream wants to do on this Sand King, and they've nullified him, at least in this early stage of the game. It's on his way to recovery, but it's taking some time. This is what you mentioned as well, Winter. You said that there would be a whole early game period where the Reconnix draft just feels so sluggish and so slow. We're living in it right now. Cuckoo, he has complete freedom to set up whatever he wants on the map. He's getting these deep wards. The scan comes out as well. Cuckoo, spotting out Varish. Sleepwalk down to the low ground. Are you going to grip him?
Don't need to.
It's not.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At least it wasn't the Morphling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he's going to have to ditch the area. He's going to get this cam and he has to probably gate and that's good. And things are getting really, really tough for Morphling to find some farm on the map. He sees the Bane, he knows they're coming to him, but he still stays in the arena. He doesn't know there's a ward on the high ground. Yeah, they see him. He doesn't think that they saw him there. That's why.
Okay, well, whatever it is, he does get the Strength Morph off, but Lewis has now joined the party. Nice little Boundless Stun. No more mana to work with. Jikroy slowly but surely gonna get chased down. I say that. There's the Stomp onto 2. Elder Titan ultimate coming out as well. The sleep holding him in place. Jikroy surely not enough HP to get out of this one alive. Lewis will slow him to a crawl. And he pings out. Yeah, they have vision, but in comes In Your Dream. Epicenter wound up again. All you get is a support kill, but you need to get what you can at this moment.
Yeah, it's gold into his dagger pocket. He really, really needs the dagger. You know, it's already 40 minutes. Like, how often do you see...
Oh, but look at the timing. They're not in position to secure this Wisdom Shrine, so the Abaddon's gonna steal that away from them, furthering the EXP advantage. That is painful stuff.
And that's the least of their concerns right now.
You think so?
There's too many problems to solve. They have to solve the problem of the map first. They have to use this dagger to kind of open up certain areas to farm, you know. Can take a fight somewhere, regain control of their jungle right now. Because there's no safe place for the Morphling to farm, so the smoke has to come right now. The Sand King needs to make a move. He's going to move. He's going to run into the Mars. No dagger.
Doesn't
no
even have Epicenter though. Well, Crow Mortimer's kisses out. They at least get the Mars out, but the Low might have to pay the price for it. An AD Rune Monkey King means you're not going anywhere, and In Your Dream just gets beaten down by the casual Boundless Strike. Lewis wasn't even concerned for a moment.
I mean, that was a move that they had to make, you know. I think eventually you can't just sit and farm. That was I think, decent trade overall. Night Stalker is still here with Dark Ascension. He's looking to see if he can actually make a play. But probably not going to be able to do much here.
Yeah, Farish, that's a very easy pick off for them to get. DJ, man, this Snapfire is so over leveled right now, and he has so much net worth, man.
What did he buy? Did he buy the shard first?
I think so. Has to be, right?
No, he bought a glimmer first. He has glimmer.
I don't mind that too much. That's a pretty solid item into all the magic damage that they have.
And
Royce?
in trouble again. You can't swap strength against Abaddon Innate when you're so low.
I'm not too sure what the thought process was there. Maybe thinking that his allies could help him a lot sooner. Lewis getting focused on though. Epicenter trying to come in, but look at the Mars separating the fight. This is what you needed in the previous game, and he's coming up big now. In your dream, still gonna come through with the Brow Strike, finish off Lewis. You needed to get that killing streak off of him, but in your dream ends up going down as a result, and they're looking for Varij as well. As the dust settles, it'll be a full team wipe for the side of Kukui's. Ultra kill for Gabby. It cost them Lewis, but it's more than worth it. And JG, I think he's redeemed himself.
Yeah, this game feels like it's really, really close to being over right now. One more fight like this, it's just going to be too hard to dig themselves out of this very, very deep hole that Reckonix has put themselves in, you know. It's a very, very slow lineup. Didn't do well, too hot in the lanes, and they're paying a huge price. But Sancting is the only one that can make plays on the map, and they're gonna really need him to make another move very, very soon. I think as soon as you get the Dark Ascension, they have to go together. 60 seconds before they have it again, and maybe fight for Tormentor, I would say.
Do you think this Helm Dom on the Night Stalker is a mistake?
I mean,
because I kind of feel like
it's not the build. It's not the build. I think it's just the way that they are playing and the nature of the lineup, you know. And some of the fights, I felt like the Night Stalker maybe should have just prioritized helping his team over getting his own items. You know, I think he is playing a little bit too selfish for my liking. You know, I think he's connecting a little bit too slow. He came to the fights, but he wasn't like coming early. You know, he was just like at the tail end too, and then sometimes he couldn't really do much. Especially, you remember the mid fight? As soon as they got dagger on Sanking around 14 and a half, they made a playmate, and the Night Stalker didn't come right away.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange here. 8k gold lead now, Gabby leading the charge. This is what you talked about. Immediate Fiend's Grip in. They have the Storm, but the control, it's overwhelming. Might just be enough for Jikroy to waveform out though. Beautiful setup there from the Elder Titan to bail out his carry. Kind of a bit of a mistake there from Kukui's as well, right? I think they assumed that they would be able to burst through the Morphling, and they ended up layering a lot of their disables on top of each other. I hear an Epicenter. Where's it going? Onto Gabby, onto the Abaddon. He doesn't have an ult, and he goes down. Now DJ in trouble. Jikroy, is this where Reconic start to turn things around? They get 3 kills for their troubles. The Mars and the Monkey managed to escape, but what a turnaround there on the back of the Dark Ascension and the Vision given.
No Abaddon ulti, no Mars ulti, you know. Again, they're making the same mistakes. You know? They have to back off after the mid play. The Monkey King is alright.
Who was that on? Like, was he trying to get the Sand King?
No, I think he was trying to kill the Grim, you know. Then the Grim didn't go for the last hit on the creep, and then he just looked like he was casting.
Looked a little silly.
So awkwardly there. Yeah, but again, you know, this is the same issue from the last game where they make a play, they get a kill, but in this instance they didn't get a kill. They need to back off and reset, right? I think they're not very good at understanding that they have to go back and wait for their spells and go again. You know, they're just playing way too aggressive.
Just a concept that eludes them for now. Maybe that is the answer then, Winter. At some point during the draft, you were asking me whether I thought this lineup didn't fit the Kukui style, and maybe having heroes that need to consistently reset just is something that's not
but it takes
second
time.
nature to them.
It takes time. It doesn't matter what lineup. There's going to be certain downtimes you have to respect, right? Sometimes your opponents have their timings you need to respect. Then you need to back off and hit your own item timings. It's not just the spells, right? Sometimes it's because of the items. You just have to play around those timings. If you can't play around timings, then you're going to lose a lot of games. Because you're playing just based on intuition and you're trying to be aggressive all the time.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the vibe right now for Kukuis, right? After all, they've always been sort of a more, I want to say casual stack, but with as little disrespect to the players as possible. You know, at the end of the day, they still very much are content creators first and foremost, who just happen to be so good at the game that they can bring it to the big dogs in these close qualifiers. It still remains to be seen what actually happens if Kukuis qualify to one of these like events, right? It's actually going to be hilarious. Nice little smoke break there. The monkey was disguised up with the mischief. Have an idea that the rest
going
of
to be a big one. Dark Ascension.
Draconics spotting out the spots, but the Sleepwalk comes through first. Nightmare able to push the Night Stalker away. He could be in trouble, but the spear completely off the mark there while Jigroy chasing down the supports. In your dream there, the Barrel Strike, in comes the arena. A nice little Soulbind holding the two heroes in place. The Lull will probably go down for this one. What else can you find here? Epicenter coming through. Gabby still has that ultimate, gonna tank all the damage. In your dream, he's gotten out of his own sandstorm, and he will be revealed bright as day. Nice little stomp. I'll split down to two. Yeah, okay, Varish, that not really sure whether he needed to show himself there. He ends up going down, so a pretty good fight, all things considered, for the side of Kukuis.
It didn't really start out very well. They needed to buy back on the Bane to kind of salvage the fight though. The Mars missing the spear after they slept. They started with sleeping the Night Stalker there. I think it was a really nice catch by Kuku, but they couldn't really capitalize on that, you know. In the end, they still won the fight, but it could have been way better without having to lose the two supports and use the buyback.
Yeah. On the bright side, I guess DJ gets a free shard, right? And we already talked about how strong this Fire Snap Cookie upgrade is, just allowing you to clear the creep wave without needing to show. And that's such an important aspect of when you're playing against a Night Stalker or Sand King who want for you to show and then they pick you off.
Don't forget the heal. 200 HP heal.
True. Yeah.
Always comes
make
in
the difference.
handy.
Absolutely.
And you have 2 charges of it at level 20.
Yeah. Still a while to go for that Snapfire, of course. Speaking of shards though, Grimstroke has purchased his own shard as a first item. I think it's one that makes a lot of sense, especially throw it onto In Your Dream, helping dispel some shit, and of course a lot of spell lifesteal as well that comes with that.
Yeah, but what's the thing you're gonna dispel? It's not much. But the Amphi... Not Amphi,
I wanna say sleep, or like...
It's mainly Amphible... No, it doesn't dispel the sleep, because it's not strong dispel, it's just basic dispel. So it's just things like Amphible and maybe the slow from the rebuild. I don't think there's anything else to dispel.
I guess the Abaddon passive as well, if he doesn't attack you like a second time immediately after.
Oh, I guess. So it's not exactly that useful.
Yeah, into the Roche Pit they go though. Kukuis looking to claim that Aegis, perhaps for Lewis, perhaps for Gabby, we'll have to see. I think FPZ has an idea this is happening, and it's still nighttime, so this is his realm. We'll lose the Croaker, unfortunately, but...
That is not a fast Roche, you know. This is getting a little bit scary here.
Maybe it's all just a bait play. Wrapping around, Centaur gonna break the smoke. Kuku on the front line. FBZ sees him from a mile away. Pumping that ultimate, Kuku trying to Tumbler's Toy away, but In Your Dream, looking for an angle. Barrel Strike off the mark onto Lewis, but the Inkswell still pops. They're trying to save Kuku and get him into a position where he can grip, but the Yule's up. They're trying to focus down the Sand King. He Yules himself to buy himself that much more time. He needs a Barrel Strike out, but he doesn't have it. Meanwhile, leashed up is Jikroy with Gabby, and they're able to take down the Abaddon. They lose the Sand King for it. These supports are still dancing around. Kuku ends up going down now. Lewis trying to get the kill onto FBZ. Dark Ascension coming to an end, and so will his life. FBZ gets burned out, and the Yule's there set up for Varish. 3v3 situation now, but the Morphling, he's looking very strong. Nice little Glimmer Cape away. They can't find the last bit of damage onto Lewis as he jumps back to safety. JG, no way of chasing him as he blinks away as well. Had that available, still choosing to just stand around. I don't think they can challenge Jikroy no longer. This Morphling will at least take the tower.
And that fight was so close to going into Reconic's favor. Somehow DJ does not die. He survives with the skin of his teeth, and then he comes back, he uses Force Staff, and he helps the Monkey King get out, you know. It could have been like a 4-hero kill, you know, for Reconic's fight towards the end.
Sure.
I mean, him being like fat this game just kind of was the difference maker in that fight.
It's kind of concerning, right? Because we just saw the Morphling squaring up into the Abaddon. We talked about how that passive is a counter to the Morphling, but it didn't really feel that way in the fight. The Morphling was just able to isolate him and out-damage him. Of course, that's going to be a different story if they fight now, especially with the AD rune on Gabby. Now it should be a pretty clean-cut Roche.
And the Morphling is steadily and slowly getting stronger. And once you get to the butterfly point, this is going to be a very good fight. I don't even feel like giving the Aegis now away to the Baron is that big of a deal, you know, for the Morphling. I think as long as he gets to his butterfly and then you get to the next item, maybe get a pike next. I'm not sure what do you do after the butterfly, or do you need to go BKB? I think one of those two items after that. I think eventually he's going to be able to just solo carry the game, you know, on the Morphling. And Kukuis, they're definitely on a timer. They don't want to let the Morphling get to that point. They have the Aegis now, they want to fight now, they want to do damage.
Gabby, positioned very far forward with that Aegis. Might have just revealed on the side of Reconics that they have a ward on that high ground. In a safer situation, DJ might have swung over to deal with it at this point. I mean, maybe you're still going to try and find opportunities here despite the Aegis, right? You know it's on Gabby, so if you see any of the other heroes, these could still be very relevant pickoffs.
Yeah, you're definitely not touching the Baron right now. You know, ignoring him, you're going for the other heroes. And Sanking, Epicenter, going for Mr. Cuckoo again.
Yeah, just eliminates him. Arena comes down though, Sanking in a lot of trouble. You have a safe Knife Earth Splitter and his own Yules. Gets speared into the wall as it comes down, and in your dream, Barrow striking away. Whoa. Are you serious? Is he really gonna live? He blinks! The Mortimer's kisses couldn't catch him! Wanted to give him a smooch, but the Sand King says absolutely not, no thank you, stay away from me. Delul trying to say the same to Gabby, but Gabby, he's not listening. He has his own agenda, swipes down the Grimstroke, but Jikroy looking strong now. Able to stand up into Gabby, still has that Aegis, you got to remember, and they buy back on Delul. They know they need to try and win this fight. Jikroy on the last level of HP, but he's able to morph into the Abaddon and get his own shield off. Lewis coming into the middle of the fight with the BKB, starting to do a lot of damage. He just wants to connect onto the Morphling and will find the last shots. Lewis saving the day there and getting Gabby out of trouble. Barrage will not stand a chance against the Tricore, and FBZ, it's bright as day in here. He's got to thank his lucky stars. He's got a Blink Dagger up to the high ground. They spot him on the ward, might still be chasing on Lewis with that Simeon stride jumping forward with the Boundless. That is FBZ gone. Gabby was just a bait, and Lewis was there to clean everyone up.
Yeah, I was surprised they turned around to go back in. I think as soon as the Sand King got out, somehow he doesn't die. That would probably be the signal to back off, right? Because the Morphic, he was like, what, 300 gold off his butterfly? Like, that would have been such a big item to get before he enters the next fight, you know. And then in the end, he decided to fight before he got the butterfly. And then he was so close to killing everybody that I think that's probably the end of this game. We are going to most likely move into a game number 3.
45 seconds without your Sand King certainly looks likely, but the one thing about the Kukui's lineup is they don't really take objectives the fastest, right? Gabby's going to be swiping away at this one for a while.
Now he has 30 seconds. Yes, ulti.
Okay. Yeah, fair, but Jikroy is also alive and they have Dark Ascension.
Okay, they have somehow managed to delay enough for one more fight. There is one more fight in them. They have to get the butterfly and try to look for a moment to take a fight with the Dark Ascension.
And what do you think is going wrong here for the side of Reconics? Are they just a bit too far behind that it's hard for them to fight, or are they sort of misplaying certain key decisions? What do they need to do here?
I think in the last fight they definitely misplayed, you know, they needed to just back after the Sand King got out, you know. He was so low, he was not in battle condition, you know. He needed to go heal. But somehow Jikroy decides, nope, I don't need you, I am going in here. I'm gonna turn into the Abaddon and I'm gonna fight. I mean, if you want me to tell you what it boils down to a lot of the team communication, decision making, all the small little things. It's not about like Dota. They were not really thinking about stuff too clearly in that fight.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, butterfly is not an item you try to fight without, you know, when you're so close. I think it's as strong as like a BKB power spike, at least in this game against the Abaddon and the Monkey King. And now because of that fight, In Your Dream is gonna get caught, and now the Blood Taunt is already out. He has Blood Taunt.
Who are you talking about? The Monkey King?
No, Baden actually has Bloodthorn, I think. So it's going to counter...
No, not yet. He still
yeah?
has. He still needs to buy the Hyperstone.
Oh, okay. One more item to go. So he's going to be close to the Bloodthorn, which is going to deal with the Butterfly.
Okay, Varish. Kind of gets a bit distracted on Gabby, but still chasing forward. Sleep is there. Cuckoo, ready to set things up for his Lord. Gabby is terrifying right now.
Yeah, without a Silver Edge, they can't really kill him. Once they get Silver Edge plus the Night Stalker Silence, they can just silence Silver Edge, break him, and just kill him. But who is going to buy the Silver Edge? Feels like apart from Morphing, no one else can buy Silver Edge.
Nice little blink away there from the Night Stalker. The Mars even went forward for the chase. Oh, okay. Oh, they're gonna go through the Defender's Gate. Nice little Soul Bind, forcing the BKB out from the Monkey. It's an awkward position where can't really get down to the low ground. Has to pop the Wukong's command for safety and will actually just bail out of that location, understanding that it's not one favorable. Right in, onto 2, but in your dream almost just dies from that move. In fact, he's gone. That's your Sand King in the dirt. Jump forward with the arena, forcing the BKBs out. Morphling, he needs to get out of here. He's the last hope, and it is gone. There's a buyback available for him. But at the very best, it's going to be a 3v5. Make it a 2 with Arish going down as well. He has a buyback, but they are done. They throw the towel in. Winter, you were right. We're going to a game number 3.
Yep, we are definitely going to a game number 3 right now. Good fight back from Team Kukuis. They had a lot of character and heart, right? Picking 3 of the same heroes from the last game when they got stomped so hard. And they were able to figure out, okay, it's not the heroes, but it is the way we were playing, right? We just need to figure out how to play better, execute on our spells, and it is not an issue of the draft, right? And they were right. They played a lot better here. And Red Connix this time having a way slower draft, and they kind of also have to look back at, if we pick this Sand King as our opener, what do we need to do before the game starts, right? You have to really plan about that, because they got blocked by the enemy team, the 2 camps, the ancient and the medium camp. So they need to realize, okay, maybe we have to wait there, and anticipate the other enemy support running into ward the camps, and we kill him when he comes in, So these are things that they have to try to figure out, because you cannot pick a Sand King mid or a Shaker mid, or even a Beastmaster mid for that matter. These 3 heroes, they need to farm the ancients, right? And if the camps are not unblocked, what are you going to do, right? And on top of that, the Sand King had a disadvantageous lane matchup against the Monkey King. It wasn't as bad as the co-op, but it was not that great for him, and he couldn't recover this game. So those are things they have to go back and talk about.
I mean, also, with all that being said about what Reconics need to fix, also have to give props to Lewis, right? I think between Game 1 and Game 2, he really stepped up. He said, give me the Monkey King. I'm going to counter the shit out of this in your Dream Sand King. Made rotations around the map, had a lot of impact. He ends the game very, very nicely for himself here. Overall score line of 15, 1, and 15. That is beautiful stuff. And we'll see whether he can keep things up. We'll see whether he can keep Kukuis alive here in their close qualifier run. Whether it will be Reconics to come out on top. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for game number 3.
Mellow, he's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. she'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir, do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
mia si salterà, l'ore bella peranzare tiene man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella peranzare tiene man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza donna mia la ride un verso bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe mamma mia si salterà, fringe mamma mia si salterà.
At Kukuis, they ain't gonna go down without a fight. They are trying their very best here to make things difficult for Reconyx. Reconyx in that game number 2, there were moments where it looked like they could have taken control, but the Night Stalker just didn't really have the game that he needed to, and they fell way too far behind. I mean, that's tough. That's tough, but that's what it is. That's what Dota is, and it's all going to be decided in this game number 3, Winter. Any bold predictions, any expectations, any things that you want to see from either of these teams?
The series is going to be over this game. That's my prediction.
This guy is the most uninterested. Okay, just kidding. But I think, at least for me, maybe I'll start with my thoughts then. As much as the draft made sense for Reconyx, you know, they did pick a set of heroes that were a bit more uncommon, right? Elder Titan maybe doesn't count, but your Grimstroke, your Morphling, your Night Stalker, these are heroes that we don't really see immediately snapped up when available for a good reason.
They're not stable heroes. I think they were hoping that the Sand King had a better game, right? I think it was all very apparent that the draft didn't function because the Sand King he didn't have stacks, he didn't recover. Because in a normal setup, Sand King has dagger. Okay, I'm not going to even say that it's going to be like a really fast dagger, like average dagger, right? 12 minutes, for example.
Sure, yeah.
Between 10 to 12. I think the game would have been very, very different because there was a period of time that the Night Stalker he was useless, Morphing was useless, and then Sand King didn't have stacks, right? Didn't have jungle camps. So they couldn't do a single thing. I think that was like partly the root of the problem, but I do agree with your sentiments that the draft definitely has issues because you're so reliant on the Sand King.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is at the end of the draft, and this is not usually a big deal because the reason why you draft the Grimstroke is so you can play nicely with the Sand King, but you didn't really have any other ways to utilize Soulbind. It felt very inconsequential when all the cores ended up getting BKB. So even when you Soulbind like the Mars or the Monkey, they just kind of like shrug it off and it doesn't really affect them that much. So definitely for me, I was looking a bit more at the Grimstroke pick and wondering whether it was worth it, whether you got enough mileage out of the Inkswell. I mean, keep in mind, he also barely had items, right? Because he rushed that shard for himself. And we'll go for a Pangolier in answer to the Queen of Pain overall first pick. So still feeling confident in this hero, even though the Sven mashed it to bits in game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's just a hero that wanted to keep their options open. They probably feel like they could flex this hero mid and off lane.
That's crazy.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, for Pango, I wouldn't say that the Pango is like a very high priority hero in the current meta. You know, I think he's a decent hero. He has his purposes in the game. But when your second pick, I feel like most of the reason why you're picking this hero early is to provide yourself with a hero that can be moved around in terms of being on different lanes. I think that is the true value here for Pango. But you probably don't want Pango into the top lane. So I'd say that it already doesn't feel as flexible. So I'm leaning towards more like a off-lane Pango here.
Yeah, I guess, you made that entire mountain of a point out of flexibility, and then the fact that they picked it into the Queen of Pain, surely that's not the lane that you want. Now with a Tusk as well, even scarier. The Tusk very good at just kind of locking in heroes who are a bit more immobile.
You know why this type of decisions are being made in a lot of cases is because they don't really have a big enough hero pool, right? And the drafter wants to have like a flex hero.
Sure.
So a lot of these teams, like even though they're fantastic players, obviously, like top 100 players, they're all really individually skilled, but sometimes they just don't have the biggest comfort hero pool, So they are only gonna be able to play in a very, very specific way. Sometimes people give them a lot of heat. Why are they like playing like this? And why are they only sticking to a certain hero? There are a lot of like other reasons why it's causing. Maybe because his teammates cannot play other heroes, right? So he has to play a certain hero to complement the rest. There are a lot of reasons. We wouldn't know until you join the team. So
I think it's also kind of difficult, right? Because from an outsider point of view, if you're not a pro player and you're not in this environment, a lot of the times you might think, oh, these guys only can play like 4 heroes. That's so shit. Like, how can you be a pro player and only play 4? But maybe the hero pool is way wider than that. It's just the other 4 heroes that this guy plays, he plays a total of like 8 or 10. But it happens to be that 6 of his heroes don't really fit with the team identity. Then that's just not something that you really have as an option anymore. So I think it's very easy to point at players and say like, oh, you know, small hero pool, haha. But I mean, how many heroes can you play at like your very best? You know, I would say the average player probably has 3 or 4 like signatures at most in their back pocket.
I think 3 is really a very good number, 3 or 4. I think usually anywhere between 3 to 5. I think 3 is like probably bare minimum. I would say you have to have 3 heroes that you can really play well. Then I think another 2 or 3 more that's like average or above average.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes Falcons such a solid team, right? Falcons in particular, they have each of their core players. I mean, Skeeter can play anything, and then Malrine and ATF literally have like 10 heroes each that they're just masters on.
10 seconds.
It is the era of hero specialists right now. And right now, in Reconnect, they have Snap, Mars, Disruptor, Pango, so that is the ultimate team fight for Protect 1 strategy for anti-mage incoming.
Ooh, I wouldn't mind that. The anti-mage looks pretty juicy this game, but what also looks juicy is the, so far, 100% win rate Bane for Mr. Cuckoo here. Every time he's played this hero, he has won. So if stats are to be believed, Cuckoo should be in a really good position to take this game number 3. I mean, just playing around the mid lane, Queen of Pain, Tusk, Bane, this is a deadly trio to run up into.
He's just very good at lane secure. And then after lane secure, he provides you with a BKB piercing disable. I think the hero just has a lot of value in that regard. You're basically sitting on the side lanes, hiding in the trees, lurking, waiting for night to hit. And you
Okay,
abuse your
talk to
night
me a little
vision.
bit. Screw the Bane. We've seen the Bane before. What the hell is this? I know Gabby likes his carry Razor, but is there any particular reason why you think it's coming out at this point?
Look at the bans, brother. Swan ban,
I'm looking at the bans.
Ursa ban, Monkey King ban. He probably doesn't want
And
to
what
play.
the fifth option is Razor?
He probably doesn't want Gyro into Mars because you get countered.
Sure.
I think Razor is mainly you can beat the Mars in the lane, and you're also not as affected by the arena. You basically want a hero that can just buy BKB early and run him down.
Can he win them the game though? I mean, right now one thing that's clearly missing from Cuckoo is...
Sure, but I think it's good into the Mars and Pango because you can drain his damage during the roll and do damage, right? And it works really well with Bane in the lane, right? Because you sleepwalk them back to you and then you can chase them down with your static link.
Yeah. I mean, so far it seems to be the trend for Cuckoo is that they tend to pick more for the lanes and sort of the interactions in the early parts of the game comparatively to an overall idea. Okay, this carry is going to be able to take it home for us and win us the game. Maybe they'll be more reliant on JG's last pick here. Some of the offlane options being taken out, the ones that he likes, the Beastmaster and the Lycan, unfortunately, the ones you said were pretty good for him, are not available. They take out the Darkseer as well.
Helm hero. They need to find him a Helm hero.
Centaur War Runner, thinking.
Yeah,
but it doesn't, it kind of sucks into Mars, right?
Yeah, but it still fits the, I think, archetype of what type of hero he wants to play. Like he's a frontline, he buys some auras and he tanks for them.
I guess if you get the range for it as well, the card can actually bail your Razor or your Queen of Pain out of Static Storm or, you know, Arena. Could be cool.
Okay, they ban out the Dawn. That's interesting. They seem to think that Dawn is going to deal with... because they don't have team fight right now with their heroes, right? So they're banning out heroes that have team fight. So now that leaves that Centaur in the pool. I think it could work. It could still work really well. You want a hero to buy pipe against Snap. Nullify some of the magic damage. And you basically need an aura hero and a frontline for the Razor and Quap to do their damage in the team fights. Because they don't really need damage anymore. They have more than enough damage. They have catch from Tusk and Bane. So this last pick can essentially be anything.
Kind of like Underlord here.
Yeah, not bad. Underlord's not bad. The root is pretty decent if you can catch the Pango before the root. But the only downside is you don't see a matchup, right? So unless you're very certain that he's going to have a good lane, because he's not a hero that plays well from behind. He needs to be picked into a good lane matchup.
Do you think the Tusk is not good enough lane secure? Because the Disruptor himself is already a little bit weak, right? So you have the Disruptor, you have the versus the Tusk. That's already a sort of winning...
Not exactly though. I think Disruptor against this Tusk Underlord lane, it could be good for the Disruptor depending on what's the lane partner. I think if you pick Underlord and you run into, say, Is there nothing that can bully it under?
I'm thinking there's like TA, there's Lifestealer, there's...
Gyro, TA, Lifestealer. Yeah, this three. Gyro, TA, Lifestealer.
But do you want to... There's no way you pick Gyro into a Razor.
I mean, same goes for the TA and Lifestealer, right? I think TA is probably the best one.
Yeah.
And
TA could be really nice here. The traps to cancel the
there's
grips.
No really
or
good heroes except... if you want like super late game, I think it's Anti-Mage. I think Anti-Mage is the pick. Like, it counters the Razor with the Spell Reflect. You have Blink to Mana Burn the Corp. I think it's a good matchup against Corp. And
does it make sense to try and play for late game though?
They are already set up for late game. They have 4 Space Makers. I think Anti-Mage is the pick. Okay, maybe against Centaur it can be a bit complicated, the lane. So they pick Centaur. So now you're definitely worried because Centaur doesn't care about the mana burn, right? So he's like whatever. So now what do you pivot? I mean, there's like Troll.
There's TA.
There's Life. I think Lifestealer is like good for the lane, but not so good for the game because there's like triple piercing.
Yeah, and then what's more is that if you ever get static linked in a fight before your Aghanim Scepter, you just basically need
the
to
last
rage
pick
TP out.
needs to do a lot of damage for them because they have a lot of setup and team fight already. So they need.
What kind of options do you have left though? Like
TA is okay. I think TA into the Centaur lane is okay. You worry about the link later, but I think overall for the gameplay, TA is fine. I still think Anti-Mage could work. I mean, just the lane is bad.
Oh, there you go. Okay, nice.
I mean, TA is like good for almost everything.
TA and the Snapfire also give you a really early Roshan timing, which could be pretty solid. Okay. How are we feeling as the dust settles? This is going to be the final chance for both these teams to potentially show their stuff here in this close qualifier. Lewis back on the Queen of Pain. It served him well in the early stage of game number 1, but it wasn't able to take him the distance. And now we're seeing In Your Dream make a few adjustments, right? So far, we've seen his Storm, seen his Sand King. This will be his Pangolier debut. I'm sure he's played it before. It's just a bit different. And FBZ, man, he's on his signature Mars. Surely that's a winning combination.
Surely. But can they actually execute? That would be the question we are dying to find out, right? What is going to be the important aspect to look at, for this Reconnect side in the early game? It's more about like I think stabilizing the game. I don't think they have like super strong like mid lane matchups or side lane matchups. I think the side lane, even the Snap and Mars against this Bane and Razor kind of feels like it's not that easy for them to beat this lane. Bane Razor is a strong lane, so I think
Bane Razor is terrifying.
That they are more looking towards like just getting that level, so they get level 6, and once they have level 6, they'll start to wreak havoc with the team fight, right? They have the circles and the Rolling Thunder, and TA is going to be hitting Ancients and getting your Tormentors, your objectives. So I feel like the lane doesn't have to go like splendidly well for Reconnects as long as they have a game like 50-50 the lane, and then you get your levels and you start to be able to play the game with the TA getting objectives. And for Kukui's side, it's probably more about, I think, winning lanes for them, right? They have to do really well with the Bane Razor lane, and they have to do, I think, well with the Corp lane as well, Corp against Pango. Those are 2 winning lanes, right? I think the off lane is not exactly the best lane for the Centaur because he doesn't know his matchup when they pick the hero, so it's understandable that they have a losing off lane. But overall, they should be, I think, quite happy with the outcome. They have 2 winning lane matchups, the mid and the safe lane, and they have to try to use that to play that to their advantage, right? Control the runes, enable Lewis to rotate, and I think he could be the difference maker that eventually helps the Centaur get into the game.
Yeah, Lewis, after the departure from Execration, a chip on his shoulder for sure. You can see the looking for team tag behind his name. He's trying to prove himself, show that he's still got the stuff to stand up to the big dogs. Yesterday, he kind of got beaten black and blue by his replacement, Bob, and he's going to want some revenge. We'll see whether they can make it through this game number 3 first. Early smoke out. FBZ around the corner, wrong side. Uh-oh. You need a cookie to the low ground. You need some sort of a save, but they go for the scatter blast instead. FBZ is done. In Your Dream with a huge shield crash onto 4. Actually, was that 5? JG's not getting out of this one. Cuckoo might have drawn first blood, but you get a couple of nice kills. One on Jikroy and one on Delol. That just about evens things out.
Unlucky. The Pango didn't get any last hits. He would have loved to get the last hit. So he has the double jump facet as well, expecting the lane to be difficult against the Corp. Very understandable. We have definitely hoped to get a kill there, but they're going to smoke. It's a late smoke.
Wow.
They're still looking for kills.
Why not? FBZ's back. Ready with a rebuke. Maybe just got to try and bait them in. They do not and will not see this coming. Lewis thinks better of it. He doesn't see anyone on the map and he's scared.
Yeah, so the outcome is probably a little bit more favored for Reconics, 2 kills. They are going to be looking at at least a 50-50 laning phase. They don't really necessarily have to win the lanes. They just need to get levels to get to their teamfight components of the draft. But the lanes are going to be tough, you know, especially the mid lane. The top against Mango matchup, this is a tough one.
They also do get 3 bounty runes. That's kind of a big deal. DJ gets an early observer D-ward though, so very nicely done. Just going back into that area where they ended up losing the fight and understanding the only way you would have taken that advantage is if you had vision. A wise man once told me, Winter, if you are set up from the draft to have winning lanes, the last thing you want is to fight at level 1, because then you introduce a whole bunch of variables. Is that why Reconics were so hungry for another smoke move and maybe to try find more kills?
I mean, it was also the fact that I think it was a surprise, right? You're not going to expect it after that level 1 brawl. You're thinking, oh, they go back, you know, they just want to secure runes, and then all of a sudden they get another kill. It could definitely destroy the equilibrium of the laning phase, you know. So I think that was a pretty interesting idea to do that. Just didn't work out. I mean, right now we're going to see the Mars. He's going to be able to pull the wave all the way back to the tower. This is going to be the main method that he's going to get farmed in his lane against the Bane and Razor, which is very, very strongly. They're going to get level 2 first, so Cuckoo has to be careful here. He's only level 1.
How relevant is it if Cuckoo dies? Because if he sets up for a kill for the Razor, surely that's worth it. DJ being glimpsed back into the clutches of Jikroy and Barish, putting out a lot of damage onto this tusk, but he's just a bit too
look
tanky.
at how they adjusted. The last 2 games they did it, when they did the pull, DJ was behind and JJ was in front and he died both games. And now they did the pull and he went back to take the wave behind.
Wonderful stuff. Good job, JG. He's learning.
I don't know if he's learning or they just swapped because he couldn't learn. Because he wasn't supposed to die when he went down.
Well, things are kind of set up nicely, I think, for the side of Kukuis, like you mentioned in the early stage. Maybe just JG and DJ on the Tusk Centaur. They're putting out a lot of damage onto Jikroy though. No refraction available. Big stick needed to use the glimpse to get the distance away, and DJ taking a big meld hit. The transference pushing away JG. Sorry, not the transference. The transference is the facet that you can use it on command. It's the electromagnetic repulsion. Yeah, that's correct. There you go.
You're welcome, sir. Transference is a very hard facet to use. I've seen people use it. But I think the value,
it's pretty cool though.
I think the value of the Thunderstrike double slow is actually too much for the Thunderstorm facet. I think it's mainly that. Because when you pick the wall and the transference, you lose the double slow on the Thunderstrike.
It's so useful for harassing in the lane and just kind of keeping people off you.
Not just in the lane. I think in the mid game, the double slow actually helps you set up glimpse a lot easier. It's way, way, way more reliable compared to not having the double slow. It actually makes a huge amount of difference. That's why it got nerfed, I think, what, twice?
I mean, it's just one of those things that people really haven't experimented with the other disruptor facets quite as much, so it's not something that you're familiar with, right? You don't know a disruptor that doesn't have that double slow by default. That's me, at least. Every time I play disruptor, I pick this facet and it just kind of feels nice.
You've never tried the wall? I mean, the wall facet? Some people...
No, I've never tried.
Some people think that's the way to play.
Those people would be a little bit crazy for my taste. Cuckoo dodging away from the Swashbuckle, getting some nice sustain because of the brain set. He's gonna try and trade out for Delo. The last hit goes their way first. Cuckoo even has a stick charge to try and survive. Gonna start punching away onto Barish. Still has a bit more regen. The snowball to save. Are you serious? Cuckoo ends up going down, but he makes 2 kills happen. Here's In Your Dream, forcing the blink out. Just gonna put some damage onto DJ, TPing right in front of his face. He needs the rune real bad. Can they get the blink over? In Your Dream, he's not gonna try for it.
Concedes. That was a right concede. The Corp would have definitely gotten there. I mean, this definitely sucks for the Pango now.
Absolutely. Even though he got some nice kills, it's not going to be enough, and he takes a second Shadow Strike. Here comes Cuckoo with the Blood Grenade, with the Brain Sap. It's more than enough damage. Lewis finds the kill, and this is especially painful because look at the huge creep wave that he's missing.
Oh boy, this is tough. He is going to be in struggle CTing.
Well, at least the low gets a little bit of EXP.
He doesn't even have TP because he TP to try to take the ring. Now he's gonna have to walk out.
Damn. Walk of shame, brother. Walk of shame. You might as well swash while you're at it. You need to get there ASAP to try and recover. All things considered, CS-wise, he's honestly not doing too bad, right? Up until that point where he ended up dying, it's not the worst. He's keeping up. It's not out of it just yet. Maybe look for early rotation. Either the supports come to mid, or maybe you move to a side lane once you get that level 6.
Yeah.
Try to make things happen.
I think he needs to avoid fighting into the trio, the Quad plus Bane. He needs to go to the side lanes and play in the side lanes. The glimpse onto
back.
JG. JG with the helm. He is very, 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 very tanky.
Yeah, even with the melt hit, it looks like a normal auto attack. So that's kind of the current state that he's at. 2 levels in return as well.
Yeah, trying to discourage the auto attack, but
Heard a snowball in the mid lane. Onto the Pango again in your dream. Holding the shield crash till the very last moment. Here comes the TPs. Scatterblast. So much damage onto the Tusk. They just need a little bit more. The Blood Grenade will pick him off. And Lewis forced to blink away. Varish looking for the distance on the glimpse, but only level 2 and can't find the connection.
yeah, that was a very, very good rotation to punish the Tusk there. And Pango was getting bullied so much, they definitely needed to stop it from happening. And now comes the Shrines. Seems like Cuckoo is going to indeed try to steal it, as every Bane player does, you know. They just try to steal the Shrine.
If it's just one hero there, you can very reliably sleep them out of it. And it doesn't look like the side of Reconyx are ready for this. DJ walking over, that's going to alert them to the presence of some established heroes there. The shard slightly off the mark, couldn't block them off. Cuckoo's still going to try for it though. They're not going to give him a chance.
Space, I guess. Oh, okay, that is definitely space.
Are you serious?
Better luck next time. Perfect. Oh boy.
Everything from top to finish, perfectly executed by the Godfather, baits them in. 3 heroes wasted a lot of time just to find a fat bit of nothing other than their own Wisdom Shrine. But at least you don't lose the EXP, right? On Reconyx, you're on track to get that Static Storm, the Mortimer's Kisses. Once those are online, you pair that up with either an Arena or Rolling Thunder. Should be pretty easy kills for you to collect on the map.
Worthy tribute.
Net worth-wise, no surprises that the TA is doing very well for herself here. No real beat being gathered at this early stage of the game. Lewis has that Sonic Wave. You gotta be careful in your dream. Wrong side of the river for the rune. Stampede, but the bounce back needed the second jump, but they have the glimpse for it anyway. This is the Rolling Thunder kill that we wanted to see, as In Your Dream lines it up nicely with his supports, and he gets the upper hand this time.
Yeah, big kill on the game. That was huge. And setup, they kind of brought In Your Dream back into the game. Now he has more net worth than the Queen of Pain. He has, I think, survived the laning phase officially.
Good for him. Really difficult situation to be in, especially with that first blood and everything, but...
And here comes Lewis. He's going to try to make a move first. Wants to use the Sonic Wave. Arena being used very, very defensive, but that's going to definitely keep FPZ alive.
I think that is painful, but probably necessary. Like, I think that's worth it for preserving his life and kind of wasting the Queen of Pain's time.
I agree, sir.
Would have been even nicer if she actually threw the Sonic Wave out and you still don't get the kill, right? We'll see. She still has it available now, maybe for another play or setup from the supports. The Bane Tusk, they're the ones dictating the early action, and wherever they go, the kills are hoping to follow. If you're a fan of the Cuckoos, of course. Scouting out some of these stacks, putting out the deep ward behind the tower. They already preemptively put a sentry, but FPZ still walks in despite it. Is that really what you wanted? He's gonna spear away the Bane, but the Brain Sap snowball, they get the kill anyway. So they finished the job that was started around 1.5 minutes ago. I'm not really sure what that was from FBZ. Did he just not see the ward or something?
I am not sure.
Maybe in the nighttime vision just cucked him a little bit. Sleep. Nice Sonic Wave onto 2. Rolling Thunder still from In Your Dream. Manages to go off though. Starting to bounce back Cuckoo. A glimpse to prevent Gabby from joining the fray, but a nice snowball to dodge it out. Kisses landing onto some of these heroes, but they still have the connection of the static link onto In Your Dream. The last swashbuckle away. One last plasma fill gets the clip off. Gabby finds the distance, but now FBZ has joined the fight. No arena just yet. Has it up in 5 seconds. Would love to lock Gabby into this area, but just a bit too late.
And that was very, very unfortunate there. Couldn't really finish off the tusk. They didn't land. I think they missed the scatter blast on the tusk, so he was able to walk out. And you see both teams, they are really wanting to fight in the mid area. They want to just take every single fight. They don't want to give any inch of the real estate away, especially the mid tower. This is the most important tower in the game right now.
Both teams hanging on for dear life, not just in this mid lane, but in this close qualifiers. The stakes couldn't be higher. You gotta remind everyone who's just joining us, Cuckoos, they were able to fight through a pretty nail-biting series against Ivory, especially that game number 2. Kind of tested them a little bit.
He slept.
Caught TA. There is a grip available. Jikroy, no help on the horizon. This looks to be a very dead TA. The rest of his team is too far away, and they will just have to settle for the carry being taken down. Nice setup there from Cuckoo.
Yeah, once again the Bane finds the pick. It's also the fact that you're walking heroes towards your teammates right now, Maybe with the old sleep, he would have actually been fine if he was on the low ground. But now your teammates don't even want the TP to save you, right? So you are moving away from them.
Yeah. They did look at Gabby in his own jungle a little bit here, but not feeling confident to chase him through the static link. So he's able to just resume farming and chill out. FBZ not really able to pressure the tower as well. I mean, that's kind of one of the downsides of not having a Helm of Dom hero. That's the one weakness of the Mars. He doesn't really do much damage to the tower himself.
Unless you gate gank for him, as the carry. Yeah, if you don't help him, the Mars is not getting the tower.
Oh, nice little Invis rune. The low hiding around the corner. Do you want to try and cookie him out of this tricky situation? The low thinks about it, but understands there's not much to be done here. They're still trying to get the vision. Nice Mortimer's Kisses, the ultimate available. Sonic Wave coming through. FBZ still surviving for now. The Stampede, it's not gonna be able to really save JG here. He still ends up going down. But In Your Dream now, maybe the next one on the chopping block. With Jikroy showing up, perhaps no longer a fight that the side of Cuckoos can commit to. This TA just does way too much damage at this early stage. Even though Gabby TP'd in, he very wisely backs off.
I mean, the end is still not the worst trade for Cuckoos. Sure, they lost 2 heroes, but they could have been very worse. I mean, at least they killed the Mars, so 1 offlaner for 1 offlaner.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the Razor is going to definitely need a BKB this game to confidently run into the fights, Without BKB, you are not running into the arena. Mortimer's Kiss, there's the Static Storm, there's the Rolling Thunder. So these are spells that are very, very powerful right now. Gonna smoke up the 2 supports again.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice. No, I mean, he gripped, but I think he cancelled it because he knew it wasn't going to go through anyway. The glimpse came out in time. Very, very nicely done from Varish.
That was a death avoided. And now with no grip, they're gonna try to still pressure mid. Snowball, Quap is out of mana, but they take down the Pangolier there. That is a
really
huge kill.
Not sure what In Your Dream was thinking. Probably assumed that with the lull coming in, they could try and put some pressure on. But the Quap has Blade Mail. You're jumping in with a double jump and you're dealing that damage back to yourself. The shield doesn't do anything. Basically cancels itself out.
The roll was also on cooldown for another 2 seconds, So
yeah, exactly. That just felt really over-ambitious and just not really respecting the fact that the Quap has the Bondage Facet and the Blade Mail. A bit weird there, to be honest.
Yeah, probably not calculating the return damage there. Thinking he would survive with the double the double jump there. They got a glimpse onto DJ, they catch him. He does not have Snowball, but nice shot pushing him out of the
Wow! And the Stampede, he's gonna try and juke. He manages to dodge away. Delol can't land the Kisses. Well, I'll have you know, DJ is a married man. No sending smoochers his way. He's taken. It's off the market, okay? And both teams, it's like what you said, Winter, they're still desperately fighting over control of this mid lane. It's been this trio battle for what feels like the better part of 7 to 8 minutes for now.
And they're also waiting for this helm to come out from the tusk, which would kind of, I think, turn the tides a little bit on this mid play, you know. They're defending this tower for so long already. Can't really make any progress, you know. They get a sleep onto Dolo. He has to be killed first, you know. He has been so annoying in the team fights. One down.
They take him out.
They trade the
Static
Bane.
Storm. Yeah, the Bane not gonna be able to get the grip out. Lewis taking a lot of damage.
Oh.
Nice dodge away from the Sonic Wave in your dream. Makes a little sidestep. Yeah, managed to get him in the snowball, but he's coming straight back into his potential death. The bump is there, and Jikwai finishes the job. The problem is the Razor can't connect into the fight. JG and him were isolated off to the right by FBZ, and they're not done. JG's gonna try and finish off the Disruptor, gets that last hit, because funnily enough, I think the Disruptor auto-attacked him and got return damage killed. But still, getting the kill onto the Centaur as the dust settles. Jikwai getting some nice little stacks on his Desolator already.
Yeah, that is definitely not a very clean fight there from Cuckoo. Is there diving too much. The Quap didn't land the Sonic Wave. He wanted to push the Rolling Thunder away, so In Your Dream couldn't come in and just wreak havoc in the team fights there. Didn't work out. He in the end ended up, I think, missing just entirely. They really landing on anybody. So that was like a very, very messy fight for Cuckoo. You know, so time to reset and try to, I guess, wait for the Crimson. The Crimson is probably going to be a very big item for the Centaur against this Pango, TA, Mars. There's a lot of physical damage here. And DJ is going to start his Helm shenanigans now.
Okay. Let's start pushing the wave. Getting a bit of Ghost Push going.
Yeah.
Set the Bane up for more pickoffs around the map, hopefully.
In the meanwhile, Kukui seem to have more control on the Ancients. They are farming the bottom side Ancients. Reconnect is not getting their hands on the top side Ancients, you know, only their triangle Ancients.
What? Did I just hear Static Storm on the ground? Who was that for?
The creeps?
That was a bit weird. I don't think so. Can't be. I mean, I must have missed maybe like the Queen of Pain blink out, or maybe the must have been just the Queen of Pain. Cuckoo ends up going down here. The Lul was able to get the capitalization along with Jikwai, and with the Rolling Thunder, looks like the second support will fall as well. No shenanigans for DJ, doesn't have the snowball anymore, and will just end up getting swashed down. They're still trying to chase down Varij though, but he's able again to just slide out with a sliver of HP.
Thanks to a Windlace. Windlace saving lives. If you have an empty slot, you always buy a Windlace.
So true. I'm a Windlace enjoyer. I can respect that. You know, sometimes I forget I have a Windlace and I buy a second Windlace just because I love the item so much. That ever happened to you? Like, you just kind of focused on something else, Cuckoo? In the mid lane, being caught out. He slept up the Pango, but wakes up just in time to swash him down in your dream. Quite a few nice kills going his way, and he's starting to scale up, right? Looking 2 components into that Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be putting out a lot of damage in these team fights.
Now, how's the TA doing? TA has the Dagger, Dragonlance, that's all. He is looking for one pick into Roshan. Like, he is definitely ready to kill that Roshan.
He's hungry. DJ, gonna dominate the creep, pull the wave away. Trying to be cute and all. It's pretty cute, I'll give him that. Do Reconics feel comfortable enough to just attempt this Roche without getting a pick on the mid tower though? That's the question. Because in just about a minute, it's gonna move to the bot side. And I kind of feel like that favors the side of Kukuis at that point, because the contest just feels so much easier.
Yeah, being on the ramp on the other side, it just feels better for Dyer. I think when the Roshan moves, you're going to look to get Tormentor. You're not going to look to get Rosh first on the Radiant side. I think the Tormentor is definitely going to be the first one. You see the smoke, they're all coming in, they're getting ready for this Tormentor to spawn in 20 seconds. There's both Observer Wards on the lane for both teams. scan. They see Radiant see Dire. They know they're around.
Vision being placed down now. Lewis will show on the way of Jikroy, immediately starting to swipe away. Doesn't get any connections. One gets pinged out.
Oh, they're gonna do it.
Trying.
Big
That's
arena.
not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. The Sonic Wave comes through and pushes them back. Gabby needs to find the static link though. Gets it onto Jikroy, but only for a second. They just don't have enough damage on the Razor to stand up and fight. Gonna get stunned up. Gonna get cookied on and destroyed. That was the BKB Razor reveal, and it goes horribly wrong. The Task TP's out, but Lewis won't quite be as lucky. The Reach had its sights set, and that team fight setup was perfect.
Very, very big arena there. Immediately reacting to the grip. Cuckoo saw, I think he broke the smoke. He saw the TA and then he immediately gripped him. But the arena was even better, you know. He traps them in place, cancels the grip, and the fight was just basically over after the static storm was on the arena with 3 heroes.
That's kind of what you gotta do when you got a Mars, when you got a Disruptor. You want to put the circles of death together. And Reconics absolutely did that. Really nice setup with the Vision pre-placed in the lane. They knew what was coming. They had it all mapped out. And again, we're seeing a bit of an issue with this Razor. He just can't get across to the spot on the fight that he needs. There's so many tools for the TA, the cookie, just the pushback, like all these little disruptive tools that are stopping Gabby from getting on his target.
Also the fact that you don't have Dagger on Centaur, right? Because they couldn't really find the opening. You need a Dagger either from Tusk or Centaur, then you go in the fights, then you feel like the Razor can actually find an opening, right? Because of the nature of their lineup and they don't have daggers, sure, you're gonna see the Razor walking in like a kid, you know, trying to hit the grown-up, you know, but just when the moment he reaches there, he's already getting pushed around, stunned, he took a lot of damage. And I think that is why it felt like the Razor couldn't find impact in the fights, right? I think it would soon change when the dagger comes from the Centaur and the Tusk. I mean, they have one dagger now. They bought a dagger on Centaur. So Tusk needs to get the other one because they have to try to focus, I think, immediately kill the backliners with the Disruptor and the Snap. Those are the heroes that need to die first.
Yeah, it's so tricky though because you're rarely gonna see them standing next to each other and they can save each other, right? The Disruptor, the Snap,
it's the
TA,
quad.
what do they all have in common?
Have to go in and kind of give them vision.
Quad needs a BKB though, that's the problem, and she's quite far away from it. If she goes in and she gets immediately Static Storm, that's going to be the end of the fight as well.
Not necessary though. I think if he tanks the Static Storm, they have to use Arena and Static Storm on him. I still feel like it could be good for them. The Razor could clean up the fight. So it's all about
just
like,
a bit of a sacrificial play in a way.
I mean, he's in the Static Storm now, but he's alone. So this is not the
not. He's practicing. No, Winter. He's practicing. Okay, he needs to sort of get it's a hard thing to accept. So he's getting himself used to it. You ever hear of exposure therapy?
You mean the AA facet?
Is that actually what it's called?
No, it's called exposure.
No way. Okay.
Okay, that's the timber in it, right? Or something.
No, it's some weird. I don't even.
Yeah, it's the
whatever the
timber
case.
in it. It's the timber in it.
Exposure therapy. He like gets healed or gets mana back when he kills a tree. Timber is so funny, dude. The design always cracks me up. But right now they're cracking Roshan left, right, and center. DJ has a nice little creep in a very obnoxious spot. I don't know why this still exists in the game. I really, really don't. It's rather silly. I mean, if DJ comes in... Well, clearly not. Because they didn't see that Centaur. But they do see a bigger Centaur. They see JG. He has a Stampede available, waiting for the walls of the arena to go down, waiting for the fence as well. Might just need to commit it to survive, but he knows there's still a glimpse, so really, he's not getting out of this one.
There is no escape from the Disruptor. Things are definitely getting harder and harder for Team Cuckoo right now. I mean, the Razor just feels like he hasn't really have any openings to enter the game. Quap is dying on the map. I don't think he can expect to farm the BKB for the next fight. He needs to just go to the... I think he just needs to go and tank for the Razor. Just be the first one in. You give some vision so the Centaur and Tusk can actually find openings. I think you let the Centaur go in. He needs to find the Disruptor or Snap. And then the Tusk maybe just sit back and wait to save either the Quap or the Razor with Snowball. I think the Tusk doesn't necessarily have to jump in and initiate. But things
This
are
hasn't really been convincing so far from the Queen of Pain and the
definitely
Razor,
not.
I want to say. And the Razor is scaling up. The problem, as it always has been, it's not that Razor doesn't have damage. It's not that Razor can't farm. It's not, and none of these things. It's just, can Razor find the correct position in the fight? It's always been somewhat a one-dimensional hero in that sense, right? You need to find the right spot to get the static link off, and if you don't, you're missing out on your carry potential, right? Your main goal as Razor is to anti-carry, but if you're nowhere near the carry, then you're not really doing your job. I mean, I will say that, you know, as far behind as they are, 10k right now at the 25-minute mark, I think Cuckoo's Bane and DJ's Tusk, they've been really trying their hardest and busting their asses to find these opportunities. It's just, Jikroy, he had such a swell game so far, and it's so much easier to bring the TA into these engagements than it is the Razor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Yeah, they're just not like finding the openings, right? I think sometimes with this sort of lineup, you need to play for each other, even though it means that somebody has to lay down their body for the other to crawl over.
Ooh, I like that. That's very poetic, Winter. But unfortunately, the only thing that they'll be doing is lying down in their bed, wondering, you know, we played such a solid game number one at the start of the day, and then it all kind of got a little fuzzy at the end.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a team game. You have to enable each other. I think sometimes the players in SEA just play too much for themselves. You know? They don't really, I think, utilize each other a lot. Like sometimes
Yeah, I mean,
it
you
might
did
not,
say that.
Yeah, it might not be your timing, but it could be someone else's timing, right? So you're supposed to just play for him.
It kind of speaks to the dissent within the team as well, right? Like, we were talking about how it felt like they weren't entirely clear about whose calls they were following. It was quite conflicted. JG now getting speared up to his own little statue, and the Mortimer's kisses rip them apart. Jikroy, you might be draining the damage, but you're draining your life. You ain't got anything else to give. That's 4 heroes down. The Queen of Pain couldn't even join. Did you really want to fight into an AD rune TA? That proves to be a big mistake.
But you're also not going to give the Rex for free. I think it's just...
Well, now you give it for more than free. GG, Cuckoos are done. It's gonna be Reconyx that end up moving forward here. Very well played for them, especially in this game number 3, showing their stuff and showing that they deserve to belong here. Tightened up the draft, came through with a much more well-rounded affair compared to what we saw in game number 2, and will rightfully take their victory here in this series.
They're definitely the more solid team. I think they look more like a unit, you know. Cuckoo is... I think there are moments of brilliance. Sometimes, you know, you see them playing really well, but it doesn't happen as often, you know. The consistency is not there, you know. When they are lacking a certain, like, hero, they're not getting the comfort heroes, then you see, like, the play is very, very scattered, right? And in this series, I think you saw a lot of weaknesses from Lewis, right? I think he felt like he was forcing his play a lot sometimes, you know. I think maybe following someone else's and disregarding his own hero's timing. And sometimes he had to sacrifice himself, and sometimes I think that didn't happen, right? I think especially this Lewis plus Gabby duo, the dynamic of the mid and the carry, they are both, I think, quite individualistic players. I feel like they tend to play more for their own game, and you don't see like someone sacrificing for the other. I think when Gabby was playing Monkey King, he was ready to do that. But apart from his Monkey King game, I think the other heroes that he's been playing, like the Gyro, the Razor, didn't feel like he was playing for the offlaner or playing for the mid laner as much. You know, I think he's much more of like a very greedy player. So when you have Gabby and Lewis, right, both greedy players, I think you can only have one of them at the end of the day, because you need someone else to enable the other person. And I feel like when the early game doesn't go well for them, you see a lot of like glaring weaknesses for them, you know, because they have very greedy players. You don't win your lane means they're going to be fighting over breadcrumbs in the mid-late game, you know, especially the mid-game. And you see a lot of like heroes farming on the map and getting caught because they are not supposed to be farming. Not all of them are supposed to be farming. Somebody is supposed to take out the trash, right? But the other person is not taking out the trash, so the other person cannot farm.
Yeah. I mean, you got hunters, you got gatherers, but everybody just wants to sit on their ass and eat. Who is gonna do the hunting? Who's gonna do the gathering? It's not gonna be Cuckoos, it's gonna be Reconics moving on to the next stage of this tournament. And over on the other stream, we actually had the game just wrap up as well. Team Aureus, I guess to no one's surprise, were able to 2-0 Yangon Galactico. So there ends the Dream Burmese run. But I will say that I caught a little bit of game number 1, and it looked like for a moment that Yangon were almost on the brink of defeating Aureus. So whatever it is, it seems like Yangon, they might be on the right track, but we'll have to say goodbye to them as well. Moving forward on the side stream, I think it's under ESL_Dota 2 Clarity. That's where you'll see Team Aureus face off against Reconics in just about an hour. But for us, we got the big boys waiting in the upper bracket finals. We're going to be covering Boom versus Execration. Very excited for that match, but that will be in an hour. So see you back here then. Ta-ta.
Derby to see the same as I. This Rami had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grindy. Forward the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grindy. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella speranzare tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella speranzare tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride qua, un gatto bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the spiach shelan.
alive with passions from his breath that flow. Yield your music when he's pleased to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel. Repeat my love at each melting touch. Since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart. Tune his heart to mine. blind, but now I see those grace that fold my heart to fear and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid he rode sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. and surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk a joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as alive. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel every step.
A warm welcome back, everybody. Dream League Season 27 draws closer and closer to finding out at least which one of these 8 Southeast Asian teams will represent through the close qualifier slot. Permasnees and Winter here. And we've already taken you through a couple of sad situations so far. We've had to say goodbye to a couple of teams. Sayonara to Cuckoos, sayonara to Ivory. But it's actually through all of that, Reconics and Team Aureus who managed to survive on and now are about to fight on for their last chance here. For us, we're on to a bit of happier news though. Boom Esports versus Execration in the upper bracket finals. Both teams still have a chance, and this is actually a matchup that was going on throughout the entirety of last season, but the Boom Esports lineup is completely different now.
Very, very different. They had like 3 changes overall. A new mid, a new position 4, a new position 5. Jokem, Norman, and Sanctity.
Yeah, these are all kind of, I would say, very significant changes. Just because you think back about who they were replacing, you're taking out, you know, Tims, one of the most prolific position 4s, I think right next to DJ in terms of coming out of the Philippines. You're talking about Amel, the chief himself, and of course Zhao. You know, I think Zhao, he had that amazing period on Fnatic where he was held, even though Southeast Asia at that point in time didn't really feel the strongest, he was largely looked upon as someone who was just on top of the position 5 macro plays. His warding was immaculate. A lot of people were calling him out and learning from him. So, you know, you're kind of leaving a big gap and large shoes to fill for these incoming replacements, but in their place, the Mongolian duo of Naman and Sanctity, so the communication might not be as tricky. And of course, Jokem coming in from X-Talent, I guess. What do you think of this new Boom lineup?
Like usually when you look at rosters, right,
sometimes rosters like this they click. They are from like the similar region, you know, like the Laotian players, the Mongolian players, the Thai players. They're all like they're close to each other, right? They share a lot of like similar cultures. I think Jokem is probably the only one that's a bit different for them, right? But he's like a top class player. I would say that he's the best position 4 player right now in SCA.
Wow, that
like
is
for me.
very high praise.
Yeah,
What about him? What about him makes him the best position 4 for you?
In SCA?
Yeah.
Not everywhere, but in SCA.
But like, what about him?
He plays a very, I think, instinctive way of position 4 where he knows when he needs to play for vision, sacrifice himself. Sometimes he initiates with his body. Sometimes he initiates his hero. He's not greedy. But when he needs to be greedy, he'll be greedy. I think he's a very fluid and flexible player. He has a big hero pool. He's very good in the lane. I feel like he does everything you need, for a support player.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree. I think in Talon's most deep runs in large international events or maybe online events, it was always Jokem who was having outstanding performances and the flexibility, like you mentioned. And on the flip side, actually, flexibility is a big topic I want to talk about because we were following Execration in much of their run yesterday, right? They defeated Kukuis with relative ease. They looked amazing and then started to struggle a little bit up against Yangon. And after sort of rewatching it a little bit and thinking back to the situation for them, it really does come down to the fact that maybe Tino in particular, his hero pool is a little bit smaller, right? You compare that on the other side to Mr. Jabs, the man who has played every role in professional Dota 2. His hero pool is just endless. I still believe that he could probably play just about anything you give to him. That might be the deciding factor as we come into this game, and we see Boom immediately snap up the Naga Siren, one of the few Southeast Asian teams who still prioritize this hero.
Yeah, this hero is definitely a menace in the right hands. He's a hero that I feel like it would enable a lot of like the carry player heroes. I mean, maybe in the current meta, there's a lot of melee heroes. I think I spoke briefly about when you play Naga, you don't really like laning with another melee hero, like double melee, like Naga, Ursa, Naga, Sven. Sometimes it's okay, but in general, you prefer to be like Naga with TA, for example, Naga with Medusa. Naga with TB, those heroes I think work well with Naga, or Naga with SF, which is not as popular anymore after the nerfs. But those are the examples that I think will be good with Naga in the lane and in the game itself,
Sure, yeah. We'll see what exactly Jack Boys wants to bring out here. Jack Boys, I would consider him to be a bit more of a conventional carry player, right? He does have some picks he can bring out to ramp up the tempo like his Bristleback, but apart from that, you can kind of expect a standard cookie cutter type of situation from him. And I was speaking to some other analysts and they told me they felt like Jackie is the type of player you need to give a good start to. He doesn't really play the best from behind. It's very rare that you see him pull the game back from a very bad position, but if you're able to guarantee him a good start, he can always bring it home for you. Would you agree with that statement, Winter?
I think that's usually the basic thing you look at when you are trying to judge the carry players. Can they actually win the games that you are giving him a good start, right? I think that is like the first thing to look at. But when you are going to another level, you're looking at whether they can play well even from behind, right? Some games your team, they just can't really do much, because of heroes or unlucky rune spawns or whatever the reason it is. You need to be able to play those games and maybe win some of them, I think every good carry player can win a game when you give them the right type of lead in the given situation. If you give him a good start, he'll be able to carry him. I think that is the basic thing you should be able to do as a carry player.
Sure. And do you think Jackie has what it takes, to maybe stand up on top of Southeast Asia right now as one of the premier carries here? Or do you think there's still some work to be done? Because, Boom Esports, the remaining players, Jabs and Jackie, of course, departing from their former teammates, didn't really have the best showing at TI, right?
He's probably the most stable one right now. I mean, I wouldn't say we have very good carries. I don't think we have good carry players. I think SEA traditionally always had really good mid players and really good support players. Our carry players are, unless I'm forgetting anyone, I think we always have the very good mid players and support players.
Do you count nothing to say as a Southeast Asian mid player?
Yeah, of
because
course,
I do.
bro.
Malaysian pride for life. You know what I'm saying? How dare you disrespect mid one like that? That's a Malaysian player. That's a Southeast Asian mid who. Okay, well, I guess he's not really a carry player. Yeah, the mids are kind of goated. The carry players, I don't know. I think need a bit of work on that one. Of course, Palos and I think Jack Boys here are going to be trying to make a name. Here's a hero that we haven't really seen quite a lot, but it makes a lot of sense into the Snapfire Dawnbreaker, the next assassin coming out for Boom Esports.
Yeah, immediately countering the Snap and the Dawn.
10 seconds.
I think this is not a hero that you see a lot. It's one of, I think, Jokem's favorite heroes. He loves this type of roaming hero, annoying heroes, you know. Somewhat like a slug, you know. He plays a little bit like 9 class in some ways, but they're different. He is just very annoying. And he's very high skill. He's very good at clicking his buttons. On the other hand, TA is a great counter to Nyx with the shot, and you don't really care about Spirit Carapace because of refraction. So this is a very good matchup. And the Bane as well.
Bane.
Every time you're laning or playing the game against like some roaming hero, Bounty, Ricky, Nyx, Earth Spirit, whatever it is, thus Bane is the anti-roamer. He finds you, he puts you to bed, and sayonara, see you later.
Morphling coming out though as it's an excellent hero to play up against the Templar Assassin because you morph into her, you get all the bonuses. Looks like this is going to be yet another mid Nature's Prophet. This is the new trend, it seems. Gone the Nature's Prophet carries, they just want to put it in the mid lane, get that tempo up, build the Blade Mail, build the Spirit Vessel, and start making action happen on the map.
Yeah, this is also a very good lane setup. Naga and Morphling. I like this a lot. I think the Morphling is not an easy hero to execute right now. I don't think he's a very strong hero, but this game with the Naga, Nature's Prophet, Nyx, I think he has the right environment to succeed. It's a good pick with their lineup. Good pick with the Naga in the lane. I think it's pretty good against TA because you build Skadi eventually, and then you just kite him. I think in the lane, even against Dawn, is pretty good because the Dawn should not be able to kill you that easily. I mean, the last series we saw the Morphling dying to some Snap and what was the other hero? He just got nuked. I think a Mars, right? Yeah, Snap Mars. Yeah, I think with Snap Mars it's easier to get killed, but Dawnbreaker Snapfire is a lot harder for that to happen because the stuns are not instant.
Yeah, they're banning out the counters to the Morphling now in the Doom, so no anti-healing available at present for Execration. All they really have is the TA burst damage, and if they can try and get him during the grid, but there's so many things that can mess that up, right? The Song right now being the major foil to the Execration initiation. Need a last pick for Bob to tie it all together. Some of his heroes already being banned out, right? The Shaker, the Sand King. You mentioned, you don't think Bob is really much of a Sand King player. There's still the Spirits available. Ursa being taken out as well. One of the carry heroes that will eventually get enough damage to overpower the Morphling quite literally. A last pick Lycan. So Jabs is going to snatch that away from Tino. Not that Tino was going to get it anyway because it's likely he's playing the Dawnbreaker. But there's the Ghost Push. There's the map control. Boom Esports, they're looking to play big macro games right now.
Yeah, MP and Lycan. I think this is the type of environment you want to give it to the Nyx. The Invis Hunter, and you have 2 heroes pushing the waves constantly. Actually 3.
Yeah,
the
Naga Illusions.
Well. Naga Illusion. So Nyx is going to have a lot of opportunities to do a lot this game, Excretion right now with Bob. Generally against Nyx, you don't want those like intelligence hero. You tend to want to stick to like some DK, some tanky heroes, like Kunkka type of heroes, Because Nyx kind of makes it very awkward for you to play Storm or Ember, all those spirit heroes with the Carapace.
Just kind of feels a bit awkward now because if you try and get burst damage for the Morphling, it doesn't really feel like something that's going to match up nice into the Nature's Prophet Blade Mail build. And then if you try and get someone tanky, do you have enough damage to cut through the Morphling? That's the question. I kind of like the Kunkka suggestion, but X-Marks would be great into Prophet Morphling Lycan, but that's more uncontrollable damage that the Nyx Assassin can just plant himself in and spike carapace you, and then it's going to be messy. But I think that's what's missing, right? At some point, the TA will be the frontliner, but until she feels comfortable enough, she wants to be farming. So you need something else for Bob to really start fronting.
Maybe Bob is going to say, I don't care, one Queen of Pain, Oh wait, what is he actually playing? He's
playing the TA.
TA? Yeah, he's playing the TA, okay. TA mid is really, really nice against the Nyx. I think it's a very good TA game. It's very good against the Nyx. It's also actually really good against the Morphing because of the shard, right? With the mid TA, you can get the shard early, you silence him. You can potentially kill him before he has Manta. Usually you get Manta like, say around between 15 to 80. 15, 16 is like really good game, right? I mean, you have Blitz plus Manta.
But in a normal game, I think on average you get it between 18 to 20 minutes.
I would like to draw your attention, Winter, to something particularly interesting. I feel like Nature's Prophet, it's always the soothing saplings, but he's got to switch back. For a moment, he had Nature's Prophet selected as his facet. I thought we were going to see those money bags coming from the trees, Winter.
Didn't we see it one? Oh, am I crazy? I thought we saw it one time yesterday.
No, I think we saw it like one time, but not yesterday, like not here. I'm pretty sure we saw it played either at a TI game or a recent tournament or something like that. There were teams that were experimenting with it, but I don't think it really got anywhere. The Soothing Saplings just feel so much stronger. Also, it's kind of like janky, right? Because like you basically, the condition is that you have to kill an enemy hero. So any other time that you're using Sprout, you're losing the value of the healing as a trade-off, right? So I kind of get why it's not that great. Like it really only activates its power in this fringe case. But now that it's all wrapped up here in this game number 1 of the upper bracket finals, we're seeing a TA mid, a little bit uncommon in this current meta, in favor of a Sven going into the carry to maybe deal with the Lycan a bit better. What are we thinking in terms of the drafts? You were saying that this feels like the perfect Morphling game. He has the environment to thrive and the Nyx looks great as well. What about the Execration draft? Do you think this is a lineup that can go blow for blow with Boom?
There is only one thing you need to understand: what is Bob playing? If Bob is playing the right hero, he can definitely pop off. I think TA is his style, and I think he fares really well when there's a Dawn in the game because he plays crazy aggressive, and you have the Solar Guardian to enable his distinct playstyle. I think they definitely have what it takes to snowball. You know, I think it's going to be on Bob, a lot of it. Like whether he gets a good start, whether he's going to rotate around to kill. Because if he doesn't do a lot in the game, you'll be stuck with Tia and Sven on your team and a Dawnbreaker off lane, which is going to be very awkward to play around, right? There's no initiation, there's no stun. You're kind of like playing in a very, I think, defensive posture in most cases until you have Dagger on Sven.
Yeah. I would like to bring everyone's attention to, even though the fact we didn't get to watch much of Boom Esports, they have run this trio before of the Naga Siren, the Nature's Prophet in the mid lane, as well as the Morphling. And they proceeded to very promptly crush Team Aureus, their own former teammates on the other side, Tim Stack, of course, in 30 minutes. So this is not something foreign to them. I think one of the concerns with the Naga Siren that we've come to is that it just kind of feels like the Southeast Asian teams don't really know how to pilot it. Well, seems like Naman is very comfortable.
Yeah, I'm going to start off with the mirror image, scouting the heroes out. So giving them enough information to secure a what? Okay, they only got 1 rune. I thought they were going to get, I guess somehow they were able to outfox them. Execration sent 2 heroes top to snatch away the rune that Jackie was going to take. So he couldn't contest that rune.
Yeah, no way as a level 1 Morphling you can stand your ground there against the damage coming
out.
I
mean, this is really unusual, you know. Usually when you place 2 wards around the river and you even get mirror image on Naga, it usually guarantees you at least 2 of the runes here. But
yeah,
props to Execration, they somehow figure a way out to outfox and outmaneuver them.
Jack Boys, in these early levels he is going to suffer, but that's what the Naga is for. Still, even in this lane, you're gonna have to walk me through why it's a good lane, because right now, you walk up to the Naga, this is exactly what Execration did the previous time they let the Naga Siren through, right? It was against Kukuis, they picked this Snapfire up immediately, you try and get the mirror image out, you just eat a Scatter Blast straight to the face, all your illusions are gone, and that's the presence of the Naga Siren out of the equation.
Yeah, a lot of players just tend to have the illusion at level 1 nowadays, after they nerfed the Riptide, not the Riptide, the Deluge. Like the weakness of this build is, I think in this lane, you already mentioned it doesn't really do a lot. So we'll have to see, you know. I think once you get levels, you should be okay. In the bottom side, I think this is going to be more or less like a farming lane for the Lycan. I don't see how they can kill the Lycan Nyx. They're a very weak lane. Whereas the Bane and Sven, I think they're probably going to have their chances of killing the Lycan when they get level 3, you know. The second point in Brain Sap, and maybe you consider a second point in stun, you know. In some lanes, I think it's good to put 1 extra point in stun to win the lane.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Like, you want to just put Jabs in an uncomfortable position. Because you know at some point Yoakum's going to start moving around, right? He just wants to maybe influence the mid lane, twin gate up to the top. But yeah, if that leaves Jabs alone before his level 6, he could be very susceptible if he's already started falling behind. How's this mid lane matchup though? It kind of seems to me that TA is just going to be able to best Nature's Prophet at every turn in this early game.
I haven't really seen this matchup a lot. I mean, on paper, I think TA is going to get a better CS. Like you should be able to out CS the MP, and the MP is not going to be able to do much about it. You have no way of breaking refractions. I think you're playing for ganking, right, with TP.
Yeah. I mean, already it's reflected in the last hits and denies, right? 14-3 on the TA at the moment to the 8-2 of the Prophet, just being out base damaged.
Bob is really playing very, very well in this tournament so far. I think especially in the laning phase, you could tell he's really, really confident. He knows what he can do, the type of heroes that he's playing. He's playing a variety of heroes. I think he looks night and day. You know, before this, when he was on a team with DJ, I didn't even feel like he was playing this well.
That was Mongols, right? Like the old Mongol stack with Castaway and everything.
No. He's not on that team. It's after that. I don't remember that name. They played the the close qualifiers as of TI together.
Okay, I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, that's the past. And what the present right now sees CML getting caught out by a nice TP rotation. This is what you talked about. Nature's Prophet, he just wants to play for the ganks, and he finds one to get them on the board.
He's gonna need a lot of this, you know, because he's not getting any creeps in the lane. Everything is mostly denied right now. TA is starting to rack up the CS. I think the team was Copite, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Bob was on Copite?
Yeah, it was a totally different team. I'll check now.
Oh, what the hell?
Getting me nervous. What is the team?
No, Copite aren't even in this close qualifier, so I guess it doesn't really matter. They didn't make it that far.
It's a totally different team.
Sure. And Bob, he has his ups and downs, and he's on the up right now. Great time to have stock in Bob, I'd say. I mean, this team, Execration, I think after watching all the teams other than Boom so far, I think they're still my pick for the most stable and most likely to come out on top in these close qualifiers, especially after some of the dark horses have started to drop out.
And so far, these two teams have shown they have a lot of flexibility with how they play the game. They have identity. I think a lot of the teams that at least the games that we covered, it doesn't feel like they have like a clear identity to how they play, right? It's more like, okay, we are just picking heroes, we are comfortable. It doesn't matter whether it works together or not. But I think you already mentioned Boom has like a very clear plan on a 4 protect 1, somewhat a modern 4 protect 1, right? With with an offlaner that's kinda greedy.
Yeah. I wonder how Sanctity fits into this picture though, because I think back in the days of Lilgun, the Mongolian sort of full stack, him, 4-2-3, 11, man, they were a menace, right? They were always just kind of picking Brute first pick, and then you never knew who it was going to go to. They had non-stop cheese.
Yeah,
those were the days, man.
They were not very honest playing Dota. they were always trying to cheese you. Because they somehow didn't have a lot of, like, I think, basic fundamental understanding about how the game should be played, right? So they're like always losing when they're playing like a normal and regular game. So they have to try to surprise you. I think surprising your opponents can only work for some time.
Yeah.
But if you want to progress as a player, you need to be able to play Dota at like a very good Dota at a fundamental level. You need to understand what you're supposed to do given the different matchups, the different situations in the game. And Jocam's gonna TP top, nice and snare, pulling him in.
Yeah, Shanks is dropping pretty low here. Jack Boys with the strength morph. They even
4
bring
heroes.
Sanctity in. 4 heroes just for the support. So far, that's been the only kills that they get. But like you said, Boom, they need to start racking up these ganks.
It just tells me that Sanctity really doesn't like to sit in the mid lane. Yeah, he's not getting much farm.
No, he's getting doubled up. I mean, the TA is close to 40 CS. Sanctity sitting at 22.
Just coming over to get the AoE bounty, you know, and now at 6 minutes, the 2 supports are here. They are trying to keep the catapult alive. If they can actually keep the catapult alive, this tower may go down. It's already almost half health, you know. Bane gets a sleep onto Jocam here.
Yeah,
Things
Bob's
are
going to
not
tank
looking
it.
good.
He has brought enough time for the creep wave to come forward. Sanctity's trying to drag it away.
Dead. This tower should be dead.
Yeah, Naman came a bit too late. There is a glyph though, and that's going to eliminate the catapult at least. So it drops very low, but they hold on to it for now.
They're moving to the Wisdom. That's why they didn't try to defend the catapult wave. Bob is rotating over. hasted, this looks like a very, very scary moment for Boom. Right? They have to defend the Wisdom Shrine. They're bringing in the Naga. They need to bring more heroes.
Jabs is here, hiding around the tree line. Sanctity threatening the TP, and that might be enough to scare them away. Palos still looking for an angle, gets a nice spike, carapace, double stun out, Jokum. That's what you need. And they popped him up to the high ground. They pulled him up there. No, this is not a fair fight anymore, but with the Dawnbreaker, it's never fair around the map. You got a TP out on the Sven, swipe down Jabs with the hammer, and Naman looking to fall next. You gotta mash that fish up, make it mince meat, and get that shrine for themselves. CML gets the EXP, and even though they brought just about every hero other than the Morphling, it's not gonna be enough. Jackboy's finally TPing in, looking for the punch with a beautiful cookie. It's gonna turn things around. Tino, he's standing, he's throwing the punches out, and he's gonna set up for Palos to get the kill. The last member that remains is Sanctity, but what else can he give? Bob still laying out the damage hot and heavy onto the Nature's Prophet, and finally they'll retreat. But what a big win for Execration as CML able to cut his way out of the Sprout. And my goodness, a 3k gold lead already for Execration in this early stage of the game.
That was a game-deciding fight there, right there. In the early game, it decides a lot of what is going to happen in the mid-game. So Boom is going to be crawling from behind. They have to try to play for the pickoffs right now. They are going to be unable to fight head-on for a very long time in the game.
It was a really cute play from Naman, right? Pulling the Sven up to the high ground, but it didn't even matter. Bob, he's just a bit too strong right now. Coming forward, Sanctity in a load of trouble. CML baits him in and swings over to Bob. Gets him yet another kill. And these supports, they just can't really provide much, right? You're not getting damage out of your Naga and your Nyx. They're just struggling back here.
CML's level 6 on the Bane?
CML's gonna come out, look for a
Is
Bane.
he dead?
No.
Oh, he doesn't land a blood grenade. That would have actually
Very
been
close.
a kill.
Yeah. I mean, if he sticked and brain sapped, he might have gotten it as well, but the spike carapace was still up, so it's a bit tricky. The first damage prop didn't go through as well, and now looks like the tower's gonna come down. Sanctity. Get the wolves out, CML. In a bit of a rough spot, you're gonna have to throw a net out, reel him back in, and Sanctity at least able to get something for his troubles. But the tower going down at 9 minutes, the gold lead continuing to extend for Execration.
Yeah, I mean right now, every little fight that takes, sure the MP can TP in to provide numbers, but there's also a Dawn, right, to kind of counteract that. So both sides has a +1. But because TA is equivalent to 2 heroes right now, I feel like he's just way too strong. Like you need to bring so many heroes to deal with him. And all Execration needs to do is just send the supports to follow him anywhere he wishes to go to, take any tower. And then because they are on Radiant side, the Roshan and the Tormentor between 15 to 20 minutes are going to be theirs, you know, at this pace. Another reel in, another kill. Okay. This is a big one. Level 6 on the snap, so a lot of XP going into the Nyx. He gets his level 5. Naga is not level 5 yet, so he's going to have to work for it. But every little kill is going to put them into the level 6 region, which is very important for the Nyx and Naga. They're not the most, I think, conventional duo.
Yeah.
Even though they do separate things, one is really good at pushing out wave, one is very good in team fighting. Nyx is like the pick-off hero. But initially, when the game starts, they're both very weak until they get their levels.
Yeah. Definitely the type of heroes that fall into the support category we were discussing just now, whether you're the babysitter or whether you need babysitting. Naga and Nyx are the type of heroes that kind of hope that they can just skip to the later portion of the game.
I think Naga was busted because before this they didn't need to wait for that portion of the game when the Deluge was a bit stronger. I mean, I think right now Naga is still pretty good in the lane. Not as weak as a Nyx. Nyx is definitely one of the very, very weak supports, you know. But meanwhile, we see a smoke coming in. Execration, they know that they are very strong with Bob. And they want to go.
Jack Boys. Nice little double back there. Looks like Naman will be the price to pay. That's fine though. You get out with Jackie and that's important.
And that's the dagger timing of Bob, right? But he killed the Naga without revealing the dagger. He's going to pick up his dagger right now, so they have still, I think, zero idea that the TA has the dagger now. This is a very, very huge item that would allow him to chase and run people down.
Yeah, but TA was walking over a ward right now.
Okay, he walked over a ward, whatever.
That's unlucky. What can you do? I mean, he's credit where credit is due, you know, he's trying to be sneaky. He, you know, would have probably paid off if there wasn't vision there, right, covering the jungle. So, I guess props to Boom, right? They understand the current game state that they're in. They understand that Execration will be on the hunt. They've defensively warded out the entrance points to their farming areas. So, it's not quite as simple for Execration to find any action without a smoke.
they have to like just try to play the map, you know, with the illusions, with the walls, with the Nature's Prophet, even ulting to push out the waves. I think the game has it's going to slowly start for them, you know. Now the Naga's going to be shuffling out waves. The Nyx is going to be looking for openings like this. He gets a jump onto the TA, but there's a Dawn, nicely cancelled by the Carapace. But here comes the Kisses. This is big.
That's a lot of magic damage. Sanctity is in big trouble. One thing about Leaves, Winter, is they burn when you blow them up with fire. You got the Water Boy now. They don't really have a lot of extended control to hold him in place, but the Cookie, they'll try for it. He's fully strength morphed up.
Yeah,
CML doesn't have the grip. He'll be fine. He's just gonna slide out of trouble.
Yeah, we're gonna see that interaction a lot more. With the Carapace cancelling the Solar Garden, so he has to be more careful with how he uses it, Tino, until you get the Axe, right? With the Axe, I think it's not as easy for the Nyx to counter it sometimes because it's so quick. But right now, he has to be more patient how he uses his Solar Guardian. I think Jokam against Tino is going to be... There's going to be a lot of mind games going on in the team fight. Like he's going to want to hold his Carapace as long as possible.
I mean, at this stage in the game, if you trade Bob for Sanctity, you're going to make that trade like 2 or 3 more times just to try and even out the scoreboard. Quick look at the net worth chart. It's just execration, execration, execration. You look at how they compare to their counterpart. I think the biggest disparity is between the Lycan and the Dawnbreaker, right? Tino out-farming the Lycan by 2,000 gold right now.
Yeah, things are definitely looking really, really promising right now for Execration. The Aghanims is not far. He only needs 1 more of the components, another 1,000 gold. It's going to be a very, very early one. There's a lot of very, very nasty combos you can have. You know, you have the Bane to set up, you have the Sven to stun. So I think the opportunities for pickoffs are going to be abundant.
That is what they drafted for. And a way they were hoping to get to the point. I mean, Bane really has sort of become that hero.
Hang
that
on,
he's just setting up
Jokam is
around
going
the
to
map.
find a target here.
Set up with Sanctity. Found Palos, but he cuts through the tree line. No additional control for them, unfortunately. Jabs was a bit too far away.
Yeah.
Very tanky on Palos. He has 2,000 HP. How are you going to burst through that?
I think they either needed like 1 more spell, you know, maybe another illusion with the Deluge, or maybe with some Lycan summons, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they still had the Nature's Prophet ulti that they didn't use it because he feels like it's not going to be enough, right? I think when they get the shot on NP, it's going to be a lot easier getting those pickoffs.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Jabs also actually popped his shapeshift there to try and run over and get his creeps in position, but the Sven was just a bit too deep, right? Like, I don't think Jabs was in position initially. They want to show in the lane just because that would give something away. Just like that, Palos still keeping up on the farm.
Oh, they're going to catch Dawn.
Oh, that is a nice setup. Coming through the Twin Gates, bringing Sanctity in as well. But you're running into a very similar problem. Tino is a very, very tanky boy, and he has a lot of HP, but nothing that the Wrath of Nature can't cut through.
That is a very, very nice pick off there by Jokam. He still finds a kill even though he doesn't have Vendetta. And meanwhile,
He's doing a really good job making use of these Twin Gates, and his movements on the map have been really nice so far. Given the fact that they're so far behind, the fact that he's still finding some of these opportunities is crazy to me.
Yeah, that's why I said this guy is the man to watch, you know, in SEA as a position VAR player. He is definitely someone that could turn this game around, you know, if they're this far behind. A couple of more pickoffs they can find, either on the TA, the Sven, or even the Dawn, is going to slowly turn the game around. Boom has a lot more scaling, right, in terms of their lineup. I think late game with the Morphling, NP, and Lycan Tricore, I think you tend to have a better scaling, and not to mention your supports as well. Naga and Nyx, I think. Okay, Song, he is just going to get out. You don't think that they have better scaling? You feel like the Sven
I mean, you're
Sven
up against
TA.
a Sven, TA, and Dawnbreaker. These are heroes that can get really scary themselves.
Yeah,
right?
but I do feel like the Morphling and Nature's Prophet duo is kind of, if not equivalent, better, right, than the Sven and TA. Because Morphling, late game, you have a lot of armor. TA, Sven, they are basically almost all physical damage. So Morphling will be able to tank all of it, and on top of that, you can turn into the TA to get some refraction charges, right, so you don't die to the Sven easily. So I think there's a lot of room to play around in the team fights, and Nature's Prophet, as you farm, as you scale, you're going to be like a very scary hero as well, you know. He may not be farming carry items at the moment, because he needs to buy Vessel, Shard, and everything to be useful. But I think if the game goes long enough, he's going to be a threat on the map.
We'll have to see whether they get to that point,
Shape
though.
Lycan with the Wolf Bite, you know? That's also like something.
But isn't that kind
late
of
game.
grief because you know you wolf bite and then you go from being a ranged hero to melee?
Yeah, I
It's not
guess.
really ideal, right?
Yeah, those are not the best heroes to do that too. But late game wise, I think they are not weak, with this Tricore.
Sure. I mean, first and foremost, they need to get there, right? It's only 16 minutes in and it's already a 6k gold lead. Execration kind of playing their signature style. You talked about how these sort of two teams, the better ones, have a very clear identity and protocol. Execration, when they've succeeded, it's always been off of these timing drafts that they've sort of almost looks like they've practiced and gotten used to very well. They're all hitting their timings on their items, kind of making all the right moves on the map to try and capitalize on these item timings as well. Palos going to use the tail end of their God Strength to clear out the top creep wave and move on to perhaps the next objective of taking over the jungle in the top side.
Yeah, the Bane is doing a really nice job looking for the Nyx all the time. He's really intentionally trying to find him, but Jokem, he knows where he's going. He's always going the opposite direction of CML. We mentioned that the Bane is kind of the anti-roamer, right? He's always going to look for the roaming hero. And Jokem knows that, it's like completely avoiding him again, and he's very close to his dagger. A dagger on the Nyx is going to allow this hero to become another monster. You can blink in, pop your Carapace, you can stop the Dawnbreaker ulti, you can stun the Snapfire. There's a lot of things you can do with the Carapace with the dagger. Okay, here comes the Wolf. He's using Shapeshift. He's going for the supports.
Okay, I don't know whether I can finish him off. I guess with Sanctity here, it's gonna be enough. Shanks gets run down. Palos and the rest, they want to try and retreat, but Jokems, he's on his tail, cancelling the blink for now. You need a stun to come out. It's max range and finds the connection, but where's the follow-up? Trying to block him in the way, but the Wolf, he's a little bit too skinny. Nice little Solar Guardian coming in now, looking to punish jabs. Meanwhile, they've got CML on the back line. Naman with the song, bailing out jabs now. They see the TA, this could be trouble. The net available, Naman waiting for his opportunity, but Jokem on the backline lends a big stun, but he still will pay with his life there. The final little hammer swing from Tino ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange and only the support's dying. That was a lot of spells used for not a whole lot of a result.
That was a very nice fight though, overall. I think both teams were trying to outfox each other. It all started with jabs on the Lycan coming through the gate, trying to wrap around. And he was trying to kill the backline first. He found the Snapfire, and there's this little moment where the Bane managed to grip the Nyx, and immediately the Dawn seizes the opportunity to save the Sven with the ulti because he knows that the Nyx can't go in. And all those small little things matters a lot, in that exchange, which resulted in no important heroes dying. I think the Sven coming out alive was the biggest thing for Execration, even though they lost their supports. Because the Sven was supposed to die there.
That was just a whole setup from Boom, and they end up just catching the lowest value heroes on the map right now.
Jab's in trouble. He's
surrounded. The other catch. Yeah, there's no way for him to run. They've cornered the dog into a very uncomfortable position. All three claws beating the living shit out of him. That's tough, and his Granite Golem might be in trouble as well. Bring it back in, give it a nightmare. There, the slashes of the sword. They're able to get that nice little bounty for themselves. So the rest of the Boom lineup, they immediately recognize there's nothing to be done here. They don't want to fight into the ADTA. So they've split up across the map trying to farm. But look at Execration's movement, immediately just kind of backing up to meet them.
ADTA, right? So many short forms.
Yeah. What can you do?
They say it comes from the new generation. There's a lot of short for a lot of things,
You can't say that. Even back then in Dota 1 and Dota 2, you guys got so... You're the only guy going around saying FV on cast. I was so confused yesterday. I thought you were talking about FV. I was like, I didn't know FV was in this game.
I'm the only guy. I'm the only guy who uses FV. I'm sure someone else would...
I know, I'm sure they use it, but like openly saying it over and over is kind of... You just kind of...
Okay, most people call it what, Void?
Yeah?
Faceless?
Faceless Void? Faceless. It's not that bad. It's like 3 syllables. That's like 1 more syllable, really, if you think about it. You're not really saving much real estate on your mouth.
Okay, next, Jokem. He's scouting this rotation out. He knows
this
that
is real
they're
nice.
coming for the Tormentor.
Oh, the
he's
setup.
going in.
He's going in with the Carapace, but now you
Dawn.
can just Solar Guardian in. They managed to keep the distance away, but Sanctity not quite as lucky. Mortimer's Kisses coming in, that's not going to bail him out. That's gonna burn him up.
Jackie's
And
in
Jack
trouble.
Boys now, he has a Manta, but nowhere to run. Surrounded on all sides. Gonna try and waveform TP out. And he stuns. The damage is there. And Execration, they find themselves a nice fight off of a slightly missed setup. Not really sure what Boom were trying to hope for there. Maybe just bursting through the Sven? But how is that ever going to happen? Bob now claims another, and would you look at that? 4 free kills and a Tormentor to boot. Can't be sad about that.
I don't know about killing the Sven though. I think they were trying to eliminate the Snapfire first. I think that was probably the initial goal there. But I think the Lycan was like maybe not in position to go in or something. Because I feel like the fights that they're going to win has to start with Jabs running in with his summons and with the hero, right? So he's going to create some sort of distraction. He's going to try to break the formation of the supports. And once the supports are far apart, then you kill them, you pick them off. Once you kill the Snap and the Bane, I think the fight becomes very easy for the Lycan to finish them off. Because they don't really want to stand together and take a fight. If you look at Boom's overall lineup, right? They are trying to take very, very scrappy fights. Whereas Execration, they want to stand together with the TA and the Sven, with the Warcry, and protect each other, and fight around each other, with the Dawn ulti as well. So I'm not sure what was the plan there when the Lycan wasn't in position. It was really difficult to execute the way they needed to do the team fights to win the team fights.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like maybe Boom, they've yet to sort of come to that conclusion because so far all the engagements...
They knew, right? That's how they won the previous fight. Jabs came in from behind. He broke their formation.
Half, right? Because Jokum was also there with a very nice wraparound. So maybe Jabs is, after dying in the bot lane, he's like, okay, I don't want to be the one to start the fight. I can't take any more deaths. You talked a little bit in the previous series about the mentality, how these little actions or situations that happen to you can affect how you decide to play the game. And even though to us, it's very clear on paper, okay, obviously the Lycan should run in first. It's not really that straightforward. What's straightforward is this pick-off though. They found the Morphling. That is a huge kill for them. CML using the grip. And the blink stun forward from Palos. He is on fire right now.
This is a very, very important move. I think Sven carry players, they need to be able to do this. This hero, it's not about just AFK farming. You need to be able to move with your team, join smokes with your dagger. And he also has a pretty unconventional build, with the SNY on the Sven. Probably thinking that he wants to not buy BKB this game, but he needs like some sort of strategy to this. Oh no, Jokum! He got the last hit!
That's kind of crazy. Look, I think Jokum is getting away with some illegal shit this game, but it's clearly not enough for them to leverage it into some sort of advantage, because even with that Roshan kill, it's still a 13k gold lead for Execration. That's just how far ahead they are right now.
Yeah, but it is still gold, and he's taking away gold, I think what he did there was... It could start something, for them, There was some move that could boost up their morale. He didn't get the Aegis, but he got the gold. I think the gold matters a whole lot, And I was saying, like, the Sven with this build, like, he feels like he could play really aggressive with this build. More move speed. And you have some sort of status resist. I'm thinking that because he doesn't want to buy BKB this game against their heroes. So he needs some kind of smaller item that helps him with the Nick stun, especially.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's gonna go. God strength. Pew pew.
Straight in.
Dead.
Easy. They know that there's no Nyx available to respond because he might have just shown on the bot side. Either way, they felt confident enough to just full commit in there, and Jabs is out. Pings defend the mid-tier 3 tower, but I don't know who can really come here and change things. Sanctity sure as hell doesn't want to TP in for nothing.
I mean, this is a very, very beautiful game by Execration until this point. I think they've made almost 0 mistakes as a team. And
it just feels like that TA pivot into the mid lane has just screwed over Boom's plan.
That was very
entirely,
smart.
Right?
That was really, really smart. It not only won his lane, but it also made it so hard for the supports of the enemy to play, right? Because the TA got very fast levels. Early levels, he's pressuring the map with the shard. He's taking towers early. And Nyx doesn't like playing into a mid-tier, right? Because you can't kill him.
Absolutely not. I think you were right when you said the moment that decided this game, it feels like, was that 7-minute rune. It's crazy to say that it happened this early on in the game, but the fact that Bob was able to get in there, deny the wisdom from the supports of Boom, who really needed those levels.
He also had a haze rune, right? So
oh no, off the mark with the stun. The Carapace is going to come out though, but that means the Solar Guardian can come in. Palos, he's just going to eliminate the bug. And in comes the Mortimer's Kids. The Solar Guardian on top, they're not going anywhere. The two cores are supposed to bring you through to the late game, but I don't think you can get there, Winter. It's 25 minutes, and they can't even finish the song TP out. Not even one final little serenade there. Palos still has half his duration on the God Strength, and not a lot of duration left on these racks.
Yeah, this is hard to watch. I think we are very close to the end here in the first game of Excretion against Boom. What a clinic, you know, by Excretion. They're showing what you can do as a team really well, you know. They have a very clear identity, hitting their timings and using their timings to eliminate you off the map, you know, and take control of the map. I think Bob has to be the man of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been the man of this tournament for the team so far. Of course, credit where credit is due to the rest of the members of Execration. I think all of them are making great decisions and playing well to their credit.
You know what, Mike? I think when you have Bob, you just gotta follow Bob.
That's real. And I mean, when this version of Bob is different, because in the past, you know, when you have Bob, you follow Bob and then sometimes he leads you into 6 feet down under with his crazy plays, but they found a way to make it work. And like we were joking about yesterday, it seems to be true that something has changed with this man. He's no longer the King Bob that we know. He is mature Bob. He's ruler. He might be Emperor Bob right now because he's about to bring forward a new dynasty for Execration with this gameplay.
Well, we're gonna see a 1v1 Dawnbreaker against Nature's Prophet. They both TP into each other.
I don't know whether you win this one. Sanctity, this isn't you, King. You don't want to be making this happen. Oh no. They'll gladly use the Solar Guardian for that case. Kill off Sanctity, 50 seconds, no Nature's Prophet. What can you do on Boom to try and hold back Execration? They know that the game is, rather the team is a bit split up at the moment. They're gonna come forward with a double stun. That's not too bad. Jackie coming in, but the refresher, they didn't see the refresher. That is it. That's done. I mean, I don't know why they're holding on. I don't know why they're not calling GG. Maybe they'll buy back on the Morphling just for posterity, but there it is. Boom, getting absolutely wiped off the face of this map. Execration with a perfect game number 1. 27k gold lead at 27 minutes. That's close to 1,000 buckaroos per minute. That is painful to see if you're a Boom Esports fan.
This is the best game on this stream, at least, you know. I don't know about the qualifiers, but so far the stream, this has been the best game that one team has played, you know. Perfect gameplay, like you already said. No mistakes. They utilize each other really well. I mean, I want to say it's a one-man show by Bob, but it's clearly not, right? Everybody knew what they needed to do. Like in the early game, the supports came to mid at the precisely right timing to take the tower, get that Heizun, and Bob with the Heizun steals the Wisdom Shrine because your supports already enabled him and he's repaying your supports. And after that, once the Sven gets his dagger, I mean, I think the TA started the move with the dagger first. Her dagger allows them to gank. And after her dagger, she goes back to farming. And the Sven gets his dagger. And then he comes in to fight. He makes all crucial smoke, kills the Morphing. I think everyone was just bouncing around here. You don't see, okay, one person clearly farming all the way. And one person clearly making space for him. It's all about team effort, right? You understand, okay, 10 minutes, this guy is strong. 15 minutes, the other guy is strong, right? So you bounce around each other to make moves on the map. And Dawnbreaker being just like a connecting hero, he did a good job, not really dying too much. I think he only got one death where it was really unlucky. He bought the Aghanims, he finished the last creep, he TP'd and Jokam found him. I think that move was in part really good. It was
just Jokam being good, right? Like that was Jokam
because he just used Vendetta to gank on the other side, right? So if you are on you're playing the Dawn, right? You feel like, okay, he just used Vendetta, he probably is not gonna kill me, right? But after that, he just walks and just comes over and just lands a stun. And MP
like what can you even do?
So you take the last creep and you're about to TP out, you know, you did everything right, but you still die. So that death is like really, really good on the Nyx, right? So you can't really fault the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, just really faultless gameplay. Execration looking on track to be the first grand finalist here in the close qualifiers. Whether they can seal the deal or whether Boom will punch back, we'll find out after a short break in game number 2, so don't go anywhere.
Grace that brought us here.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. for it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir.
A spot in the grand finals is what awaits these two teams. It's closer for Execration than it is for Boom, but really that probably was the expectation coming into today, right? Execration, they've looked amazing, they have been on point, and they've continued that form here today up against Boom, who I would argue to say had a really rough road, right? They arguably had the toughest opponents, started out versus Team Aureus, who are fighting out in lower bracket right now, started out against Reckonix, who were in the lower bracket right now. The four remaining teams are the ones that Boom had to face the whole way, and they managed to come out on top. But up against Execration, it seems like the Execration pace, discipline, and precision is kind of... it's a bit too sharp for them right now.
Too hard to handle, too hot to handle, too fast to handle.
Yeah. That seems to be the case as we have a draft, so we're going to hop over to that very shortly. But Execration, they basically played, I mean, Winter, you said it, flawlessly in that game number one, and I agree, because I think if they continue to play like this, they are not only going to be putting up a really good show against like whoever ends up in the grand finals, I think they might be even able to make it past the initial stages of the main DreamLeague event. Like, they are playing with the speed and pace of a very practiced...
Relax,
oh,
Mike.
Is that too much?
That's too
is
far.
that too much?
That's a bit of copium coming in.
I believe, okay? I think
Let's
Leon
take
Arthur's
it
done
one
great things in the
step
short time that
at
he's
a
there.
time. The job is not
Alright.
done here, brother. They still have to win 2 more series to get there. But
That's true.
we see a very interesting opening right away. Puck opening into a Void Spirit counter directly from Boom.
Mm-hmm.
But before we
silencer,
talk further about the draft, I just wanted to let you know. So the Execration had selection this game. They chose Radiant.
10 seconds remaining.
And Boom chose second pick.
What does that tell you, Winter?
Radiant Imba.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, arguably, I also prefer first pick, so they have Radiant and first pick.
Turn to ban.
Okay. Well, that lets them snap up the signature bot Puck though, but like you mentioned, it's immediately met by a counter. Don't really know about the Sanctity Void Spirit, but to be honest with you, don't really know about Sanctity, period. I feel like after the fallout of the All-Mongolian stack, he's been sort of on a little bit of a Western Europe, Eastern Europe tour, right? He got invited to join Na'Vi, that roster with
He
Milan.
abandoned us, you know, he went for greener pastures.
No, but I mean, understandable, but now he's back, and he's always been a bit of an odd one to me because I don't really know how he fits in to the rest of the Southeast Asian lineups. I know 4-2-3 kind of is on a very similar trajectory right now. He's in zero tenacity in Western Europe, but it almost feels like they reached their peaks back in the Cheese era of Lil Gun, and now, you know, I feel like I haven't really seen a performance from Sanctity that I'm like, God damn, this guy's good.
I get what you mean. I think he's a very different type of mid laner. Like, he plays very differently. So nowadays, there's a lot of, I think, talk about everything being homogeneous. You have to play in a certain way. That's why players that have this type of niche heroes, they don't really work out very well. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but there is a way to play Dota. There are rules to follow, and if you don't follow the rules, sometimes you just lose, you know? So you gotta play around those parameters.
The Wild Wild West days of Dota are over, where you could just kind of pick your signature hero and just dominate regardless of what matchup
That was the
you face.
Thompson TI winning era.
Yeah.
You could play
They
anything.
pick IO carry, they don't give a shit, you know, like back in the DPC days, I think the signature heroes were ones to watch out for. And I think even the hero specialists that we talk about, right, like the Team Falcons of the world, they still have very major macro rules that they follow and concepts that they follow that adhere to the rules of how Dota is played. Economy maxing, you know, playing the map, all these very important things. Bat Rider, Bristleback, and Puck is the selection coming out from Execration to face off against the Chen that they see on the other side.
I'm wondering, is the Puck going to be a support? I think I've seen it before. I can't remember who played it. Like support Puck. You remember, was it?
It might have been Boxy.
No, in SEA, wasn't?
Oh, SEA? Okay, that I'm not too sure. But why? Is it really that bad into the Void Spirit? Because I know the Aghanim's timing messes you up a little bit, but
I mean, I just
surely
don't
you
know.
can just get a Yules.
I just don't know if it's. I mean, you don't get a use, you get BKB. I just don't know if it's a thing. Because they open the draft with Puck, right? So sometimes you need to, you know, cover all your bases, try to figure out what they're doing, right? So they go with the Bristleback Bat Rider. You can't really tell a lot yet. Bristleback is great into the Chen. And Bat Rider is kind of there to enable the lane. But Abaddon is, again, a counter towards Bat and Bristleback. The Dispel will be doing him wonders against Sticky Napalm and the Ghoul. And Shaman is a hero that has not been picked for a long time, you know. This hero has been there every single game, every day, every minute, every hour for every month for the last, I don't know how many months. And then now I'm glad that he's gone for a bit and now he's back. Hopefully not.
What happened to him? What happened to him? I thought he was all the rage. People were like, oh, Chicken Fingers lets you trade in lane. He's so powerful. And then they were like, oh,
they took
massive
away
serpent ward.
his snake. I think the strength of the snake is not so tanky. It attacks slower. And then they took, what else did they take away? They nerfed the shock, the ether shock at level 1. They nerfed the... what else did they nerf? I think the nerf his, was it some of his talents? And there are a bunch of things that got nerfed. I know.
I mean, for sure, but... And I know you're going to tell me all these little stat changes always matter. But conceptually, the hero still functions the same, right?
Yeah.
They didn't take away
It's
any
good
of his...
into the Puck, for sure. Like, you want to catch him with the Hex.
Yeah. And I guess there's also the added convention of now you have a Void Spirit Astral Remnant to pull the Bristleback to face you. And then once he faces you, you can also shackle him in place. Level 15, you still have Hex Breaks, and that could really mess up the Bristleback. I kind of like this as a response pick, even though it hasn't really seen the light of day in a while.
Time to pick something to deal with the Shaman shackling. Like, you need something
you need some
to
stun.
dispel him or like whatever, you know, stun him, whatever it is. They go for the Gyro first. So Gyro, again, a very good hero against the Chen. So they are Are they going to last pick their position 5 hero, or Puck is going to be a support? That is the question I am interested in finding out.
Hear me out. Mid Bat Rider, position 5 Bristleback, they're last picking a position 3.
Are you even watching Dota nowadays?
I have been watching Dota for the past few months, and I'm just theory crafting here.
There's a difference
what's wrong with a little bit of...
between theory crafting and being clueless, yeah?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just feel like you know, you the way that you're saying it makes it sound like this Puck just doesn't want to play mid anymore just because of the counters.
No lah, I'm just trying to figure out, because they're opening with Puck, right? So there could be some underlying tools behind it, right? You don't just open the draft with Puck without having preparations, right? Or they could also just be so confident with Bob Puck, right? Because he's playing so good. I don't care.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, he's on perhaps one of the hottest streaks we've seen for this player in a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if he's feeling so good that he's like, yeah, just pick me the Puck. I don't care. I'll crush anyone. Mode Nisha. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's another layer to the strategy, right?
Okay. Do you think the Puck is okay enough as a support in this game?
Obviously,
like,
no.
what does it...
I've seen it before.
Okay.
I don't think it's that good, but...
Yeah, I thought it was hot shit, to be honest. When I saw it, that's why you're like trying to rationalize it. I'm like, am I missing something? Am I clueless? Like, is Puck 4 or 5 low-key broken? I didn't think so.
It's not low-key broken, you know. Just sometimes it's good to pivot the heroes that you open your draft with, because the enemy is going to pick certain amount of heroes to counter you.
So how are we feeling about the draft so far? Both teams are finalizing the pens and looking towards their last pick. The Gyrocopter and the Shadow Shaman to close out the second phase. The 4v4 at the moment, who do you think has the advantage? What's kind of missing from each draft?
I think we're missing a Medusa for Dire. And Radiant, we're missing Clockwork.
Clockwork, Bristleback, Bat Rider, though, that's a little bit...
You don't sound impressed. It's okay.
I mean, I didn't say it. I was just kind of... You can't see my camera, but I was scrunching my face trying to figure out where you're coming from. I guess the Clockwork makes sense into cancelling the Shadow Shaman, right? The mana burn's nice as well. Chen can't really do anything against you.
10 seconds remaining.
Useful hero. You know, I would say useful hero.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Not one we've had the pleasure of seeing throughout the games we've covered so far, unfortunately, but a fun one. You know, you can make a lot of magic happen. Definitely something that Shanks plays, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe even CML. Bam! Winter Dota 2. This is the reason why he's been a legend since TI1, TI2. You know who the hell you're talking about? All you people in Twitch chat come in at Winter all the time saying this man don't know what you're talking about. Oh, he's just a hater. How dare you? Write your apology letter right now.
It's okay. Just wait for the Medusa.
I'm waiting. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just waiting for it to happen. These apology videos better start coming out, folks. You know where to send it. winterdota@x.com. What are we doing? What's the last pick? Come on, 10 seconds left. Bring it home. The Jack Boys Medusa.
No.
That is not a Medusa. Okay, guys, cut the cameras. No need to record the apology video. Winter's a goddamn fraud. This clown, how did he even get to this state in his career? Like, why is he even still around?
Yeah, I just thought that
River Capital.
The ET ban might signify that it could be a Medusa. But maybe they just didn't want to give ET to buff the Puck and Gyro magic damage, right? ET with, I think Puck is just going to be very obnoxious in the game.
Yeah, ET Gyro also just sounds like a pretty scary lane, right? Like, being able to push back the Abaddon.
Yeah. And also,
I think back when
ET
Abaddon
is also really good with against the Chen, right? So back when Abaddon is a pos 3.
Yeah. There was this whole period where Abaddon was like this unkillable pos 3, and then everyone was picking it, and I think that was back when they still kind of applied the passive and applied the Curse of Avernus to buildings, and then you get the auto attack speed off and you just take the tower easily. I think one of the ways that people were dealing with it was they were picking position 5 ET, because it's one of the few heroes that can actually stand and trade with the Abba even through the shield. So that's kind of what I was thinking.
You learn
that's why they banned the
something
ET.
every day. But I can assure you that is not the reason.
Oh, okay. Well, talk me through it, King.
Not this game.
Yeah, well, it's fine. They went for the Clockwork as you predicted, but what's with the Ursa? Is it just the good matchup into the Gyrocopter and I guess the Bristleback as well? Isn't it kind of annoying for him to navigate the team fights
I think it's not that.
until he
Yeah,
gets
it's
BKB?
not really that straightforward of a game though. I think he's just banking on the Abaddon to bail him out in the team fights. I mean, they have Chen and Abaddon. I think these two heroes are really good at enabling the Ursa in the team fights because Ursa doesn't like getting kited. There's like the Bat Rider spells, the slows and everything. Then there's the clockwork bouncing around you. So those are pretty annoying, I would say, you know, as the Ursa. Even the Bristleback with his ghoul is very, very, very annoying.
Yeah. I mean, once he gets the hairball, it's just so much slow that Ursa doesn't really build Dispel. I want to say I've seen Ursa Disperser, I've seen Ursa Manta, but it feels a bit awkward to fit into the item
I
build,
think
right?
he's going to buy BKB. This game has like too much magic damage.
Yeah, you need one. You need a BKB for sure. If not, you just melt instantly. Well, Execration, one game up here, ready to send Boom to the lower bracket with their clean play and Bob at his peak form right now. Doesn't care about the counter, just picks the puck first. He's ready to show up and show out here. But Boom, what do you think about their draft? Do you think the Hungry Beasts can pull it off and bring us to a game number 3?
Chen is a very strong hero right now. I know Naman is a Chen specialist. He's been playing a lot on this hero. So I think this hero is really strong and they definitely have what it takes here to bring this to a third and final deciding game to decide who has the right to enter the grand finals.
What does that kind of look like? Like, what would success look like for Boom this game? Because to me, the draft looks a bit linear, right? You are kind of playing off of the Void Spirit.
Draft, that's a first.
Okay, what I mean by that is I kind of see like one angle at the moment and I'm going to rely on your deep knowledge of Dota 2 to enlighten me. Because in the fight, you know, you're kind of running forward, creating distractions with the Abaddon and the Void Spirit, and that's going to allow the Ursa to just single out the target. That's great and all, once you have your items, but it feels to me like Execration have a lot of early game skirmishing power, and they could very well just snowball the first like 15 minutes out of control.
Yeah, that's why I said Medusa. Medusa kind of feels better with their overall lineup. Right now, they have 3 melee heroes running into Hairball, which is very annoying. And then the Napalm and stuff, you know, like you can only shield one person.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have Medusa with this lineup, it's just easier to siege the towers. But with Ursa, you're relying on the Abaddon to hit the towers, and you have 3 melee heroes. It's very clunky, you know.
I mean, I guess the downside of the Medusa is you lose a bit of value on the Chen heal, right?
Oh no, Jabs. Probably should have
He's fine.
kept following him, you know. I think he doesn't need to... Never mind. I guess he wanted to just do damage.
Just a little bit of damage. Not the biggest deal. Lane's gonna start off here. Any expectations in terms of how the lanes will go? Is it just gonna be a push and pull typical situation for Palos Gyrocopter?
The typical one, push and pull.
Yeah, as in like, you know, Gyrocopters
but
love to max flat cannon and
no,
then
not
just
this, not
push out
not
the
this,
wave.
not this lane. With Clockwork, you don't have to do that. You control wave with Clockwork because you, you don't really need to push and pull. You cogs and you battery us out, you kill hero. I think you play for creep equilibrium and then you kill them and then you come near.
Okay. I'll see whether they're able to set that situation up for them. CML, he's already looking for a nice angle to throw those cogs out, putting the harass out onto Jabs. But yeah, nothing that shield can't nullify. I guess the upside is that you're burning quite a bit of the mana on the Abaddon, and that is a prime resource for him to keep the sustain going.
Man, he didn't go for the afterburner. Interesting. He went for the secondary strikes. And normally if you're trying to play like this with the barrage in the early game, I think it's quite common to go for the afterburners. But he decides that it's probably better for him to go for the secondary strikes for the team fight. He thinks that it's more useful, I guess, with the puck coil. You can do a lot more reliable damage there.
A little bit of a concerning factor. You talked about how the Void Spirit is a counter to the puck in the game later on when he gets the Aghanim Scepter. The problem is he has to kind of get to that point first. Bob is kind of beating him slightly in CS, has more denies, but this is concerning. We've seen Bob puck before and how annoying he can be. He knows the exact limits of this hero, and I'm just a little bit worried maybe, you know, minute 4, minute 6, they bring the supports in and really make this Void Spirit's life hell.
I mean, who gets level 6 first, right? That's always going to be the question you're asking. Do you have the coil first or do you have the stat first? And Void Spirit is not an easy hero to take down, especially with his Sanctuary Defense. You're very tanky in the early game.
Yeah, he's maxing out the resonance as well. Bot lane, some action going on. Jokum getting caught here. Used the cogs already, so no further way to keep him in place for Palos to do the damage. Some nice trading back and forth, and CML, he's very much doing his job, right? He's setting up a lane situation where Palos can thrive.
Yeah, how about Bristleback? Is he having a good old time at top? He's 15-1
Let's have a
though.
look.
Top CS.
Wow. Okay. That might be a little bit concerning. I don't know how relevant this Chen specialist is in trying to deny Tino. He has the Satyr to mana burn a little bit, but it's not really stopping Tino from free farming still.
I think overall the Bristol is like just a very good matchup into the Chen. Despite not having the mana, when he can buy a Soul Ring now, he wants to solve the problem. But I think with the Bat Rider in the lane, there's very little kill threat, right? I think Ursa wants to be in a lane where he can kill the off laner. I think in this particular lane, it's quite hard to kill, with the Chen, with the Ursa. Every time you go on him, Flame Break bounces you back, and then you're not going to be running him down.
Ring slow as well is going to be very annoying. Water Rune. Taken away by Jokum with the nice move up. Bob is going to try and punish or at least get something done here. Nice Flame Break. Is that going to be enough? Sanctity with the stick just needs one more little orb. I don't think he has the mana for it. Just gets over the edge. Looks like the Bat's going to pay the price for it, but that is so worth it. Bob, with the help of the rotation coming in from Shanks, gets the kill on Sanctity.
Yeah, that is like a huge kill for Bob. Again, he's really putting in a lot of pressure onto Sanctity here.
Has left Tino alone here in this top lane though, so he is slowly going to get run down. Has a TP mana, but not going to have enough. And he just has to pay the price. Jack Boys with a nice kill to put themselves on the board.
Yep, no boots, so can't really run away. And right now the puck is going to hit level 6 very, very quickly, so they should be trying to take advantage of that. Move the supports over, get level 6, and you bring the numbers to kill the Void Spirit. I think if that happens, the Void Spirit's game is going to be very, very hard to come back from.
And Yokum's trying to prevent that from happening though. An ambitious Astral Remnant out to try and catch Bob, and he's just going to go for the full reset. Makes a lot of sense as well. You don't really want to be standing around with no resources, then you can't make any plays, even with the level 6.
It's also wanting to fight for the rune. If he doesn't go back to base, it means that he has very little resources to fight the rune. Right, with this move, he's going to come back full, and he can contest the rune against the Void Spirit. He knows his supports are busy, they're making a move top.
Jack Boys, beautiful cog, just pulling back the Ursa in. Tino gonna try and run him down with the Quills, taking some tower damage now. The Lotus doing everything they can to try and keep Jack Boys alive, but it's not gonna be enough. Tino able to spray him down, and they're not done. Naman in a very bad spot in the tree line. CML looking for an angle still. This should be very straightforward. A second kill going over to Tino. Big stick gonna heal though, Naman making them work for it. The Flame Break bump back. Tino one last little Quill Spray. Finds it. Nicely done. Bristleback doing it big style.
Yeah, Bob is gonna pop his haste. He sees the Ursa TPing, he's gonna kill him again.
Oh shit, you just TP'd in. Like, you need help and you need it now. The TP in immediately. Emergency. The siren bells are calling. Jokum, he needs to try and get the Ursa out of this situation. Looking for a Hex under the tower or Shackle. Will eat a Dream Claw. Sanctity's here as well. Level 6 on the Void Spirit. Will just dissuade them from chasing any further. That could have been a disaster if they found Jack Boys. He doesn't have a TP back into lane and his game would have been ruined.
Yeah, they got really lucky. Like they had like the early warning, early alarm signal, from the ward that saw the haste puck, popping up. I think if they didn't see him, the Ursa dies there, that would have been like a very, very big advantage for Excretion.
Oh dear, this could turn around big time for Boom though.
The Shrine.
Sanctity sticking around for the 7 minute. Like you said, the Shrine, it's going to be big for them to claim. I don't think Tino can actually walk up here and contest. The 3 enemy heroes
CML,
stopping him.
is he going to be able to get his?
He's going to try. Push Jabs away, but Jabs manages to sneak right through. This is not a fight that you can win on CML no longer, and you'll just have to forfeit the EXP advantage over to Boom.
Yeah, this is a big, big win here for Boom, getting both the Shrines. It's going to put them in a very, very favorable position in terms of XP for the supports. Jokum trying to initiate here, but he is going to pay for his insolence. He's
That
alone.
was, I mean, at least he scouts out the stacks. He's trying to get a cheeky little deny in there. Not gonna happen. Tino times the Quill Spray perfectly. Doesn't seem like they're powerful enough to farm these stacks at the moment, so they'll just have to leave it for now. Oh, Sanctity. Oh, he's gonna clean up another freebie, isn't he? Look at that. Shanks for the second time in a row. Sanctity's gonna come in and be like, hey! Looks like you were stacking after basically losing all your HP a bit earlier on.
Yep, but Bob gets
me
the
help you with
rune
that.
again. Invis rune now.
Is that worth it? That's the question, right? Because Sanctity is getting so many kills at this point. Up 2-1 now. Control up in the top lane, Jack boys. Getting the swipes out onto the Bristleback and will take him down. Great move from Jokum.
Yeah, they've been really making the right plays on the support, setting up kills. Even though they couldn't control the runes, but they made sure every time Bob goes for a rune, they are trying to like kill someone on the side, which has happened already twice. And in the meantime, Abaddon quietly farming away. He is going to slowly scale up to be another carry. If he gets the room to farm, he's going to be trapped here. Seems like he's going to be able to walk it off with the borrowed time.
Yeah, he was holding the skill point the whole time, but as soon as he saw the top more pop up, he couldn't save it any longer.
I think things are definitely going to slow down for a bit until we see more levels. I think the supports are going to look for ways to get level 6, especially on the execution side, since they lost their Wisdom Shrine. Very, very under level right now. Jokum, 5.5. Once he gets 6, you're going to see a lot more tower pressure coming in from him.
Sanctity making good progress towards that Spirit Vessel, so he's looking to get active and make things happen on the map. A lot of these stacks being farmed up though with relative peace, so Tino able to get a nice injection of gold there. Still doesn't beat out the Ursa, who's having a swallow game, top of the net worth right now on Jackie.
And it's going to come down to the Gyro being able to find a move into the game. Like he needs to come and fight one of these rune fights, right? 10 minutes maybe. He has a TP, he has cooldown. I think he should be looking to participate soon, you know, if there's like a really, really big fight coming.
I want to come in now. This would be a good time. The illusion rune, it's going to be denied by the Cogs. They're trying to give it over to Bob, but CML might lose his life for it. Again, it's the trade. Bob gets the rune, but it comes at the cost of a support's life. Now the Sister Shroud activating. Sanctity in a little bit of trouble. We'll throw the Remnant out to dissuade any further chase. At some point, you gotta ask yourself, I mean, Bob is getting these runes, sure, but you're kind of giving over a lot of gold to this Void Spirit and Vessel Chargers eventually.
Yeah, whether it's worth it or not, only time will tell, you know. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to say, right? You're committing for the rune, you have no idea what rune is spawning, right? It could be like a really huge rune for you, Arcane rune, AD rune. I mean, sure, it's not that useful that he has an Invis last rune and Illusion, right? These are not the best runes for him. But you can never know, you know.
That's true. It's all up to chance. It's all up to Daddy Gaben, what he wants to bless you with.
There's a way to solve the problem. Pick Oracle.
Yeah, but then you have an Oracle and not your Clockwork, who's been trusty and reliable in setting up these kills for you so far. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Gyrocopter farming up a Storm as well. Both these carries having quite a free time. I think the only person who seems to really be struggling is this Puck.
I mean, he's 1-0. How is he so poor? Like, just no creeps?
Yeah, like he's just not really getting a lot of
Void
opportunities to farm, I
Spirit
guess.
has 53 creeps. Puck has 56. I mean, that's very strange.
Bit of a fight here in the mid lane. Jokum once again extending forward to try and prevent himself from being lassoed. Jabs TPing in, has the borrowed time available, will lose a lot of his HP very quickly. As the Puck jaunts over to the right side of the fight, still playing around with them, emphasizing on the lack of control. They know there's no Shadow Shaman, so no Hex, no Shackle, nothing for Bob to fear. They want to take this tower, and this is the Gyro involvement that you were talking about here. And they really afford to go in this deep. Bob needs to be careful, but able to jaunt away again. Borrowed time forced to be popped as the secondary strike's doing a lot of damage, but now Jack Boy sees in the mix. Ready to swipe down this Gyro. The last touch is there, and Rage popped, but he can't find the connection. Sanctity couldn't finish it off as well. Didn't have any spells, and now the lasso pulling in the bear. He doesn't have any survivability. Tino slapping away at the Seeing Red. He might see his own death though. The blood spill on the Bristleback. It's 2 heroes lost for Execration, and it might be Bob to fall as well. Gonna try try
regen
and
rune.
silence forward. Sister Shroud gonna save him. The regen rune ticking overtime, but Sanctity will get the job done. Nicely done from the Void Spirit. And boom, overall, just outfight their opponents. They get all 3 cores, almost. I thought the gyro was dead for sure.
Yeah, he had like a really big stick saved up there for that fight. And that is a very, very big fight. Both teams understanding how important it was, you know, to defend the tower and take that fight. I mean, they lost the tower, but they got a lot of good return kills, you know, on the boom side. I mean, Puck once again, you know, picks up the rune in the middle of all that chaos, but almost, you know, got away, you know. It was close, but he couldn't get away. And Boom came out, I think, definitely victorious out of that exchange. You know, they're gonna smoke right now. Shaman is level 6. He is looking for a tower. A kill into a tower would be ideal.
Big stacks being farmed up by Shanks and Tino here. Kind of convenient for them because they're dodging out this move while CML positioning himself on the low ground to break the smoke. He'll have to be the sacrifice again. They find at least something there, even more Spirit Vessel charges for Sanctity, who has made up a lot of his net worth, not just from CSing, but all these pickoffs. It just keep going to the Void Spirit. It's 5-1 and 2 right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Ursa is going to claim another tower for his team. Actually, the first tower for his team. I take that back. 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. Can they steal 2 once again? Bob is...
They need to put someone in there, but they can't
they
afford to.
lost
Shanks
both.
couldn't bump him out. And again, the EXP advantage. It is tough. You put the massive Serpent Ward down, which means that you can't chase any further. I mean, Boom, they have just been looking much sharper than that game number 1, right? It's clear that some words were said in between the break, and they've just kind of all tightened up, sat up in their chairs, leaned forward, ready to game. On the back of this Shadow Shaman performance so far, I mean, Jokum's been making mad work happen across the map. Heard a hookshot come out, who's that on? Trying to deny the rune, but the amplified damage still goes over to Sanctity, and yet another pickoff. At some point, you gotta stop running up to this Void Spirit, man.
And he was trying to just get the rune, you know. I feel like it wasn't like a random death, right? I mean, it's probably bad giving away the charges, but he was trying to do something, you know. And I think that sometimes, sure, it doesn't work out, you don't get the rune, but it is the right move, you know. He needs to try to deny the runes. I mean, Clock is definitely a hero where if you do that, you're putting yourself in a lot of danger, right? So there's a high chance that you're gonna die.
Yeah. I will say one of the trends that we've noticed is a lot of heroes, however, they are set up prioritizing the tool in the game that allows them to farm and push waves without showing on the map, right? We're seeing an increased amount of popularity with this Void Spirit shard. I think when it first came out, everyone was like, damn, this is kind of ass, but it's really nice for just putting in a creep wave and it doesn't proc, right? It just slowly clears the whole creep wave, and the whole time you can just be hiding in the trees.
It is basically something like a GPM thing. Yeah? It helps you farm so fast.
Yeah, it does.
One camp at a time. Like you either clear like a lane camp, a lane wave, or a creep camp in the jungle.
Into the Roche Pit they go though, Boom.
It's a
Not
criminal.
finding anyone.
It's a criminal charge if you don't buy the shard on Void Spirit.
Criminal charge.
Offense, you know, it's a serious offense.
I'm glad you're not the ruling authority in any country, Winter. That would be terrifying.
Why not? I'm ready to rule.
I just don't think you'd be very fair, you know? I've heard many people say that you're very biased.
I'm very biased to shards that are really good on certain heroes.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that. I mean, it's already doing its work, right? Look at the clearing out the creep wave. Very cool.
Or you could say very unfair.
Yeah, I guess so. Smoke move up. From both sides, actually. Boom just kind of smoked the Void Spirit and the Shadow Shaman. That's been the death squad that's been operating for them so far. Where are they going? They're just kind of dodging each other. They'll now draw a line. Some scans coming out. I think both teams have some sort of a read, but unfortunately for them, they're both slightly illiterate in this moment. They just read it completely the wrong way.
It's still quite perplexing, you know. I'm looking at the CS. Puck has 115 CS, 3 kills.
Yeah, how is
he so poor?
Where
Where
it
did
might
the
have
money...
something to do with all the goddamn pickoffs from Sanctity, brother.
The guy has like 80 CS, 6 like... Is it all just the kills? The 3 extra kills? He's
I think
1k
so.
behind because of the 3 extra kills. So the lesson is go kill heroes. Clockwork's going in.
Absolutely true. Jack Boys trying to make his way through the cogs. A lot of his mana's being burnt here, but they have the control onto Bob, and the puck continues to get poorer.
Is he already below poverty level?
I think he's barely above poverty level. This is like minimum wage.
So once the Chen surpasses the puck, then the puck is in poverty level.
Yeah, I would say so, yes. That's kind of where I would place it. The Chen's also doing a pretty good job farming, I will say. 4k gold lead already for Boom. A very different face, and I love it when they kind of put Jokum on a hero that can influence the map so much, because look at him go.
I think all in all, it's just a better laning phase. Nyx just doesn't really do much in the lane last game, despite how tempting it was, Snapfire, Dawnbreaker, just be a Nyx there,
Yeah, and the sad part is for Jokum, I don't think he necessarily made many mistakes that game either. I think he played the hero to the best of its ability and its means. It just wasn't really enough with the rest of how far like his team fell behind. So what I'm saying is I don't think it was his fault.
Yeah, so whose fault was it? Mike, tell me.
I mean,
Difficult question.
I don't think the Lycan had a really good game. That's one. I think the TA kind of
had too good of a game.
I mean, we already discussed this, right? You're just baiting me.
Okay. How about this game? Who is having too good of a game right now? The Ursa?
Who is having too good? Sanctity, bro. Like, how is Sanctity this rich even though he's not hit a creep? I don't really know. And I mean, the Ursa as well, right? Jack Boys.
Ursa is like knocking on your car window. Why are you not seeing me? He's 12k net worth, 2k ahead of the enemy carry, and you're talking, oh, Sanctity is rich. He has 6 kills.
Okay, you know what they say? When you see a bear in the jungle, like when you meet certain times, you kind of need to not acknowledge it and play dead. That's what I'm doing. I don't want him to swipe at me. Jabs being initiated on. They're trying to force the ultimate here. In comes Sanctity onto the carry. The Hand of God keeping them all topped up, and they're completely fine. Tino trying to run in and do the damage, but the Shackle is there just holding Shanks in place. Jokum somehow still alive through all of this. That's the Chen coming into play as Tino forced to pay the price for that engagement. Both cores going down for support, and they haven't even lost the Aegis just yet. They're gonna find more. Jack Boys with a double kill. It is starting to be carnage up in this top lane as Sanctity still trying to fish for more. But Shanks is already off to the right side. They will just settle for the Tormentor.
This game is going off the rails right now for Execration. Boom, on the other hand, yeah. Clearly enjoying the pacing of the game, taking fights whenever I can. Ursa is just so damn powerful right now. Like, you just TP it in, blinks in, and they couldn't deal with him, it does a bunch of damage. I mean, the Gyro just couldn't really be the front line right now. He needs to farm his BKB. He needs to get BKB. There's no standing in front without a BKB right now.
The craziest thing is, even when he gets a BKB, that doesn't necessarily help him against the Ursa, right? If Jack Boys gets on top of him, there's still a Basher and a BKB of Jack Boys' own. So he's now reaching the point where, yes, there are all these annoying little things like the Flame Break, the Clockwork, but he can just shrug them off and keep on running forward for the Gyro.
You know what? Congratulations to Execration. This is their first Wisdom Shrine of the game.
That's true. And of all people, it's Palos to take it. They're like, screw the supports. You guys can stay at level 9. I need this EXP to carry the game. Level 15, keeping up with the Ursa somewhat.
You better make sure you keep your word, yeah, Palos. If you promise to carry a game, you have to carry the game. It is not words that you simply just say as a carry player.
It's so hard though, right? Because, I mean,
Nope, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say the game is so hard as a carry. Nope.
Are you not?
You chose the life of the carry, you bear the responsibility, you have to bear the burden.
Damn. Harsh words from Winter, but...
How's that harsh? It's the truth.
Yeah, sometimes the truth is harsh. We live in a cruel world. Look at this sad little snotty bat. You've made him cry.
I can assure you it's not my fault. I did no such thing.
Okay, whatever you say, Winter. Whatever you say. What am I looking at? Like, what is this weird, like, liquid? I'm so confused. Is it because he's always leaking mucus, so he needs to stay hydrated? Also, what the hell is Shanks doing here? Is he just dodging away from a gank? Like, they know he's there. He's gonna try and TP around the tree line. No way of stopping him. The Croaker's a little bit too slow. Good try there.
Nice ninja moves.
Okay, 8k gold lead. What do Execration need to do? You talked about Palos needing to farm his BKB, but is the BKB really enough? After you get the BKB, then what? You try and kill this Jabs Abaddon with a Blade Mail and Radiance? Like, I don't think that's gonna happen.
It gives you opportunity to stand and deliver, right? He is the damage dealer. He needs to be able to stand and right click and use the spells. I think BKB is definitely gonna allow that.
Okay. Well, it's still kind of hard for me to see a situation where they come out on top in the fight. Jokum in this rune, playing around. He's not sure where the sentries are, and if he walked up to high ground, he might have been spotted. But Execration, they're in the state of the game right now where they're not comfortable really engaging unless it's a outnumbered situation.
Jokum is in. Another fish.
Easy. Sanctity helps him out there. They actually commit the massive Serpent Ward. That's pretty interesting from Jokum. Didn't think that they were just going to pop it out when the tower's not around.
Execution, you have to rat out this game. You have to cut waves, you have to jump around, just play around the map, try to move boom across left, across the right side, try to dodge, wait for the BKB and gyro. I think maybe you're onto something, you know. Even with the BKB and gyro, I don't know if he can actually stand against the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, by the time he gets the BKB, Ursa's gonna have a Sneak's item.
Look at how the Bristol
BKB is
bag
already complete.
just disappeared there. Bristleback has
Yeah.
about the same net worth with the gyro, and he disappeared in one shackle.
Yeah, and he's building tanky items. I don't know about the Gyrocopter, like how you're gonna do the damage. They've lassoed up Sanctity, but one of these heroes is still full HP, and it's the guy being lassoed. Sanctity is just being healed, overdrive, and in comes Jackie, ready to finish the job onto CML. Jokum there to support as well. The Chen is just working out wonders for them. They are not dying. I mean, Jokum survives for so long in these fights. He's tanked like at least 3 or 4 spells, a couple of tower shots, and he's still fine at the end of the day. On a Shadow Shaman, no less.
It feels like the ban list is going to be including this hero in the next game.
The Shaman or the Chen?
The
Because
Chen.
both have been major problems.
The Chen. It is the Chen.
It's kind of interesting because I think watching this game, you're pointing at Sanctity, you're pointing at Jokum, you're pointing at the Ursa as the main playmakers, but you're right, like, it's the Chen who is enabling all of this. All this ghost push, all the auras, all the early game control, it's all been thanks to him.
All the aura items as well. Chen is the perfect support to buy. All the useful items that nobody wants to buy.
Yeah.
everyone
It's like, sign me up,
everyone is, oh, we need a Mac. Oh, we need a solar. Can you get it instead? I want to buy something else.
Yeah, I want to buy my Midas. I want to buy my Sanj and Yasha. That will definitely change the game. Yeah, okay, get real.
The items that will win you the game, but the items that nobody will buy. This is just a classic Dota thing right now.
That's true.
Can you please get me a solar crest? I want to buy a dagger.
We were busy watching Shanks escape there with his life, but we didn't catch his teammates just absolutely getting mogged in the bot lane by Sanctity. Jabs has found Shanks. I still blink away. Not sure how that happened, even with the Radiance burn. I guess the tick didn't register just yet. He's just being chased around. There is Jokum and Jabs there to finish the job. Bam. One auto attack is all it takes. They are just hemorrhaging kills at this point. 7-22 at the 25-minute mark. It's not a good scoreline to be playing from, and the 13k gold lead doesn't help the situation much either.
How long can they wait before they move? I think they have to move. They have BKB and gyro now. This Roche fight has to be contested. I don't think they can just give up this Roche fight. If you give up the Roche fight, I think the game is going to be practically impossible to play. They can't go out, they can only sit on the base.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, how do you come to this Roche?
Smoke?
Like, your team's not... Yeah, but then you smoke and then you run into like Aether Remnants and shit like that, and then you just get jumped on by the Ursa. Like, it just didn't really seem realistic, especially when Jokum can do this. Got vision on the high ground. Nice interrupt from CML there. Jack Boy is trying to get across to the gyro, but will only find a clockwork for his troubles. Paddles still holding on to that BKB at the very last moment. Then he pops it, but that's your gyro without a BKB for this fight. You're not fighting anymore.
I mean, if you're not fighting, you can't farm the map because of the shaman, then what can you actually do? Yeah, I mean, you have to be delaying the game for something. You have BKB on Puck, you have BKB on gyro. There has to be a way to fight. They need to try to find an opening. If they just give up real estate left and right, eventually there will be nothing left for them to farm.
Yeah, this is like reverse deforestation. This time it's nature fights back. The bear is the one pushing back along with Chen and his army, reclaiming their land for reparations and execration. After the tempo at which they played game number 1, you could tell coming into game 2 their confidence was at an all-time high. I don't think they really expected Boom to punch back like this.
Yeah, they couldn't really replicate their early game success, from the previous game. I think mainly the Chen and the Shaman duo has been constantly there to stop them and get their own pickups, right? So the Chen is like chopping the wave, doing all the shadow pushing, and then at the same time keeping people alive with the heals, the mech, the solar guardian, the solar crest, and the shaman is the one hiding in the darkness, waiting for a prey to latch on to his rod.
I also must say that, as much as you called the clockwork pick and it ended up being what Execration prioritized, I personally don't really like the Bat Rider clockwork support duo. I think we kind of talked about this in a previous cast as well. But it feels like two heroes that do a very similar thing, right? They're both catch heroes. They both give you vision. But apart from that, they don't really help you in situations like this where you're behind. Like how do you potentially come back here? You need a Bat Rider blink to potentially pull someone all the way in and then clockwork to intercept the back line. It just hasn't really happened that way for Execration so far.
Oh, that's all.
There you go.
It's getting a pull in.
That's the pull. Immediate save from Jabs, and Bob spots that BKB, but look at the HP pulls. Everyone is full up. Abyssal Blade, Bob is gone. Hookshot comes out too late. Sanctity there to clean things up. And Tino on the front line. Yeah, I don't know how you continue to fight from this. It's a 3v5 situation and you've yet to even cut the Aegis out of the equation. Jack Boy swipes down Tino, and this is looking way too easy. A very, very convincing game from Sanctity on this Void Spirit, even though we did have our doubts about how he was going to perform in a more quote-unquote conventional mid-lane setting. He's proven that he can roll with the big dogs here. At least one lane of Rags. Back the gyro for Jack Boys to feast. Palos, BKB into the fountain, but the blow-up damage from the Astral Step gets the job done. Sanctity finds his mark. Very, very nicely done on this Void Spirit.
Yeah, what a play by everyone on Boom. I think everyone did a good job what they're supposed to be doing. Probably you could put the Shining Star on Sanctity. On the Void Spirit, he definitely shine. He's been picking the support hard. The Clock and the Bat Rider totally had a tough game because the Void Spirit was just there to ruin every moment, try to stop them from doing everything they wanted to do in the game.
Like the second lane of Rags is about to fall there. The Hex. Let the Hex breaks onto the Bristleback. Poor little guy. Where's he gonna go? CML trying to help him create the distance, but Sanctity can just Astral Step right through it. Give you a little stomp on the forehead. Cut that Porcupine down to size. This is looking like a third lane unless there's some sort of an answer from Execration, but they are silent and silenced so far in this game. GG is just called. They understand it's over. They're gonna have to try and fight it out for a grand final spot in game number 3 because Boom, this game number 2, it's all them.
Yeah, time for Execration to go back to the drawing board. Are they going to overall first pick the Puck again? Seems like it's not a very good idea. Or they have to consider removing the Chen, from the drafting pool from the opening phase. I think that's probably what we're going to see happen in the next game. I think Naaman is a fantastic Chen player. I've seen him been playing this hero for quite some time. He's been practicing the hero. I think it's a hero that suits him really well. And you can see the power of the hero in the early game. He pressures the wave, pushes tower, he secures the carries lane, and he's very annoying to teamfight in because you have so much sustain, so much auras on this hero because you farm and you get a lot of the items normally a position 5 wouldn't be able to get, So I think overall this hero has to be either addressed or banned off, for Execration. And I think the banning of the hero seems like a more probable solution, in the next game.
Yeah, it's never going to be a good sign when you have a puck and a gyro, they press all their spells, and everyone's still full HP on the other side. Like, that's just the Chen effect, the Hand of God working overtime there. They end the game with 27k gold lead, and both teams taking turns to stomp each other. Let's see whether we'll get a close game for our final one. It's a slot in the grand finals on the line between Execration and Boom. Game 3 right after this.
How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes, and poo the gowans fine. But seas between us, braid hair old, sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet. For old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by.
You got Boom, you got Execration, and we have ourselves a full 3-game series here in the upper bracket finals. It's for a slot in the grand finals, so you know it's serious business. And both these teams have taken turns stomping the absolute shit out of each other, Winter. Who's gonna come out on top? Let's hear your bold predictions about what you're expecting in this game number 3.
Hard-fought third game victory.
Oh, okay. Who's taking it though?
The audience, the fans, everyone else, because it's gonna be a great game.
I hope so. I hope so. Because so far, I think the two matches that we've had, pretty one-sided, right? We thought that Execration, with the way they were playing in game number 1, we were so sure that they were just going to sweep Boom away in one fell swoop, but it didn't really pan out that way. Boom able to punch back. They answered some of the queries that Execration had posed to them, and really, maybe Execration just a bit too confident, right? First picking that puck, ended up getting countered out a little bit here and there, and Naman's Chen, it just looked way too strong. But Execration, funnily enough, they show the respect for the pick. They're worried that Boom will overall first pick the puck, and they ban it out themselves.
Interesting. The Chen is in the pool.
What do you think made Chen such a great pick earlier on? And why would it maybe not be so good blind?
I feel like it's okay to be blind. I think Chen is just a solid opening. You secure your carries lane, number 1. You have Shadow Push, number 2. You have Auras, number 3. Number 4, you have a great Aghanim Scepter. Number 5, the list go on. I mean, the only thing you don't really have is, I think, reliable catch, which can always be fixed by the draft.
Sure, yeah. Maybe something we look forward to for the rest of the picks of Boom Esports, but starting out with the Naman signature Chen, as you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What will Execration pivot back to? For now, the Beastmaster,
Crystal?
Bounty Hunter.
No, Dawn. Okay, Dawn is also a good hero against Chen. You can kill the creeps fairly easily in the lane.
You can kill the Chen fairly easily in the lane if he's not careful.
Yeah. You ban the Sven. I think as long as there's no Chen and Sven, you can kill the Chen.
You just kind of, I think as the Dawnbreaker, are trying to avoid position ones that can somehow stop you from getting the Starbreaker off, right? That's the big thing, it seems like.
Sven and I think Luna. Those are the two. Luna's probably not a hero now. I'm not sure. I don't think the hero is that weak, but we
saw Luna a little bit in some of the European qualifiers.
The hero is fine.
Still going the funky Ags build.
What do you mean funky? That is the mainstream build right now. Ags is
I
a
know,
must
but
buy.
it just I just kind of like, maybe funnily enough, I'm the one who clings on to the past. I still miss like the hyper farming, just full DPS Luna instead of just this, because I feel like it makes you just reliant on the ultimate, which makes me feel like the Luna itself is just not as strong. I remember your Toro Luna at TI pacing on people. Like, it was really cool to see that kind of playstyle.
You get damage from the Lucent beams. From your facet.
I think it just doesn't feel as cool, to be honest with you. Would you pick Luna into Dawnbreaker? Is that a thing? Isn't it kind of scary?
10 seconds
Well, you were talking about cancelling the Starbreaker, right? So I'm just giving options. The Sven and the Luna.
We got any other good options against the Dawnbreaker? Because I think this is one of those heroes that feels like it's locked into the off-lane role. We have seen teams in the past pivot it to carry. We have seen teams in the past bring it to support. It doesn't really feel
not for this team. I don't think they're going to put it on support or carry. Some teams maybe, but not this team. They pick it in response to the Chen, and if you pivot it to a support, what are you even doing, right?
Yeah, I agree. Taking quite a bit of time to think about their bans here, taking out the Mars, the Dusa, and
Snap is a nice ban. The Snap Dawnbreaker is very good against Chen. I think Hoodwing is a lot worse with Dawn against Chen. But they might have to end up going with one of those. I mean, there's against Chen. They need a kill lane. I think Dark Willow can be fine. I think at level 1, level 2, you can kill the Chen easily. I think the idea here is to have a kill lane to kill this Chen hero. Consider banning the Sven, and they ban the Sven, and then you pick up.
Guys, every time Winter says Chen, take a shot.
And pick a position for to kill the lane. Okay, this could be a 4, but I don't know if it will be a 4. I guess they want to see more. So there is this type of strategy as well, where one team opens up with one hero, and so now, right, you don't pick your Dawn and position 4 because you don't know the carry right now. So if you pick your Dawn and position 4, they could pick a carry that counters the 4 and 3 in the lane. So you pick one hero from each side of the lane, and then you pivot later. So the Disruptor is on the other lane, the Dawn is on the other lane, and then you wait for the enemy to pick 2 heroes, then decide what you want to pair them with in the next phase.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, Disruptor has been played on position 4. I think just paired up with such a strong hero like the Dawn, we were talking extensively today about the bodyguard concept. Disruptor is a hero that needs someone on the front and
Gyro.
just wants someone to help.
It's probably going to be Gyro.
Just because it's good into the Chen, you think?
Yeah. You need someone that can de-push the creep waves, you know, clear the annoying armies. The armies from Mordor coming in.
We've seen this task picked up as a response to Disruptor a few times now. What exactly is the interaction? Because on paper, I understand that Snowball save could be pretty nice to prevent the glimpse and maybe pull you out of the Static Storm, but is there some sort of playstyle level thing that is happening here with these two heroes and how they interact?
I mean, Tusk is also just really good with Chen. Like, Chen wants to have a catch, right? I think Tusk just complements the Chen. I think a lot. Snowball is good against Glimpse, good against Solar Guardian, good against the Starbreaker. You can kind of dodge those spells fairly reliably. I think this is just going to be like a very good roaming hero this game. Remember I said when you're playing Disruptor and Silencer, you don't like to play into Clock Tusk, the heroes that can get to you in the lane and kill you. I think this is a response right away, right? I think it's something that a lot of the top position 4 heroes or players like to look out for is the 4 against 5 matchup. You see the 5 and then you decide the 4 based on what is the 5. I think the easy example is you see someone play Ogre, like you are playing Ogre, then the position 4 is going to play some Dark Willow, right? You can never cast Ignite on that guy. So what you gonna do in the lane, you know?
I'm miserable is what I am. It's tough.
You kind of regret putting me on the friends list, right? I'm stalking your games, talking about this.
Why are you stalking my game? Do you not have, better things to do?
Isn't it important to know how you play Dota so I know how to talk to you in the cast?
Oh, that's true. That's true. You explain it to me like I'm playing Ogre Magi. Like every important game concept, I just ask you to do that shit. I have a friend who is very into politics, like not general knowledge politics, but just
hold it right there.
For...
We do not
no.
talk about that.
I'm just telling you because whenever something happens, like there's local news, right? He will explain it to me in Dota terms. So like there was this situation about money mismanagement, and he basically said it's like when they use the Meepo Aghanims exploit, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. We all need a friend who can explain things to us in Dota terms.
I think the analogy the other way around. I'm trying to explain Dota to people who doesn't understand Dota in layman terms.
In like real life terms. Do you have an example? Like how do you explain like what was the most recent thing you had to explain?
I mean, I think I did try explaining something to you in the last game. I can't remember what it was on top of my head right now.
That's okay. There's gonna be a bajillion more cases where that happens, I think. Zeus. Ember Spirit. Okay.
This is some fancy draft right there.
Yeah, what is exactly going on here? What do you think they're
long range artillery, Zeus, Disruptor, Dawnbreaker, and Searing Chains and Slide. So they're gonna long range artillery kill you.
That's pretty cool.
They poke you to death from far range, but what if you can't be poked to death? You're an Ursa, you're a bear. You are a bear.
Yeah, if you poke a bear, I don't know if you've been in that situation before, Winter. Have you ever poked a bear?
I have poked the angry ogre.
10 seconds remaining.
You know the game? Poke the ogre?
I actually don't. I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, it's the game in Dota. There was this mini game, Poke the Ogre.
How long ago was it? Is that like an old school thing?
I don't remember. I think probably an old school thing. Okay. It's a mini game.
Well,
Uta Party. Like, I'm sure you know that one.
Oh, I think I've heard of it, but I never played Dota 1, my friend.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you can play it even in Dota 2. Back then, there was a period where there was a lot of custom games. People play it.
Okay, we're talking about real Dota games here.
I mean, there's nothing real. Nothing real about this draft right now. This is Unreal Draft box creation. Zeus, Disruptor.
Bro, Leon Arthur is kind of cooking. I like where this is going though, because we already saw
they are going to get run over by Tusk and Chen. I'm so sorry.
You think so?
I mean, let's see how they finish off their draft. They need a carry that can kind of hold things down. I can only think of Gyro.
10 seconds remaining.
If they don't get a Gyro, I think the game is pretty much.
But then you
cooked.
kind of pick Gyro into Ursa, right?
Yes.
Which isn't really a fun matchup
Yeah,
either.
if you pick something that's good against Ursa, what is there available? Like some Terrorblade, or I don't know, like something. It could be good against Ursa, but it's not good with your lineup because their lineup is.
I don't even know what's good.
Their
what
lineup
is good
at this
against
point
Ursa
is already
these days.
so awkward, right? So I don't know. I feel like it's not gonna be.
You could do a Faceless Void.
Do you understand how weak their draft is early game? If they have
No,
face-
I do, but maybe I'm overinflating how much power the Zeus has. I kind of feel like the Zeus buffers that out a little bit, but maybe I'm just completely misunderstanding.
Jabs is gonna play some hero that's gonna build pipe, and they have a Chen with Mac. Who is going to die to this Zeus Disruptor Ember shit? Okay, they banned out the
That's true?
TB. GG. No other hero.
Okay. Oh,
I think there's only
Jabs got them
I
in
said
a...
there's only Gyro, and then they're gonna pick something that counters Gyro. Look, they pick Centaur. Centaur is good against Gyro in the lane matchup. He's gonna buy pipe this game.
Okay. Okay, well, the walls are closing in, at least in this draft execration. They've been drafting pretty smart so far. They go off the rails in this game for a spot in the grand finals, where they've looked to have a much smoother journey in their run in the close qualifiers so far. It might just end here with them being sent to the lower bracket and never making it back out. What is the pick here? What kind of magical mystery hero are you going to pull out of the box?
Alone Druid. I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, I
That
think
could be
it has to
spicy.
be Gyro. I think Gyro is the only one that can maybe give them a chance to win this game.
Is TA good?
TA is good if it's not banned.
That's a great point. I missed that completely. Okay, it's either Gyro or something funky. Nature's Prophet.
Not convinced.
Oh.
Nature Prophet against the Centaur is also not that great in the lane. I mean, is it good for the game? I guess they have some sort of global presence with MP, Zeus, and Dawnbreaker with Glimpse. But this is all a pipe dream, right? I believe when you have more than one global hero, you won't be able to play the game. That is my take on this. Because everyone is saying, everyone is saying, I don't need to be there. You know, I'm a global.
Yeah,
hero.
go start the fight. Go start the fight, bro. But who are they even talking to? Right? I think it's gonna be Bob. Isn't it so much pressure again on Bob to be the one to make things happen? Like he starts things with a slight chains and he tries to set things up.
Yeah, I think he's the only savior in this draft. If he can actually have a good start, get the Mage Slayer on early, I can see him maybe salvaging the game. You know, if he rolls the Quap over, then he has this Disruptor, Zeus, high damage support running around with him. He's setting up kills. There's the MP TPing, Dawnbreaker TPing. That sounds like a perfect dream when I go to bed tonight, right? But it is all a pipe dream and they are daydreaming, and this is not a draft that will work.
God damn. Winter with the shutdown. Well, maybe okay, let me try and play devil's advocate here. Execration have gotten this far in this tournament off of the back that Bob has been popping off, right? We were complimenting him non-stop. We're saying this is perhaps the best tournament we've seen Bob play in a long time, individual performance-wise. I know he's been at larger scale tournaments. Maybe you can argue the opponents aren't as strong as some of the others he's faced, but he is schooling kids so far, except for that one loss to Boom, just like 20 minutes ago. So if they've been winning off of the fact that they believe Bob can just diff their opponent, then they kind of need to keep going with that, right? It's a bit too late to abandon these ideas that you formed. Bob might be the savior here. On the flip side, Boom, I think they've done a really good job just drafting an all-rounded lineup. The one thing that I am a bit worried about is they do lack a bit of control, right? The Tusk and the Centaur, those are your two only disables until the Ursa gets like a Basher or something. And that could be a problem for locking down the Ember. So that's kind of what I see might actually give Bob a chance to pop off in this game.
Fair enough. But is he going to win the lane? We shall see.
We shall see.
You have to remember the Centaur is going to be buying pipe. And there's going to be a
I do remember that,
There's going to be a mech on Chen, Solar Crest, so it's going to be difficult to kill heroes. I think if you throw your combo at one guy and you don't kill him, especially with the Dawn and the Nature's Prophet coming in, I think the fight is just instantly over, you know, for you. Especially against like a Quap, right? She's going to lifesteal if she doesn't die through the combo.
Okay, while we just take a pause on the despair train a little bit, let's hop off. Let's take a pit stop.
I'm not telling you to join my train. You can have your own ticket. You can buy your own ticket.
Okay, look. I'm on my own mode of transport. I'm on the Nature's Prophet hype train. I think this hero is pretty solid. would like your opinion as to why you think they picked it. I understand that you were saying, oh, there's no other option, they need to go for the gyro, what else is left in the pool? But do you see any other, maybe, merits for this Nature's Prophet pick here?
I think you just want to play for your mid laner. You TP and you help him fight the runes. I think it is all about Bob, the builder here.
Oh, that is very, very smart. Naman smoking up his creep and seeing that the smoke has broken. It doesn't reveal the heroes, but it reveals a presence in the area. And because of that, Boom are able to dodge out, get themselves 2 runes, and keep themselves safe.
Isn't it fun? All these like teams, you know, trying to outsmart each other with small little things even before the creep spawn.
Yeah. That's kind of what makes Dota such a fun game.
Don't lie. I know you don't. I know you don't
little-
enjoy things like this. You're like,
No,
boring.
what are you talking
no
about?
Blood
I
is
just said
spilled.
it was.
No blood
Bro,
is spilled.
I just pointed it out. I thought it was cool, man. I was the one who called it out, brother.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
And okay,
I'm so
there's
sorry.
like 4 people here, and now the Nature's Prophet TP's away. Okay.
Yeah, instant minus 200 net worth right there.
It's unfortunate, yeah. True, true. Okay. Well, earlier on when we saw the Zeus come out, I believe, was it CML who was playing it? In the position 5.
Wait, they're doing it on 4 this game.
Oh, no, sorry. It was Ivory. It was Ivory. I'm mistaken
On
there. But
TD,
yeah,
on
they
TD.
were playing it on 5. He kind of was forced to go the the Heavenly Jump level 1 because he had to get away from a Tusk lane. But now, without much of a threat on him, he can just Art Lightning spam potentially to get the better trades off.
He also...
First blood drawn onto Palos.
No TP.
How's that happen? I mean, Jabs, he's gonna go down, but CML will be the trade and Jokum is gonna get a nice bit of solo AXP for himself.
Do you know why Centaur is good into Nature's Prophet? There you go.
And why is that?
You can kill him easily.
Yeah, but what the hell was the Nature's Prophet doing so far up?
He was late to the lane, they couldn't control the equilibrium. I think they just dragged the wave. I think Jabs is constantly just dragging the wave behind. And bot lane, they get their revenge. Zeus and Dawnbreaker finally pushes the Ursa back to base.
Okay. That's not too bad. Naman's gonna get the D-Ward on the small camp as well, and that's gonna spawn. So
Yeah,
he can grab himself a creep. He can pull it.
Mana burn this annoying Zeus.
Yeah.
Like, where is his creep? Is it hiding somewhere? Oh, it's mid? He's mana burning mid?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
he
it
seems
sets
to
up for the
think-
kill on the Ember.
He seems to think Bob is the bigger problem. He's probably right, yeah?
Yeah.
But he's
All
also
the eggs in
saying,
the Bob basket.
bro, maybe, you know, bring the creep back. I need some help, you know, because he just died.
Yeah. Palos. Nice snowball dodge. The glimpse not gonna pan out. Stomp up onto the Nature's Prophet. He's taking way too much damage. But the soothing saplings will help him tip over the edge, and he's back to the safety of the tower. Jabs and Jokum, what a deadly duo here.
Radiant's top tower is under
Used to be Q and Jabs, yeah.
Yeah. Rest in peace to that partnership. Oh, nice little snowball. Dodging the last little lightning strike here, but it's not going to be enough. The thunder calls down from above, and now they're pulling Jokum back in. They've sustained quite nicely here with Palos and CML. They're going to try and contest for the Lotus. CML gets his body in there, but I don't know whether he can stand up and fight into the
To the
tusk.
death! To the death, he's gonna have snowball!
Okay, holding it. Last moment, CML, they can feed him the Lotus if they're really concerned. They're not even going to bother. Jokum goes down. A valiant fight, but not enough at the end of the day.
That was worth it. I take that
for,
death.
for who?
For the
For the
tusk.
tusk?
Yeah. And he forced them to use a lot of their mana, and he tanked a lot of the spells.
Sure, yeah. That's the power of the Sprout though. Look at the healing that's coming through. The sustain game is crazy.
Yeah, Jabs is going a very aggressive build. 2 points in stun. He
Yeah.
wants to kill.
Yeah, I realized when CML was auto-attacking him with a clarity up, I was like, isn't the return damage just going to cancel that? He didn't even level it
Return?
yet.
What is return? I'm gonna kill them.
That's true. That's true.
He's
So
is
far?
he probably gonna get another point. Maybe you get another point in double H next, and then you get your retaliate at level 5 when you start to have the jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see what he does here. But it's going to be a very interesting game. He's playing for kills, whereas Nature's Prophet, he's just like trying to keep himself full, right? Because he knows he can die if he's not at full health, you know. This lane has a lot of damage.
are fortified.
It's always about the burst potential with the Centaur War Runner.
Yeah,
Wants to
how
get you
about
low
Bob?
enough so he can get you, but
Bob is getting dominated. Oh no.
yeah, this is not a good look. It's really just this mana burn creep. Naman's been here burning the mana non-stop of this
Damn.
Ember. It's
Bob is
kinda-
got to be fuming right now. I told you guys to ban the Chen.
Sanctity. Okay. Caught under the tower. That was a little bit of an awkward move. Almost got the kill on the Satyr Mindstealer as well. I mean, he's doing everything he can here.
The Ursa's not even suffering that much. I thought he would suffer because the creep is mid, you know. Ursa has 24 CS, top of the network chart. Right now.
God damn.
I mean, top of the CS chart, not the network chart. But he's having a decent time.
It's more so that they can't really connect on the kill on the Ursa anymore because he has the boots, right? So he's moving at supersonic speed. On the flip side, Tino invested in the Soul Ring just to keep that mana up. So there's not really much of a chase there. The Zeus is running pretty low on resources as well. He doesn't really have the fullest mana pool, so he has like one lightning bolt in him, and like he's just been using his mana pool to spam Arc Lightning. It hasn't really helped. The sustain from the Chen is keeping Jack Boys topped off.
Yeah. I think this lane, you're both just gonna farm on the Dawn and the Ursa. I think you're probably maybe a little bit happier as the Ursa to take this trade. And Dawn just wants to get level 6 as fast as they can and then play around. Like, he wants to just help Bob, right? Because Bob is kind of suffering 1.6k net worth against the 2.5k net worth of the Corp. He is struggle.
Oh, slightly off the mark with the shards there. They still see CML.
Snowball
nice
him.
glimpse. Snowball. Couldn't catch him in time, but looks like Jokum should be able to finish off the kill. I say that, but CML's pretty quick with the boots. Gonna run past the creep wave. Things are getting chaotic now. Do you have any way of cutting him off? Waiting for a blink forward. Sanctity will finish the job and head back to base right in time for a refill of his bottle and refill of resources.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jokem gets the lane, you know, to reclaim some of those levels. He's been roaming around a lot, so not really sapping a lot of XP. Wisdom Shrine is going to come up in 30 seconds. Nature's Prophet is lurking around, waiting for the right opportunity to at least try to steal one of it.
Might be valuable for him to scan the opponent Wisdom Shrine area and look for a TP, but the Centaur very wisely already heading back to the Wisdom Shrine to prevent any shenanigans from going on. If you TP in on the Prophet, Lord knows you're not TPing out. It's back, Jack Boys, hammer coming through, but off the mark there, the final swing didn't send Jack Boys flying. They'll even use the Stampede to try and disengage. Now with the
It's
creeps.
an early Stampede.
Wow. I mean, yeah, Jabs, he's at solo EXP up there for quite a while with Jokum rotating non-stop. And CML now, Blood Grenade,
Double mana burn.
creeps coming through. It's not enough damage though. It does take a lot of his resources away, so the Disruptor, I'm not sure how much value there is with him staying on the map.
When you click on the heroes on bot lane, everyone doesn't have mana.
Yeah. You can even see it at the top part, right? Like all their mana pools so low because of the mana steal. Like the mana burn, sorry.
Top lane, they're making a move onto the Centaur. He has a helm done. He is definitely not an easy kill here unless they can bring the Ember. But Ember does he have a TP? No, he does not have a TP. Dawn has no level 6 yet, so this is not an easy kill.
Trying to see if they can actually make this happen. There's quite a bit of magic damage at the moment. Jabs, just playing around a little bit. I guess it's just gonna be enough. Trying to get the last touch onto CML, but the Soothing Saplings again just getting CML over the edge there, and they even get the creep to boot. So very nice execution there from Execration.
I totally underestimated how much this Zeus is doing. He actually does so much damage.
Yeah, it's the live wire, right? Like, he's just kind of zapping them down.
Yeah, nothing can really survive, you know, against percentage-based damage. It's gonna need a pipe.
Do you think the Centaur is gonna just rush a pipe over the Blink Dagger?
Now? This game? Yeah, I think you just get the pipe.
Right? Like, you don't really need to be the one initiating because you got your Tusk to kind of start the fight.
I think the pipe is extremely valuable. You're gonna hit like some sort of timing with the Chen, right? Mag pipe. And everyone is unkillable. You group up, push down towers, Ursa will farm alone. And the pipe is also going to help the Queen of Pain, right? Play
Snowball
a bit crazy.
onto CML. Electromagnetic repulsion, not enough to push you away, and Jokum's gonna get another kill. Palos.
The double Centaur. The Centaur brothers.
Oh,
hello.
here comes the bear. Wrong part of the wood, Palos. Gotta get stomped down. That's a killing spree going the way of the Centaur, even further propelled towards his pipe.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna go Aura's like pipe. Like, even the Crimson will be good. against an MP, Dawnbreaker, Ember Spirit. Like, this could be a game where the Centaur just goes full aura bot.
Nice little dodge away from the Sonic Wave by Bob, but he is really living on a prayer right now. Sanctity still with the chase out, the final few auto attacks. Nice little slide to dodge it. Gonna try and bait someone in. In comes the Nature's Prophet. There still is another blink in 4 seconds for Sanctity. Bob with the dodge out, but the last screen of pain damage is not gonna be enough. Meanwhile, bot lane, CML being punched out into the sky. Talos gonna come back in. They get CML, but Talon, I keep saying Talon because I look at his name, but Jokum should be fine because of the Hand of God. They're still trying to put the damage into him, and the hammer will finish the job. Nicely done.
But that was so close in mid, you know, meanwhile, it was like the Ember against the Quad 1v1.
Yeah, I can't believe Bob survived there, to be
He
honest.
was so lucky, you know, because the Quad blinked in and he scanned, and the scan was like right on the edge where he was TPing, so it didn't show that someone was around here. That was like so close. It could have been like such a big kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, Boom is already having like such a big lead, a 10-minute 3k lead, that could have made things a lot worse. You know, looking at the net worth, Ember is 3k net worth against the 4k of Sanctity.
And Palos has spent quite a bit of this game just either suffering the pressure from the Tusk and the Centaur, or TPing to try and help with some of these engagements, right? So he's not really quite as farmed as his counterpart, the Centaur. Solar Guardian coming in, look for the stun, but it's not in time. That is very, very awkward there. Jokum comes through with the punch just to keep Bob at bay. Yeah, the glimpse, I guess it just didn't connect.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I think he needed to pre-cast that, right? Just cast it, because the Corp had to he had to blink there. So you need to just cast your glimpse and hope it just times the blink.
Because if he stays, he just instantly dies, right?
Yeah, so there's no way he stays there. He just needed to try with the glimpse there. But now the Corp is running in with the AD rune.
Now you glimpse. Right back out to safety. Okay, very nice. Closer to the tower that you can now damage with your AD rune. Very cool. Be a very easy tower take for the side. Starting to fire on all cylinders here in this game, number 3 for a slot in the grand finals. 4k gold lead, just about floating between 3 and 4. At this early stage, that number is very relevant. And the fact that Bob is the lowest net worth core in the game, it's not a great sign. We were talking about how he can be the hero here. He can make things happen and start things for the team. But Sanctity is just gapping him right now with this Queen of Pain.
Speaking of all the runes, you know, he's doing what Bob did in the first game. Pick up all the runes. And this is definitely a very, very tough game for Bob, yeah. Getting mana burn from level 1. There's a Chen annoying him from the start. And he got Giant.
Jokum with the punch. Still got a snowball available. He used the Stampede to catch up. Now, Palos is still pretty healthy, but of course that changes when this Queen of Pain comes in with the Sonic Wave. Killing spree now for Sanctity. Very fortuitous haste rune.
He's not done. He knows the Zeus TP in.
Yeah, but Bob is around as well. He's kind of like almost daring them to go in. Don't really have the range for the glimpse. Bob's going to try and catch up to them. Pull him back. Nice snowball save. That is clean from Jokum. And the tips come through. Oh, come, dude. This guy is crazy.
Does this top off what DJ did earlier?
I think it's getting pretty close. DJ really pulled off a masterclass Tusk performance, but Jokum's just like right place, right time. He's been right place, right time this entire series.
So they're going for the 40-minute Wisdom Shrine here. Jokum is looking to set up. Jackie is also in the neighborhood. This is a scan. They know what's happening here. They have to bring in the numbers. Dawn is going to need backup.
Yeah, but now you're bringing 4 heroes over just to deny a solo task. Maybe they assume that Boom has brought more to try and topple them over.
They're going to try to kill the Ursa? Okay. I thought they were thinking about killing the Ursa.
It seems that way, but Jokum shows, and I think they're just going to settle for the safe play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is even worth it for them. You know, they brought 4 people to kill one position for.
Oh, I thought CML was going to go for the glimpse, but I guess he already used it at the start. Yeah, and the tips come through because Jack Boys knows that Jokum just kind of took the attention away from him.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good trade. They took the mid-tier 1 tower, and now this is going to open up so much of the map. They're going to connect into the Ancients area, take over that area. I mean, once you lose that area, you're going to fall behind even further.
Nice glimpse from CML to keep the Queen of Pain at bay, but that just means Bob is forced out and this entire area belongs to them now.
Yeah, this is definitely really, really bad news. Pipe is done on the Centaur.
Oh yikes,
So
what a timing.
He is going to be definitely thinking whether he should go Crimson or... They don't really need the Crimson because the enemy is so weak, so you just go Dagger first.
This Centaur's having a really good game.
Yeah,
Like top of the network Centaur. How often do you see that?
He even has the best neutrals. You know, he has Brawny with Chip West. This is the best
Wow.
neutral item for him.
It just amplifies his farm so much faster too. This is like the ideal situation. This is like the best Centaur game you can ask for.
There are like certain items that are really good for certain heroes. Like for the bat, you want the Tumbler's Toy.
Yeah.
With sometimes with the move speed or even like the Greedy. For Spirit Breaker, you want the Cobalt Cup. I think certain items really make certain heroes just completely broken for a moment in the game.
Yeah. Can definitely see what you mean. Punch up into the sky. Jokum is just everywhere. Like this guy, he sets up everything on the task. He's right on time. He never misses a Q. He's there for the runes. He's there for the wisdoms. He's there when his teammates need him. Sanctity committing into the mid lane, popping the Blade Mail out, returning a lot of damage. The Solar Guardian gonna come in. Maybe it's a bit too deep this time with the heal. It's so overwhelming. He's basically full HP despite all of that. And Bob has to run away. Trying to TP out, but Jabs couldn't close in for the Hoof Stomp. This is the Chen effect. It's flashbacks of game number 2, Winter. You go in, you press all your spells, and everyone is full HP.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I told you, right? When the Chen has Mag and the Centaur has Pipe, nobody's gonna die.
Yeah, I don't know. This is tough.
This just looks cool on paper, right, their heroes. But
it does, yeah. I mean, you were talking about long-range artillery. I was so excited to see it in action. All these like little pickoffs and catches, but blink and you'll miss it. Boom are already so far ahead, and they're only going to catapult even further with this Roshan take.
Plus is blocking the smoke again.
Right place, right time. You just can't stop him, Jokum. He might go down for this, but it's gonna be worth it. The pipe coming out to safeguard him, and the healing. It's there. Man, he just have everything, and with the Sonic Wave as well, Bob dropping so low. He needs a way out of this mess. Jack Boys waiting for the Earth Shot to come back up, but the Queen of Pain blinks right on top of him. Bob, he's done.
Yeah, this game is looking real rough right now for Execution. They don't have enough damage, and the next best thing they could do is farm the map. But if you farm the map, guess what? Jokem is going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, he knows exactly where
the way the map is also being played, right? Because there's Chen creeps and the Helm of Dom, like they're shuffling waves really quickly, so it makes it pretty easy for Boom to find heroes to fight to the ganks, right? Because you're not going to need the heroes to push out the waves. I mean, this is why Dota is so heavy on like this wave player right now.
Stampede out, try and find Tino. Saving the stun now, Jackie will even TP in just to get this kill.
Look at where he's farming, you know, like he feels like he's so desperate, you know, he's farming beside the enemy tier 2 tower. Like, this is crazy.
I think Jokum's doing a really good job in terms of just kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, right? No matter what vision he has on the map, whether it's the creep waves pushing out of lane or whether it's the deep wards that they have, he somehow manages to suss out the exact locations. Okay, it's likely Execration are splitting the map, someone's going to be in this general area. Finds one, chains it into another. It just feels like there's no stopping this train of the task.
Based on
he goes, death will
information.
follow.
Wards is at bot lane, so they have Observer and Sentry in bottom Ancient. So look at the other ward. They had another ward to see this MP TPing in. It's all also because of all the wards. They can place the ward. And now what? Guess what? He is dead.
Kalos is killing himself right now. Yeah, the Yules just to get him out, and Jabs there with the stomp, there with the kill. A killing spree, and when this type of thing happens, you just have your hands in your heads as Execration, right? You're wondering, where on the map can we even farm? Everywhere they go, they have vision. You're asking Shanks, hey, can you bolt this area? Maybe they have wards here, maybe they have wards there. Maybe Shanks is just dead.
This is a masterclass performance by Boom. Yeah. They're really fully utilizing their heroes to their fullest potential. They're having the right heroes push out the lanes. They're having the right heroes ganking. I mean, the Santo has decided to go for a Lotus, yeah. That's how rich he is, right?
What do you think the Lotus is for? Just to dispel that chains?
Yeah, dispel the chains. It's nice for the Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike does a bunch of damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I will tell you I would prefer the Crimson Guard.
Yeah, I can see
down.
what you mean. Just to really protect all the creeps as well, right?
Lotus is like kind of luxury at this point, you know. He's so rich that he feels like he can buy it.
I get what you mean. I like this itemization from Sanctity as well, going for the Yules, because as tanky as he is, he understands that buying his team a little bit more time to react and for the healing to kick in is such a big deal.
Yeah, he only dies in the Glimpse Static Storm combo, right? So he has Yules to kind of survive that. I mean, they're gonna catch him now. He has Yules, he has Haze.
Hand of God, getting chained in, Sonic Wave. They do manage to finish him off though. That's pretty nice. Jackie
Oh,
gonna
nice
get glimpsed
snowball.
away. The snowball. Jokum is just non-stopping. Like, you just can't stop him. Tino tries to TP away, thinks better of it. The slow from the hammer is actually helping him create the distance here. And the phase boots is gonna allow him to make a run for it. Nope, just kidding. Jokum right there to punch you up in the ass.
That was a good trade for Execration.
Yes, actually, I agree with you. They used basically almost every ultimate in their playbook. They didn't get anyone else other than the Queen, but they forced out a lot of reactions and resources from Boom as well.
Yeah, the Queen actually just... I didn't expect him to die in the combo. There's
Same,
still
yeah.
too much damage, even with the use. I did a good job saving the chain of the use. And Jokem is here again. Out. He gets a Lotus and his ring. He gets a mag.
He blinks over to CML, knows that CML just used the glimpse jabs, so there's no way that he can get pulled back to the uncomfortable position. This is just heads-up play like none other from Jokum this game. Talk about Bob needing pop-off, but with the way this task is playing, it just feels impossible. And that was an ambitious TP to say the least from Shanks, not just kind of respecting the fact that there's a Yules on this Queen of Pain. You know, I'm a bit disappointed, I'll be honest, Winter. I think coming into this matchup, we've seen Boom dominate, we've seen Execration dominate. I was kind of thinking they were going to go full slugfest, right? Blow for blow, very smart, methodical Dota. We are seeing smart, methodical Dota. It's just happening from one team at a time. They aren't really meeting each other when, you know, in these tough situations and coming back from the trials and tribulations. Right now, they're just keeling over and dying in a very sad way. Palos now getting caught out. The Solar Guardian coming through, but the Sonic Wave finishes the job. And now Jokum finally goes down. He actually gives more gold over to Tino than the Nature's Prophet is worth, and that's your position 1 on Execration.
That ain't good news, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to tell me, I'm well aware.
I mean, this game is just like really hard, you know. I think it's mainly decided with the heroes. I mean, the draft is very, very difficult to play. I mean, you could definitely make the argument that they didn't expect the champ to send the creep mid, but I mean, that is the hero, right? I was thinking that they have to ban the hero, but they choose not to ban it. They pick Zeus, Dawnbreaker as counters to it. I can kind of understand why, but it
doesn't really deal with the creeps though, right? I think that's kind of the one thing missing.
No, you can't. You know, if he's sending the creep mid to mana burn the Ember, like there's nothing you can do. Like, what are you gonna like send a hero
You just
to
run the Zeus mid and chase the creep away. Like,
and then what's your Dawn gonna do in the lane 2v1, you know? Like there's going to be a trade-off
I guess
one
just
way or
throw
the
a
other.
hammer. I mean, we both kind of were in agreement that it's Bob who needs most of the support, right? As long as the Dawnbreaker can get the level. So maybe a prioritization issue, but right now they have a million problems and I don't even know which one's the most glaring. Ready to just punch up Tino. He is a pretty fast hero though. We'll just buy time for Jabs to get in as well. Stampede to chase through the Trail of Fire. Big shots coming through and Tino going down. Jabs is dominating.
There's very little they can do. I think this is like, you're stuck in this situation where you have to Just find whatever scraps you can on the side of the map and somebody's gonna die. You're just praying that it's not gonna be your carry. Nature's Prophet is taking all the safe farm right now. He's so scared to TP out of the lane to farm because he died right when there was a ward on him. And now he's just so terrified to do it again.
This is tough. Is there anything at all that could potentially bring Execration back into this game?
Yeah, the enemy team throwing.
Okay. Jokum's kind of looking locked in right now. I don't know what's the likelihood of that happening.
Yeah, praying for some snowball into the enemy base.
Snowball into a 5-man static storm, right? Like that's kind of out right now. Is there a point you think like if Boom gave the Execration lineup time, scaling wise, is the Nature's Prophet Ember Dawnbreaker a tri-core that can match up to what Boom have, do you think?
I mean, they have Zeus. Zeus is kind of a core, so they have 4 cores.
Sure,
if the game
yeah.
actually gets to that point. They are outscaled by having more cores on their team.
Okay. It's gonna be a long while away though.
Do you think Boom is considering letting the game go that long?
I mean, they don't seem to be in a rush. I guess they're just waiting for the next Roshan before further pushing the issue.
Yeah, after the next rush, they're definitely going to force the high ground. I mean, that pipe, that mag, it's not going to be that difficult. I think the aura items really help you siege the high ground, right? We always say high ground is a bait, right? It's always a spot where a lot of teams falter and throw the game. I mean, this is why, like in high tier Dota, you see a lot of aura builds, because the aura builds reduces a lot of the risk that you go when you push for high ground. It keeps heroes safe, you know. Like when heroes don't die, you don't throw the game.
That's true. I mean, at the very end of things, and even if you're sort of in trouble high ground, you now have a BKB on the Ursa, you're gonna get an Aegis, you have a Lotus Orb, you have a Pipe, you have Chen Heal, you have Mech, you have Glimmer Cape, you have Snowball, you have Yules, you have Gale Guard, to say the least. I'm surprised that the Centaur didn't go for the top, to be honest with you.
Doesn't need to.
I guess not.
People are not dying already. Isn't that like the logic? If people are not dying, why do I... I guess you still get the benefit of the Stampede, yeah, so it's still useful. Would you consider that a selfish reason to buy the X? Oh, it's for myself, you know, so I get the Stampede.
No, it's fine. I mean, with the game that he's having, what's the problem?
If you say there's no problem, it means it is approved. Jackie, I'm looking for some Nature's Prophet. I want some profit. Okay. Oh, what the?
Whoa, that's cute.
That's the tree right there. That's the tree. You know that tree right there?
That's his best friend. That's his it's that tree. That's the culprit, officer. Get him.
Where's Timber when you need him? Exposure therapy.
Oh, they immediately just come up. Do they know? Did they see the twin gate activate?
But were they hovering over there with their screens? I don't know for sure.
Shanks might be the one to break the smoke though. Or not. Okay. And they read this move. I say that, but Palos. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Palos.
But he's alone. No backup.
Yeah, where's the follow-up here, Jokum? Immediate blink away, very smart. Nicely done.
Yeah,
Shows on the creep wave though, this could be scary. You don't really want to TP into complete darkness though.
Jackie Boy's lost faith, you know. He was following the Tusk brief moment there, and then he's like, alright, I'm done, I need to hit creeps, you know. My hand is itchy.
If he just stayed a little bit longer, he would have just gotten an actual Nature's Prophet.
Joker was like, I think somebody is here.
You gotta trust your position 4, man. He's been leading you the way the entire time.
Yeah, but all he sees is the first 3 camps being empty, right? So he thinks that, alright, there's no way he's at the 4th camp.
Yeah. Most smoke gankers turn around and leave before they hit it big. Did you know that?
You're reminding me of this meme. This picture about someone digging for diamonds.
The guy mining, right? Yeah, that's exactly
the guy mining the diamonds, and then he stopped right at the edge.
No, literally, that's what it was. You were right there, so close to making Nature's Prophet, and Denied.
Denied by your own lack of faith.
Yeah. You can only blame yourself, but I don't think Boom will be doing much of that. They are feeling good right now, ready to book their ticket into the grand finals. It's been a slog of a day for Side of Execration. They have to play one series before just jumping forward. Solar Guardian coming in, but again, no damage being taken. Meanwhile, you look at the other side, Tino is gone. Your Dawnbreaker out of the equation. Nama not even dying. That's a position 5 Chen, by the way. They got the touch onto Palos and he just gets eliminated. That just is nothing that Execration can do here but run back into their base, and Sanctity won't even allow them the privilege. Looking to finish off CML, blows him up. And this is looking to be over. The voice lines come out. You know Boom's got to be feeling good. But Execration, you got to keep in mind that this will not be the end of the road for them even if they lose here. Probably just discussing what went wrong in this game, because I can't imagine there's any type of strategy other than a throw from Boom that's going to get them back into this one.
I mean, look at their health bars. It's all full. They literally did nothing to them in that fight.
I really need to see the healing done from this Shen at the end of the game, because I just know it's insane.
1500 in that fight.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm just making up a number.
Oh, I thought they added a new feature where they actually show that stat. I think that's something that's missing from the fight recaps. There's Pancha, no heavenly jump for you. You'll be sent to heaven, just not the one that you're used to.
I think at this point he's used to that one. Well, this game, let's just chalk it down to the draft.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough here. I don't think... I'll go with you. Not sure whether there's room left to breathe. Ursa's gonna let first life BKB up in 4 seconds right for when he respawns. I don't even think Execration really capitalized on this. So pop him in the cart. Jabs. About to just truck on out of there, even taunting while he's there. The Lotus of Night, the good pull the Ursa back. They really what you want. He's enraged and he's you packing down to the lower bracket. Jake's gonna drop along with the rest of Execration. They need to be on CML. But what for? What are you gonna do? Sanctity just able to blink away for free and used all of that. Every single ultimate that you have, and for what? Here comes the bear again, ready to swipe down that poor CML disruptor. And all you have left, you finally killed the task, but now Tino, nowhere to run except in the shards, the prison of hell. And he's no hope left. GG is called in Execration. They will get sent packing as Boom secure their slot in the grand finals here in the Southeast Asian Closed Qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 27.
What a series, you know, like I think the two teams in this series, they just showed a different level of understanding with the drafts and with how they are playing as a unit. I think even Execration lost here, but they already showcased that they are a really strong team right now. And Boom and Execration, they are definitely, I think, a class above, you know, compared to the rest of the teams in the qualifiers. They definitely have to find a way to get closer in terms of skill in one day, or else tomorrow we're gonna see a similar grand final between Boom and Execration. I think these two teams, they deserve to battle it out again, a best of 5 to decide who is going to bring us SEA pride to the DreamLeague Season 27, you know. But before that happens, Execration, they have to do it the hard way. They have a long road ahead of them, but I hope that they will give us and all the fans a couple of good games, you know, and another final against Boom.
Yeah, that would be ideal for sure. I think there is something to be said about this series. I know for the viewer, it probably wasn't the most exciting because you're thinking, oh, you know, all 3 games are one-sided, but there is no denying that these teams have showcased a very high understanding of how to play the map, how to play Dota, how to out-efficiency their opponents. I need to ask you though, Winter, because you're expecting Execration to defeat Team Aureus tomorrow. You're expecting a rematch in the grand finals in a best of 5 setting. If you're on Team Execration, what is one major thing that you learned today that you want to take into tomorrow to try and change your fate?
I mean, it's tough, right? I think whatever you learn this series might not be relevant in the next series, right? Because your opponent, they play very, very different style of Dota. I haven't really got to watch like Team Aureus play.
No. You misunderstood me. I'm saying we're assuming Execration are going to beat Team Aureus. We're assuming we get a grand finals rematch. How do you defeat Boom the second time around?
The question remains the same. Just ban Chen. I think Chen is the one that you do not allow, and then you get to play normal Dota. I think with Chen in the field, the Dota doesn't feel normal, and Execration kind of is trying to play out of their comfort zone. They don't have this like 5-man timing lineup that we see in previous games. I think they got really uncomfortable thinking of how to deal with the Chen. So
Yeah.
why make it so difficult for yourself? Just remove the damn hero.
Tried beat it in the game puppy style and it didn't work out. By the way, did 12,000 healing in that game across the 31 minutes. So absolutely insane numbers on the board. Don't think we'll get to see it tomorrow from Boom, but it remains to be seen. Maybe Execration will come out with a solution. Maybe it'll be Team Aureus in the grand finals. You'll have to come here and find out tomorrow. We're starting things off at 12 p.m. Singapore time. That's GMT +8. And that's going to be a lower bracket finals between Team Aureus and Execration. Whether Execration can redeem themselves and get themselves a rematch, or whether Team Aureus are going to surprise everyone and maybe even take the heat to Boom. Let's stick around to find out. But Winter and I will be covering the lower bracket finals. For now, the Dota isn't over though. It's done on this stream, but there's a lot more Dota going on. You get ESL_Dota 2 Void, that's Yakult Brothers versus Hongshi Changcui. Just facing it off, there's the Western Europe games happening, Passion UA Peepsqueak +4, that's on ESL_Dota 2. All you need to do if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, just search ESL Dota 2. You're going to find all the streams. Qualifier madness continues, but for us, we're going to say good night. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more Southeast Asia action.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So heed my trusty fear and gies a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht ged o' Willie Wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side.